Stop it, Sai! This isn't you! But then I remember. No matter what's happened, no matter what pain and torment have beaten her down, she will always be my sister. You're a Buddha now! Show me your true form! Get lost, Wukong. You're no fun!
I said get lost!
Are you mad?
But when they get oogly boogly, it's always nice to see. But what? Oh my eyes hurt. What? PX with the huge moonbane hits. VNGC, Roy Hee on the chase here into FA, looking as though they've secured those fireflies early on. VNGC, Roy Hee and his zipping both having ultimate available. Roy Hee looking for the parry, but unable to get anything here. Tech chasing them down. FAA's getting taken down extremely low, forced to use his F, but unable to get away from those purple nunchucks.
Mines has another thought. He's coming in up with the Zai and immediately melts him just with the Zai ult. It's that easy. He comes in with the flank. You can't do anything. The gold focus, the chains whipping them into submission. Duncan Roy, he can't do anything. He can't do anything versus the Zai. Mines making it look easy. For the win, can they do it? VNGC coming out of the woodworks, popping the Zio, push him into zone. It's possible, it's winnable. I've been trying to push out. He was in the bush earlier, but now he's out here. We out there, we're trying to win this Wu Chen, trying to hold the ground, but this Zio, he does pick it up. It's coming down to a 1v1. Can VNG? I've been clutching, coming out of the trees. Biko under a ton of pressure, getting pushed into the zone. It looks like VNGC is gonna clutch it.
I'm only sorry it didn't hurt more. Zai, Calamity Rising.
Tôi là Lam Xiao Lù, tôi là Triết Công Thái Sơn Nhân, là xa số Minh Cố, xa số phân số cái chân sinh nhân.
在小兔子的吧，在最穷国你们仨，小鹿也要穿凤凰装。
我sai是只，就喜欢对着台山唱歌，喜欢坐山林都跑啊跑。是只，只有老人头上嘅平王記可以教我定路族譜。我爺對我講，平王莊是不你在台先嚟以後將可以做嘅，所以我經常難記嘅平王莊，對就將在看待新言。夢想地個台先嚟以後就像平王莊嘅樣子。每一次一趕上早前，我都好衝着去攔路，就為了多睇幾人信仰頭上生好嘅佛子。當時懵裡懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅活大會，更是台人為大老都唱對歌，其實都是平王包容我人唱台，就負我人自由嘅象徵。這條台先來，就像是太太外班嘅時候是先落樣子。體驗生活也好，網絡也好，出台小時都當然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
妈，你干嘛？老给我带这个呀？我要带上这个。
伴隨我女面面台先來，也面面教我像啲細時隻怪運對平王嘅熱愛盡顯落書，所以我十分堅決將頭歌上。我啲過一次當作出發。我想對啲個嘅體會當作用平王中， 山下嘅歌啊，唱了一輩子。現在，我在舞台上唱出自個嘅故事，啲民俗嘅精神都上了革新嘅色彩。革新衣裳唔只是俾你在相處嘅標誌，而是俾我人勇氣，讓我人無拘無束做自個嘅披風，弄開角。愛來自山下。我是熱愛嘅勇氣弄勇船，我是憧憬平穩嘅傳道中嘅一員，愛也是平穩，愛是書記，愛心無懼。
But when they get oogly boogly, it's always nice to see. But what? Oh my eyes hurt. What? PX with the huge moonbane hits. VNGC, Roy Hee on the chase here into FA, looking as though they've secured those fireflies early on. VNGC, Roy Hee and his zipping both having ultimate available. Roy Hee looking for the parry, but unable to get anything here. Tech chasing them down. FAA's getting taken down extremely low, forced to use his F, but unable to get away from those purple nunchucks.
Mines has another thought. He's coming in up with the Zai and immediately melts him just with the Zai ult. It's that easy. He comes in with the flank. You can't do anything. The gold focus, the chains whipping them into submission. Duncan, Roy, he can't do anything. He can't do anything versus the Zai. Mines making it look easy. For the win, can they do it? VNGC coming out of the woodworks, popping the Zai, push him into zone. It's possible, it's winnable. I've been trying to push out. He was in the bush earlier, but now he's out here. We out there, we're trying to win this. Wu Chen trying to hold the ground, but this Zai ult, he does pick it up. It's coming down to a 1v1. Can VNG? I've been clutching, coming out of the trees. Biko under a ton of pressure, getting pushed into the zone. It looks like VNGC is gonna clutch it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Asia Challenge Cup ASC. We are here back at it again for another day of trios. I'm your host and caster Sev, and I'm joined alongside my main man who I haven't seen in a minute, and it's dope to be back with him. Raven, my good sir, how are you doing today?
Good. Last time I saw you was when I guest casted for Worlds for trios, and now we're back at it for this Asian community. I'm really excited for tonight. With the new patch, they've had a week to flush out a lot of the strategies. I was here for the previous tournament, and there was a lot of exciting stuff. A couple of Zai, Yushan zipping comps, and were Zai, Yushan, Temi, and it really challenges the old meta. And I'm curious to see of whether or not it's actually good enough to hold up, or if Takeda still is going to be a little bit stronger. Because right now, when it comes to like the Viper duo, it's either Viper Yodo or Viper Takeda or Viper Akos, with Takeda kind of winning out. But I saw a little bit of Viper Zai, and then this idea of Zai Yushan just countering a lot of the old meta. I'm excited to see it tonight. I'm hoping to use it for my own tournament later today. But yeah, excited to be here, Seb. Excited to cast with you again, brother.
Can't be giving away too many of your strategies though early. Hey, you don't want to be falling behind. But I mean, your team comp, talking about the NA side just really quickly here, I'm heavily rooting for you guys. You guys look pretty strong. I mean, very, very strong. I've seen you guys play, and I've seen how you guys been doing. I've even played in a solo lobby against you in the scrims, and that was a tough one. And yeah, so I'm confident in your guys' team for that. But hopping over to this Asian challenge, we have seen so many of these teams that we've been seeing. Like last year, they've been coming up, and we have a couple teams that have just been falling off a little bit. We're going to take a look at the scoreboard here in just a couple of seconds. We'll be able to see exactly who's forthcoming in these days and who's been not doing as well, who needs to put a few extra points up onto the board. So I don't know, do you have any predictions yet ready for how this day is going to go? What you think is going to be coming on top, or who you think is going to be falling behind in the standings today?
The top 5 teams were extremely consistent. It was neck and neck all the way through. TM, who renamed to like 571 or 5, some number, some three number thing with 5, but they were at Worlds and they were incredibly impressive. It's very clear that they practice with all the Chinese pro teams a lot, because they're early. Their transitions from early to mid, their mid game, and their transitions from mid to late are just super polished. They're always in good positions. They always seem to capitalize on every little bit, and they're also like securing the end game. Even though these other the teams second, third, and fourth are right there behind them, they just always get the most amount of value out of their end game. And usually you see monk comps get the most amount of value in their end games, but they're able to do it with whatever comp they have. It really doesn't matter. And that was really impressed with me. I'm hoping to learn more from them. The bottom half of the league definitely is going to have a harder time but I would say a good 12 teams are all competitive, can easily get through, be in the top 4 easily. It's trios. Like a good game is going to be 20 to 30 points. So even though there are big point differentials, a lot of these teams are so strong that they can win a game. They can have a really big pop-off game. Now, Southeast Asia, like this whole region is just hyper aggressive. It's probably the most aggressive region, even more aggressive than CN. It's just, I would say, it's pretty much like a third-party region. All of them, they're not very reckless about their dives and everything, but when they see a possibility, they're just going in. They're not even holding back. Any blood amount of water, they probe for weakness and then they commit. And then when another team sees another team commit, they probe for weakness and they just commit. And they're so ferocious, they don't let teams get away. So a lot of the lobby gets thinned out very, very quickly in like that late middle game. It's interesting to see actually, because no other region plays like this.
Yeah, and it's very interesting to see, because I've seen that as well in the earlier stages of, especially like when we were watching the first days of solos, how you'd be coming to the third circle and there'd be 8 players left, compared to when you're watching a game in CN and you have 11 to 13 players in that final circle all fighting to still see who's going to be the top one and the person who's going to be last standing. Whereas this region, and that's why it's so fun to watch, you always have, usually in the MBPL, we've got that mid-game lull. We might usually have some ballista watch, some tower watch going on. ASC is just go, and especially with Realm of Yang now in the mid game, players are taking a lot more fights in this mid game. And I'm not sure if it's only just this region, but I feel it seems that so much more action is going on through this mid game, and it makes the game so much more entertaining to watch.
Especially with 16 players. A lot of NBPL was only 14 players. They removed 2 teams, so having a full 16 players makes a lot of the early game a lot more fun. More players are getting these off spawn fights, and we're getting a little bit more stacked end games. I would say in general the meta has shifted to less defensive in end game. A lot of people can't hold their ground, and heal off isn't as prevalent. Solos versus trios. First game though, I personally like very stacked end games with a lot of monks. That's where I kind of grew up. It's where I grew up with like the 48, 44 player end games with monk. Everything's lagging. Every team kind of owning a little bit of real estate in order to fight their way out. Now we're seeing like a stacked end game now. It's closer to like 28 people, if at most. And last time they did get to an end game with maybe like 4 or 5 monks. I'm hoping to see that again. I'm also hoping to see just like new variations all day. Just even monk variations. I saw a little bit of what I'm calling Zai formers, where they had Zais instead of their traditional Kurumi. It was interesting. I don't know if I believe in the prospect of it, but you never know, especially with Zai's V3 and F3 not being released yet. I'm very curious to see of whether or not that character gets something really good, because normally NARAKA always saves the best group skill for their F3 and V3. They're kind of hit or miss though, because they're usually like either super underpowered or just super overpowered, and the character becomes amazing. Kind of like how Takeda is. Takeda was probably the strongest character going into this meta currently, because his V3 just gets so much value, and since the character's been around for so long, everyone's min-maxes to the point where it's not just him taking advantage of it, both of his teammates take big advantage of it, and you're seeing a lot of players just get 100-0 from Takeda's. So I'm curious to see how Southeast Asia and all these teams in general kind of adapt to this new Takeda meta. There was a little bit of Akos, but I feel like people kind of felt the pressure of Takeda. I still think though Zai is going to come in big, and I'm hoping to see more of it. I'm really curious to see what other stuff they cook up with Zai, because I don't think they're going to stick to just pure meta. When I first saw the Southeast Asia region, that was back with swap meta, where it was Yushan, Viper, Wu Chen, where he just swap you in and they blow you up instantly with a Viper kick into just like a triple charge greatsword, and it was just like every team. So if someone's gonna figure out some type of new wombo technique or some type of like really fast rushdown comp, I think it's gonna be here tonight.
Well, yeah, I've seen lots of players have been working on some Zai combos, and the hits done with Zai and the ability to just lock down an opponent with Zai's ult, and then her ability to escape fights with her F1 and even just stay in a form where you can't be hit by and take damage in F2 is just so lethal in lots of these cases here, as we're seeing Bamboo Esports, another team that we've seen come through and do a lot of damage in the NBPL. It's a team that's going to be watching out for, and if you can see their heroes as well, they have Takeda, Yushan, Tianhai, Wu Chen, Viper, and Kurumi. That's kind of both of their comps that you can see both that these players play here. And like Raven was talking about earlier, Takeda, just such a crazy hero to have in your comps. Now, just being able to have so much versatility with the V3 and being able to control the neutral so well, but just, okay, I'm going to send one of these Fs out, and yeah, you can't move. You're going to be stun locked, and you're going to eat this pole sword hit from my teammate. It's just, yeah.
I think one of the concepts that's definitely more prevalent now, and hopefully the community is really picking up on, is just how much NARAKA is based on leveling up, scaling. It's something closer to like League of Legends or Dota, where a lot of the early game and mid game sets up for your end game, where some of your heroes benefit a lot more from having really good armor, really good weapons, and that's why like the Transformers, Monk, Yushan, Kurumi has been the staple of the strongest trios comp forever, and kind of like the consistent rock that everyone goes back to. It's because when Yushan and Monk both get better weapons, they're just way stronger. When they get better armor, they're way stronger. But where they're weak is off spawn, and that's where you see Viper and Yodo coming in where they just the assassination comps. I call them like Attack on Titan, where they come in and they try to assassinate these Transformers as one of them comes out because they're not as strong in the early game. And then you get the adaptation from there where all these box comps come out with the release of Yang and all these boxes. You see Temmie coming out where they're able to guard boxes and pick them up and having Matari to counter Vipers. So they kind of pick off these third parties. And like I was saying though, we got a couple Zais. This is what I'm excited for, is that we have GE running a Zai. We got Rude running a Zai. Well, Rude was kind of being rude at the bottom before, but INF was riding Zai last time. And woo, you know what we didn't see last time, Seb, though, is Valda.
Oh my goodness.
SE is running Valda Yodo Zai. Now that is quite the innovation that I'm seeing here. Now, obviously, the tried and true Transformers is coming out. Majority of the lobbies running Transformers. This first game, Transformers is being super strong. And we're seeing the return of Sandformers, which is Temmie instead of Karumi with the Yushan Monk. And that was a hard counter to Viper comps, where literally back in the first worlds, if a Viper saw that comp, they just literally turned and ran. They didn't even bother fighting because it is impossible to win the alt rotation versus that composition. We're seeing two of them. Wolf U's running that and RV's running that. Now 521, that's renamed TM from what I've heard. Akame Yin Pampy. Pampy was going crazy last time. Akame, I remember him from even when I saw him a year ago. He's always been one of the OG and strongest players in the region.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see more of what they do.
Pampy is one of the strongest monks out there. The amount of double grabs that I've seen Pampy get in the J Cup, in the MBWC, in the old ASC last year, absolutely insane. So it's nice that we're going to be seeing the classical monk comps coming out as well, with a little bit of variation being played in some of these as well. Taking a look at our spawn points, we're getting a couple of teams spawning down closer to that southeast side of the map by Shadow Jade Mine. We're seeing a couple of players in the gold zones surrounding and actually landing at Celestra, and this looks like it's going to be our only two hot drop points here, with a couple of teams going for some extra areas, just trying to hold on the other side, not wanting to engage too quickly. But look at this pandemonium already starting off here as we're going to kick things off, falling into Wolf U here. Choice, we're going to be following Hong as we're going to flip already over, as there's already been a kill onto the board, as Team BSC is going to pick up the first kill of the game. As we're going to flip over now to Roy He lets off the 1.0 here. It looks like he's going to be able to jump over that longsword slash scale rush up onto the building here, and it looks like we're going to see them trying to join in on to this fight with the teammates. It looks like one player has already gone down from RD, and VNGC is coming on top with the kill. It looks like the teammate from RD is going to end up moving out and not trying to engage in this 2v1, as the rest of their team is going to be falling back from this fight. So we're flipping over Wolf's Choice here. Wolf U Choice trying to make a play onto VNGC. Simpson is going to get a huge parry off, as we're going to see Choice make a play over top, and it looks like he's running Parry Bell, which is an unexpected play from him here. Tries to go for the parry, the overhold here quickly, as we're going to see Bin is going to take out Choices here, almost sending him down. Roy He here sending off some shots with the dagger, just going for some charge uppercuts, trying to get that parry off on a Hong. Hong is going to be able to get that longsword slash off, and Roy He is going to go down here, and it looks like it's coming back for Wolf U, as Choice is going to go down, and they are still on the back foot, as VNGC's champion is going to come in, as it looks like there might be a third party as well. Wolf U's Hong, the only player left remaining on the team, as we're going to see Rude coming in for a third party as well. Ultimate is going to get popped here, and they're just going to revive Roy He as fast as possible, get back into this fight here before this third party completely takes them out.
That Karumi immediately putting the monk into the sauce, the uppercut with the staff. You're actually able to get multiple jumping LMBs as long as, depending on what your ping is. And I've heard from Frostivus, who is on my team and was the winner of the Southeast Asia region for Stolos. A lot of the ping difference here, there's a couple people with higher ping, so it was hilarious. After you called, he used the parry button, I'm like, oh, no gold F, he's going for a ride. Now we have VNGC Simpson probing around. This was pretty hot for a off spawn high yield up in just north of Celestia. We've already trying to scope it out in that with this new composition. Matari Yushan Zai. Kind of sus. It kind of doubles down as a super counter to Viper. You have two big counters to Viper, unless you're running like a V1 Yushan where you're trying to get bursts off the combo. But it looks like VNGC is going to win this whole area, and they're going to get a ton of loot. You're seeing that Yushan scale up to purple armor, but this is something that most people don't realize. In trios, he uses, even though he got that purple dual blades, he's still using longsword because longsword is best. Now we see Pampy. Let's see if his monk is going to be warmed up here. He already got a grab, and it looks like they have the new counter bounty. And very interesting mechanic. I almost forgot about this mechanic in the game, where now they're bountying against the whole map, and an off spawn as Transformers. It's kind of risky because a lot of these Viper teams can grab a Moonbane and try to nuke you and take you down. Now, moving over to ASC versus BBE slows. Fat Milk also a solos player, and the Yoda ult's going to be coming down. Yushan is going to lead with ult here, and it looks like already one of AS players are already taken down. Yodo trying to peel for his team. I think this is a new Viper skin, but we have already third party lurking in the background. PX coming in with FA lurking in the background. BB is forced to ult, slows Monk. Gonna slow everything down. Standing on the branch here, just looking to pick up King Fong, but he looks like he's gonna get a full disengage. And BB does not have any more ults here. They have to be really careful not to get jumped here, but it looks like FA is just scouting and sees the monk de-transform, and now he's going to commit to a Mine's coming in, going to jump on the monk, but Kurumi with a great peel. Aya is coming in with the F3. Parry Bell does come out, but the F3 does stop all the incoming damage, and Moonbane's going to come down. FA with a ton of momentum here, but BB slows with the big parry, taking down Mines. Oh my goodness, just turning around, fully ambushed and able to reverse the momentum. Now they're going to get a great disengage here, but FA Loves needs to chill out. His whole team is dead, even though it's their Moonbane. And BBE, what? Moonbane turning it around just absolutely decimates the third party.
Oh my goodness. Way to flip the fight around to the other side, as BBE is going to come out on top. Already with 8 kills up on the board, as we're going to flip over as another huge fight is going to be breaking out here. We're going to say 2 monks ult going already as one grab happens. Another grabs are going off. We're going to see the double grab come out from Edward from Team 28 here. We're seeing this single grab from RV. The Temi ult as well, slowing down Team 28 here. So we're going to see the Temi ult go away. Edward taking a lot of damage here. Not going for the grabs, just focusing on the other monk here, as they both have that purple scale on their ultimate, but PMUG just dealing so much damage onto the monk as well, trying to get hits off with the pole sword, is unable to, and it looks like Timax out of the ult now is gonna get hit with that pole sword. For first, tries to go for the parry, is gonna fall victim to the overhold and the parry bait here, as Timax needs to get out of here fast. His teammates are down, and his other teammate is nowhere to be seen in this fight here as well. It looks like they are just going to keep holding. They do not want to take too committed into this fight. They do know other players are around. It looks like we are going to see one of their players go down, as Hypnos is going to go down to Hoysroyd here, as we're seeing Mines in his ultimate as well, getting doused with range shots from Team GE, taking a decent amount of damage. Not too much though, as they're not connecting with most of their shots, but it looks like he's just using the ultimate to put some space between him and Team GE right now, as FA's Mines is going to start retreating with the rest of his team.
Oh, we're seeing VNGC Roy Hee World's Roy Hee 3v1 god himself coming in hot. Has the F3, gonna take the monk 4-round Mines. Able to push this no ultimate zone, but Roy Hee's gonna keep up the pressure with GE coming in with the flank. Just so many teams mosh pitting in. Cavalry Bloom coming in from GE. This Viper team looking for the assassination. They have Kurumi against the ropes. She's not able to cast her ult. None of these players on BNG is be able to cast ult. They're going to try to get on the edge and be able to stabilize here, forcing out the Kurumi ult for BNGC. They are on the outside of the zone, so they are safe. Already going to start building up that ult, looking to salvage this situation and pick off anyone that's weak. But BBE sees Roy Hee on the outside cannoning, and he goes for a ride, but that F3 from the Kurumi saves him from the 100 to 0. Roy Hee now into monk form, returning the favor, grabbing the U-shot. Will VNBC be able to fry him down? But the F3 again on Kurumi, able to deny all that damage. 90% damage reduction over 4 seconds. Able to peel a great defense from BBE. BBE now, oh my goodness, right as he comes out of ult, getting slammed and taken out. Now VNGC is trying to escape here with FA coming with a third party, forcing BB to Munkle. Slows now. His teammate causing a ton of pressure here, looking for the grab. Staggers are going down, and FA just getting melted by the neutral from their Yueshan and Kurumi. Snacks and Falcon doing so much work. Kurumi does get forced out, and Slows easily picks off one of FA's members, and FA's looking to stabilize here. Kurumi does have a lot of room to res here. Unlike all the other healers, Kurumi is the foundation of this team, because if she has any type of terrain, she's able to run in a circle with that tether and able to get a res. But Snack now getting Monk grab, the momentum shifting back and forth, but his gaming finger, he's able to mash out so fast, and now Snack's out of here. See you later. And it just resets back to neutral. FA loves down in ult advantage. They're pretty much equal as far as gear, but FA Mines gets one grab, not two grabs, no Kurumi ult to save him, and he doesn't have much health coming out. FA loves it. Very, very scuffed here. BB still has his Kurumi ult. It's looking really, really grim for FA, and sure enough, one of them goes down. AA is going to try to solve the situation and play for a res, but GE lurking on the outside. It looks like they're coming back from a res, though, because they all have gray armor, and it doesn't look like they want to engage here. Unsure of where their ults are.
As we're flipping over back to Team BBE here, great use of just holding that. They were able to pick up a couple of kills, not able to wipe the team out completely, but able to hold through both of those third parties. So we're going to see GE is going to come in and try and loot these bodies up and pick up as much resources as they can. As you can see, Tian Doan here with only 4 pots, and they are gray pots as they only have Vitalia 1 and light armor powder here. As we're going to see Bamboo Esports taking a look at the scoreboard, they already have 12 kills up on the board. Team 28 as well with 9 kills, VNGC with 7, and 521 with 6 kills up on the board. They're putting in a lot of numbers right now, as we're actually going to see Akame is taking out Roy Hihi in the kill feed right now, as we're seeing Essie's Nay just looting up a little bit on the outside here. We are seeing they have the Vermilion's Bird buff, which means they did win the Realm of Yang, and they are going to have a couple of teams with that Yang depletion. It's going to be a little bit difficult. They're going to need to pick up a couple of kills, or 3 kills exactly, and pick up those Soul Bloom Essence from those kills to be able to continue in this game. Otherwise, they will be completely eliminated, and we'll have to wait till the next game to put any more points up onto the board. BBE Slow sending in some pistol shots off onto Team GE. They are holding pretty far away. They don't want to completely engage into this fight too quickly, so they are going to just play a little bit of a range battle up at first, take a bit of Pot's heal before they re-engage. It doesn't look like they want to take this fight to melee quite yet. They might want to hold off before they get, because they do only have 1 ultimate available right now. As we're going to flip over here, as the Realm of Yang team is going to go down here, as Wolf Yu is going to completely wipe out Team SE here. They're going to pick up those Soul Blooms and get right back into it. It looks like another team coming through on the third party as well, as INF trying to enter into this fight. As Wolf Yu able to shark down a lot of damage. We're going to see the first Zai ult come out this game as the Draco Storm, dealing a whole lot of damage as well. INF is not in the greatest of positions here, because we're going to see their Monk and the Yushan from Team Wolf Yu just absolutely blitzing the health off of the Yushan of Team INF. INF's Tam Tam here is going to go down, trying to get some grabs. Wolf Yu choice trying to see if he's able to get grabs onto the other INF players, but INF's Monk is going to be able to just hide into the building here, as we're going to see the tether come out, give a little bit of health back to his choice here. We're going to see him get 1 grab. He's going to just go for the single slam here, try and see if he can get the grab, but all these ultimates going off so fast. Wolf Yu's choice is going to go down as SF's Nay here with the Yodo ult. Perfect timing here, able to just deal so much damage, completely scatter the crowd, as the Temi ult coming out as well to try and help. As we're going to see Lob 1 here taking a lot of damage, tries to go for the parry, is forced to pop the bell, but is going to just get hit by so much damage, and Tam Tam is going to go down. Rethan as well is taking out Tam Tam, as BB Snack is also going to come away with the kill. INF Goon, the last member of their team alive, they're just getting absolutely sharked down in this 3v1 situation, and there's almost nowhere they can run, and the pull sword is going to take INF Gone down.
SE with this weirdo comp, Zai, Valda, Yodo making it work. Now PX and BNGC are on the outside, getting business done with this house. Nag, last monk standing. It looks like they had Yang depletion. Only 41 seconds left. VNCC's just chopping his legs down. Monk's going down. Nowhere to go. Harry Bell, though. A little bit of a last-ditch effort. PX gets wiped out. But that fight in Celestia is super interesting because one of the teams actually had Dracostorm. INF running that Dracostorm. AS looks like they're cleaning up. Wolfyu High getting blown up in the zone. Traditional Yodo, Wu Chen, Viper. We saw a little bit of Zai Viper there earlier inside Celestia. I'm wondering if this team is going to continue having a lot of success. Now we have SC versus MR, Mr. Romantico. This team's name is my favorite inside the tournament. We got Mr. Smooth and Mr. Romantico on that Wu Chen Takeda Viper, cleaning up SC. Now zone's coming in. They're going to have to make a decision here. Do they keep committing here with the threat of the zone and possibly being held in? AS comes in looking for the third party, and they end up just getting Valda V3. It's SE with the weird comp. They're also running V3 Valda. Oh my goodness, F3 as well. Nag is taken down without being able to ult, and that team's gonna get wiped out. Nowhere to go, no defensive ults. Super all in, and AS, Ming, Kin, and Kaimo end up cleaning it up with that third party as they cannibalize up the body. The zone is ticking away. It's starting to hurt, and they see the teams lurking on the outside. They got MR to the right and looking to zone hold them as they rotate in. Mr. Smooth, Mr. Romantico on that Takeda Viper. Now they don't have any ults as Yang is gonna be dropped. Moving on to MVP versus RD. Another very interesting comp from RD, that Zai Yueshan. Looks like Zai's ult is going to be used with the F2 being popped. He's going to buy a ton of time here to disengage. Looks like she's going to use that FT2 to back up. Matari ult is popped, but MVP with their Yueshan coming in like a wrecking ball, destroying one of them, hunting for the next two. It's just a cleanup. It's RD's running for the hills, unable to get any momentum going. Their Yueshan does manage to pop ult, but at what cost? MVP still has their Monk ult. They're still staggering their second transformer. Monk ult goes down, no pressure. MVP is still chilling. Kurumi has her armor shredded, but she's able to retreat to the rocks. RD still taking to the hills, hoping to play for res. Can Peachly hold down this Yueshan to pick up this critical kill? Yueshan goes back into the house. Interesting decision here with the Nani meter, able to back off for a second, but still just gets deleted, and MVP just fully wipes out Team RD.
Team RD going down there pretty fast, as we're seeing. It is going to be that last player that is going to go down, and they are going to be completely eliminated for this game, but they will have another chance to come back in these coming up games. We're going to see Bamboo Esports has actually lost 2 of their players right now. Fat Milk is going to go down as well. This is all 3 of their players that have gone down, but I'm pretty sure they might still have resurrections. I'm not exactly sure, but it looks like they haven't been completely eliminated from the game just yet. They may or may not have lost a Realm of Yang here really quickly. We might see a replay of this later on, but VNGC as well, still strong in the game. Look at the loot. They're looking pretty stacked as well. Flipping over now to Team 521, Akame, Pampy, and Yim. Some good looking loot as well, as they're going to run over. They are going to have a weapon advantage against this fight here against Team RV. It looks like they are going to engage range as quick as possible here, just to deal as much damage as they can before entering into the fight with their melee weapons going off. Sending some musket shots off. It doesn't look like they're dealing too much damage. We are seeing that burst arrow come out and getting dodge banned from that burst arrow and the target lock. We're seeing Pampy is going to end up monking up, as both of these monks are going to go up quickly here. Time Max just running away, just trying to hold space, as we're going to see Slows is going to get grabbed out of nowhere. The third party coming through, and Slows now is going to take a lot of damage. He is going to get the re-grab on Slows here, and Bamboo Esports getting caught in a very weird place right now. They're just going to get blue focused, and the third grab onto Slows. Oh my goodness, Pampy, an absolute demon right now, is going to take out Bamboo Esports' Slows. grabbing him 3 times in a row, and just Spoke is punished for it. Got caught out, got caught slipping, and TM Pampy was there to answer the call. Oh, sorry, not TM. 521's Pampy was able to come and answer the call. That's what we love to see, ladies and gentlemen. That is why he's the best monk in the ASC.
Big mistake from BBE. They do have Yang's depletion, so they're trying to force the third party here, seeing if they can get something going. But their monk, and out of all the players in your team, your monk should be the least likely to get monk grab, because they can see how other monks are prepping and anticipate all of their monk grabs. But really, really big misstep from BB, who's having a crazy game, already up to 15 kills before any type of end game. Now, where you're going to get the most amount of kills generally is when you have a monk, is in that last circle where everyone's clumping up. But it doesn't look anyone slowing down at all. We're at 11 minutes in and half the lobby is already dead. We're already down to 26 players. BBE getting surrounded now by MVP as well, taking a ton of range damage. They're trying to hold on, but with the clock ticking, they're down to 1:46, and it looks like RV is not going to let them relax at all. They're going to take the issue to them. They see that there's only 2 players on, but RV now taking the fire from all the teams looking in. RV, a little bit of overextension here. They're going to try to pick up these 2 kills, but at what cost? RV Toby's already down to 1 to be forced to pop their UH on. Zone's coming in. 2 teams on the outside waiting, and the strongest team on the server, 521, is waiting on the outside. This is not ideal for BBE. The Temiel does come down. RV is looking to get out of this sticky situation, but they're going into the arms of 521, waiting on the edge of zone, waiting to catch these teams super weakened from the zone. Fat Milk looking for a Soul Bloom here. He's able to get it. He may be able to survive here to play placement. Every single place does matter. You get a big multiplier, and 5 points for first, 3 points for second and third, 2 points for fourth and fifth. RV now fighting BBE. Going to be the last ditch effort. Toby does get blown up by that Phoenix Blast, and BBE, Fat Milk, making the best out of this bad situation.
It's okay. He had that Yang depletion, so he wasn't going to be able to. He did get the Soul Blooms, but the rest of his team had already gone down, so he was just trying to pick up as many kills as he can as one last hurrah, putting them up at 18 total kills. They're still a contender for that top 5 place right now, with only a few teams remaining that are still alive here, and most of them with less than 10 kills. This is still going to have them as a huge contender for that top 5 placement after this first game's going off here. So we're going to see another fight in the zone. It looks like SE is also going to go down here. Team MVP's Monk is going to go down. Peach Lee trying to run away as well. We are going to see Pampy pick up the kill there on to Team MVP's Monk, and Shi Yun is going to go down. Peach Lee, the only player remaining, and this is going to be a walk in the park for 521. As 28's Edward as well, the last player remaining on their team, is going to end up getting caught out, as well as Pampy able to come away with the kill here. Weakness very high, so he does need to get out of the zone fast. This is going to be a little bit of trouble for him. He's able to get out pretty quickly here, as they know 521 coming away with a lot of kills here. And it looks like, look at how close Edward is to getting caught out here. They have no clue that he's there. They're just hanging out, right? Oh my goodness, there's no way they're not catching him. No, my goodness. Yin, look inside the bush, homie. No, oh my goodness, we're flipping over here. We're gonna see VNGC already in another huge fight. We're going to see the Viper ult come out, but VNGC's Roy Hehe doing a really good job at timing. So we're going to see the TP come out, so it looks like they're going to be able to get away with the Wu Chen teleport here, avoiding Roy Hehe's grabs, as we're seeing that Viper stun almost enough to get the team. Great timing from Roy Hehe to be able to monk up, not get caught in that stun. And we're going to see Team MR over here, not just going to play a little bit of range. Roy Hehe is going to monk, D-Monk here, get his full shield, and it looks like Team MR might come and try and re-engage on a VNGC here.
With all the Monk ults, or all the Transformer ultimates used up, this is exactly what this Wu Chen Takeda Viper team wants to do. They want to come in, burn one ult, trade a Transformer ult, ideally Yushan, and then burn the Monk ult and Wu Chen poured out, and hopefully keep one of their offensive ults. Unfortunately for them, they weren't able to cause enough pressure to have the ultimates. Now, the problem with this strategy is in this endgame situation, the zone is so small, and if a team sees you fade back after a Wuchen point, they're gonna come in. And this right here, Wolfew's compositions, Temmie, Yushan, Monk, is a direct counter to any type of Viper comp. This composition just completely shreds Viper. Every single ult can be used to counter Viper ult, and every single ult can be used to counter Yodo ult. So what you end up getting is that third ultimate, since it's an offensive character, just comes in after the Wuchen ports and completely decimates the team. There's just no chance of fighting back. Now, replaying in Yang, we're seeing 5-2-1 versus BBE, the first match of the Titans. BBE having a great first game. I feel like BBE had to have won this game because they didn't have Yang deplete. No, they did have Yang, but they did lose this situation. Akame doing a ton of damage, peeling perfectly with these slams coming in. Now Snacks, BBE's Kurumi does get taken down, the lifeblood of the team, unable to stay alive. And once she is taken down, none of these F3s coming out with that 90% damage reduction. And it looks like 5-2-1 easily cleans up
the
BBE
Phoenix
there.
Blast from 5-2-1's Akame, playing such a huge role and just dealing so much extra damage into these other players, and it throws people's timing off. It's such a crazy Jade that just allows you to do so much more. As we're gonna see a crazy musket shot from 5-2-1's Akame here. It looks like all of these players are taking so much damage. We're gonna see forcing the Kurumi from VNGC to ult here. So we're gonna see the Phoenix Blast coming out again, trying to go for the parry bait. We are seeing them get that off here, and it looks like he's just able to overhold on to Ibin here, and VNGC's Ibin is going to go down. Team MR is now trying to come in for the third party onto 5-2-1. It looks like 2 players from VNGC are down, so we are seeing Rohihi is still going to be alive here, but Romantico is scale rushing up top here. He has that purple pole sword, so he's just trying to hold space here, get back up onto the high ground, but 5-2-1 is going to be covering that area pretty well here as Team Wolfew down at the bottom, holding this space, as well as VNGC's Rohihi just hiding in the storm, doesn't want to take any fights here. As there are 10 players alive, so 3 full teams, Team MR, Team Wolfew, and Team 5-2-1, which now there's 9 players, and only those 3 full teams remain here, as Rohihi is going to take himself out in the zone, so none of these teams will get their points. It's Mr. Romantico able to get a small amount of reset off here. Team MR, looking very strong right now, but they don't have that many kills on the board. They have 4 compared to Team BBE that has 18, 5-2-1 that has 16 kills, Wolfew with 10. They're going to need to pick up at least 6 kills here to get up to even where Wolfew is at this point. So it's going to be very difficult for them to come back and win the first game as far as scoring goes, but they still will be getting a lot of placement points, and the multiplier will help them a lot as they progress through these next couple of games.
Yeah, MR just has to chill here, wants the 2 Monk teams to commit their ults, and the second that these 2 Monk teams commit theirs, Wolfew Monk goes down. Pampy in Monk ult, looking for a double grab. Actually, wisely looks back at Team MR. Doesn't even bother trying to go with the loop onto Wolfew. They know that Viper team's going to come in very strong afterwards. Now, Wolfew double transformer ult in a really, really tough position coming down. Pampy still looking for the double grab, getting ranged from MR on the outside. 5-2-1 though, looking still very, very composed. Haven't burned that UH on, so even if Pampy does come out, they're gonna have a ton of defense still left on the table. Wolfew though, trying to cause some pressure. Whoever MR decides to go on here is probably gonna die. Does MR jump in? They're going for 5-2-1. Viper Oats looking for that silence, looking for it. Doesn't even bother popping a stun. Takeda just pops his own, and LMB R&B tried and true with that Pulsar. Romantico doing a ton of damage, but Viper with Pole Sword, very, very strange. Normally you have a fast weapon on Viper, but Viper coming in with the Pole Sword, super interesting. And with MR now trying to clean up the lobby here, they do get a silence on to the Monk, and now Romantico popping that V1. Nowhere to go. Monk is going to be taken down. Yushan not able to peel because his ult is down, and both Monk teams maimed with their third going down. Yin not able to get res here. Pampy getting burned alive. Mr. Smooth building up his ult, already up to 71%, 85%. Takeda ult about to go down, and once Takeda pops ult, it's GG's. Takeda's ult being one of the strongest in the game, but it doesn't even look like he needs to. He just empties out his flamethrower. Only 2 alive. MR looking to clean out this game. Monk ult does go down. He does. Pampy has an opportunity here to look for a double grab here, but the Wu Chen walls coming down, blocking all the grabs. Wolfyu trying to outlast, get that second and third. But Mr. Smooth does spot him. Realizes the Monk is trying to go for the grab. Does get grabbed here. Will Pampy get a double grab here? Wolfyu trying to outlast Pampy, but Wolfyu does pick out MR. Now it's a 2v1v1 for the win. Wu Chen port does come down. They get ported into zone. Mr. Smooth looking to dodge the grab. Just runs in a straight line and he gets double grab. But Pampy detransform. He's half HP. Mr. Smooth, it comes down to a 1v1 for the first game. Who's going to take it? Half HP. Mr. Pampy, Mr. Smooth does get a reset, but he's going to get jumped on. But the assassin's left. 1, 2, Mr. Smooth, nowhere left to go. Wolfyu, Monk versus Temmie. Overall with the one charge parry. Dagger Sap goes down. Pampy against the ropes. One charge parry again, but Pampy crosses up. F crossing him up. Wolfyu still has his Temmie ult up, looking for the stun. Pampy holding his ground. A little bit of heal fake here, but F once again gonna come down. Whisk coming out. Thunderstrike coming down. It's all even right here. Next big hit is probably gonna win it. Parry into triple parry. Pampy with 5 parries in a row gets the katana snap and takes down Hong. Oh my god.
What did we just watch? I go, oh, Team MR needs to pick up a lot of kills if they want to be a contender. They need to get almost every single kill in the lobby to get them up to 10 kills. And then they almost go in and get every single kill. All of a sudden, they're like, okay, you know what, Mr. Smooth, I'm going to come in real smooth and hit you with that Flamebringer. I'm going to come in. And they were picking up so many kills at the end. It was absolutely amazing. And then the 1v1v1, absolutely insane. We almost saw basically just like a 0-ban fight going off there with the katana combos trying to happen. Then the Temmie ult coming out, the dagger, and then the parry into the riposte and the punish for the victory. Amazing plays.
This is what I was saying before, Seb. The last day, 5-2-1 really impressed me because of the way they play endgame there. They definitely made a little bit of misstep by overcommitting, but they're never taking the foot off the gas. And MR plays it perfectly. They maim the 2 teams last remaining. They take down the Monk. They take down Yueshan. So it's a 3v2v2. So now they just have to play it slow, play off their singular ultimates, just deny the res and play it out, and they just win. But instead, in their haste, they overcommit to MR and don't stay healthy. And one of Wolfyu's members takes down one of them. So it turns down to a 2v1v1. And then on the outside, Pampy takes on another one. Now it becomes this 1v1v1 with all resets. And the Takeda ends up getting taken down immediately, where MR just throws here. And right at the end there, Pampy with the quad parry, he goes for the parry into the frame 1 parry bell, into a tap dodge, into a parry, into a shift parry, and he finally lands it and lands the sap, and he clutches it. And you just don't expect your opponent to drop 5 parries on you.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you don't expect it, that's exactly why these pro players are doing it, because they want to keep you on the ball. They want to keep you on your toes. There's no way he's gonna parry this blue. He tried to parry the last 4. He should have learned his lesson now. And then the punish. He's like, you're not going to throw a blue on my watch. I'm making sure that you're not going to be able to get a shot off on me. And I'm going to completely decimate your health like Katana Sap, come through and win this game for my team. And even though they did come away in that last spot, they are going to be getting that first place victory today because they did pick up so many kills. So we are going to see hopefully them at number 1. Bamboo Esports is going to be at least top 3, but Team MR picking things up, getting themselves that 3rd place in the placement with 6 or 7 kills up on the board, coming from 4 kills all the way, picking up a couple at the very end. Something that I love to see because, you know, I'm always rooting for the underdog.
What's surprising to me is all the teams that were doing well before, same thing as this week. There's so many teams with 10 plus kills. Now, I didn't get to see that slow type of end game that I'd love to see. There's only 3 teams that made it, but what an exciting clutch with the 1v1v1 Now, it's surprising to me that how many kills these Monks teams are able to get. A lot of these Viper teams, I feel like, just didn't get some good timings, and these Transformers were able to fend them off and play these situations perfectly. It's all about the timing of the third party as far as being successful on it. And it looks like 521 with 18 kills and BBE with 18 kills, but the difference, it's all about that multiplier. Even though BBE had 18 kills, because they weren't able to clutch it out, they only get 1 ranking points versus 521's 5 ranking points plus the multiplier. The difference between 10 points in the overall score. Now VNGC also does super well with 14 kills and an overall game score of 20.2. That multiplier again coming in big. Wolfyu with 12, MVP with 10, 28 with 9, and MR with 7, SC with 7. That's just so many kills. And when you're a team going into these multiple 6 rounds, getting a ton of kills is going to feel really good. Everyone's firing on all cylinders. You feel like everyone's winning their neutrals. You're executing with your ultimates. You just aren't surviving because maybe of a third party. Now it really goes into your overall game plan and your overall macro strategy. You're seeing, this is what I was really impressed by 521. Look at their stats. Just 27k damage on Pampy, 19k damage on Akame, 15k on Yin. It's just they're just literally all the way pedal to the metal, flying through things. And what I saw from a lot of these great teams is they're Karumi coming in with a lot of clutch F3s. There was a situation where 521 literally got regrabs over and over. And now you were saying that Pambi was able to get these regrabs, but I saw the light attacks from his teammates to poke whoever he grabbed and got them regrabbed over and over and over with the slight terrain. It was really a great team effort, and you just see how polished this team is compared to the rest of the teams in this group.
Taking a look back at our highlights, we saw that original Bane that BBE was able to just blitz the entire hell from here. As we're going to see, this is when INF went down. This was a crazy play from Team SE, able to just shark down all 3 of their players, as we saw here as well in the realm of Yang, when BNGC was able to come away with a double grab and then the re-grab on to BSC, coming away with the W here in this game and getting up another grab with Fat Milk with his last stand in the storm. This is a play that I love to watch here. Fat Milk able to get a parry off, but still comes away with the kill, and Team RV trying to shark as well here, but Fat Milk was able to come away with the kill just from that Phoenix Blast here. Tries to get the heal off, but doesn't have enough health to get himself out of the circle here, as we're gonna see Mr. Smooth this spot here as well, when they took out 521's Yin and were just able to start sharking players down. Mr. Romantico was going down as well. Hong trying to make a play, able to get the kill onto Mr. Smooth, and then that 1v1 final at the end was the most beautiful ending parry there to watch. Bang out into the game, and our team MVP is going to be TM or 521's Pampy, as we're going to see Thunderstorm, Katana Sap, Rupture Gale Orb, and Flame Breath. So he's got a lot of Jades, Desperation, and Soul Release. He has a lot of Jades for the cannon, and you can tell, but the majority of his damage, 15,439, was done with the cannon. Katana damage was 10,835. He did have that gold katana, which was super good for him to have there, and very helpful, as we saw 3 MVPs with a total of 32,000 damage and 7 total kills with 8 assists. Amazing plays.
$32k damage, and with that cannon damage coming in, even though it wasn't a very stacked end game, what we're seeing right now in the trios meta is everyone is using cannons. Even in solos, everyone's using cannons, and you're seeing a ton of one of the best changes I ever saw NARAKA implement was with the Jade system. A lot of them had abilities but not good stats, and the stats had no abilities. With the change that a lot of the ability Jades now has stats, you're seeing a lot more interesting combinations, and the meta being pushed further and further, where a ton of the really good Cannon Jades have a ton of range resistance. So naturally, monks are going to be using that because when they go into monk form, having that range resistance is going to be big for resisting the eventual lobby fry from them. And he's able to pick up so much cannon damage with those health Jades, with those critical Cannon Jades. And the reason why you want to have Cannon Jades is if you're the team with the better range, you're not the team that's forced to fight, and you could force other teams to fight. In an endgame, the team that's first to ult is first to lose. Having that AoE Flame Breath puts burn on all of your opponents, and one of the biggest things that you have as an advantage as a transformer is your giant health pool. But what your giant health pool gets melted by is any type of dot or damage over time that does a percentage-based damage to you. So going in the zone, getting Flame Breath and putting a burn on you, getting Venom Tip put on you as a poison, all these things are going to chunk a big portion of your health. And most people right now in endgame, at least in very competitive lobbies, go health Jades right now. So this is one of the first counters to the strategy that a lot of these teams are using.
And using those health Jades, just trying to give them more health, being able to counter it with damage over time, and being able to just make it so, okay, you're potting, but you're still losing health, and you're trying to heal yourself, but you're still taking damage while I'm also sending more cannon shots off on you, and you're taking burn tick, you're taking storm tick, you're taking all of this different damage tick, and it's just going to stress out the other teams as well, completely taking their health bars to 0, making it so that they cannot defend and continue into the games here. That was game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be having game number 2 coming very shortly. You know how we roll now. We don't have many breaks in between these games. You just get to listen to us talk, and then we're going to be jumping right back into it pretty shortly. So, Raven, after game number 1, so we saw sort of how the meta was rolling in the ASC with trios. We saw which teams were performing, which teams weren't. What exactly do you think we're going to be seeing? Or what do you have some more predictions for these next couple of games? What do you think you're going to be seeing? And what would you like to see some more?
On Holoroth, I always say that Holoroth as a map, even though it feels very open, you actually don't have many places to hide. On Morris, it's a lot older map. There's a lot more terrain to hide on, so you end up seeing a lot more stacked endgames. But on Holoroth, there's nowhere really to run. There's also a lot more Fireflies once you get to know each of them, and there's Firefly cages. Firefly cages are these little statues where anyone can go to it and use it and slowly rebuild their ult, and it happens to be there even on daytime. So you see a lot of very strong offensive burst compositions going down on this map, and you're seeing a rise of a lot of Vipers. In First Worlds, Vipers were going around just jumping on teams over and over, and that's where you started seeing Temi, Yusha, and Monk being played to stop this strategy. Now, I'm unsure if Holorath is going to be nighttime. I want to say the first one was nighttime. That first map was dusk, but the difference between dusk and nighttime means there's a lot more Fireflies on the map, which gives ultimate. Now, the reason why Fireflies are so important is that off spawn you can grab Fireflies and immediately have ult, and that first team who may be looting near you will not have ultimate. So even though only 1 or 2 of your teammates may have ultimate, as long as you have some type of really fast burst ultimate like Zai's, like Yodo's, like Takeda's, you have a huge advantage on the other team, and it's pretty much unwinnable for them. So you're seeing on, I'm hoping to see on Holoroth some interesting compositions. I was happy to see that one team ran Zai, Valda, Yodo. They had a little bit of success with it. I didn't really see what it actually counters. They did win one of the first Yangs, but I'm not sure who they fought against. And we're going to see what these hero picks are going to be. And it looks like a ton of traditional Transformers coming out and a couple Vipers. We got Viper Aklos, Viper Yodo, Viper Zai. Interesting team comp from 28. And this is what I really wanted to see today. Interesting team compositions with 28 running Zipping Zai Yueshan, Wolf Yu running Akros Zai Yueshan. I've actually run into that composition before, and it feels like a pure mashing comp where they're able to just have their way with you, pressing buttons and just running around. Each of their characters are extremely oppressive, and unless you have a monk, you can't really CC them. But I'm seeing those traditional transformers come out from BBE. What's 521 and 521 running a traditional? It's still, from what I'm seeing, the stronger teams are still running that monk composition. Now, what's interesting though is in NBPL, the strongest comp was actually Takeda Temi zipping in NBPL finals, and it's looked at as the brain dead comp because it's so easy, it's so powerful, and just all three characters completely stop bursts, so you can't really jump on them, catch them off guard. They're always able to get their game plan going. But I think with the rise of Zai, that composition is going to have a lot harder time, and it is as I expected. We got a nighttime Hallroth. I expect a ton of fighting going down off spawn here now. Is that?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how quickly these fights are going to start to erupt, as we're seeing a lot of teams that pretty spread out. We are seeing the gold zone down at that southwest corner of the map being completely vacant, but we're going to flip over to 5-2-1. As is tradition, the winner of the last games are going to be the first teams that we're going to be flipping over to is VNGC. Roy Hehe running F1, popping it early so no one really knows he has it here, is going to try and get some damage in here. Gets a huge parry off on a Fat Milk. We're going to see Fat Milk taking a decent amount of damage here, dealing so much. Roy Hehe is going to get another huge parry onto Slows. Slows is going to be able to bell off most of that damage as Roy Hehe is able to get another blue off onto Slows. Slows taking a lot of damage. He's going to get shot into the air here, and that's going to be Ibin and Slows going down here, but it's now a 2v1. Roy Hehe is going to end up going down as BBE. Able to come on top in the fight. They were able to pick up 1 kill, but Team Bamboo Esports coming through and picking up the more amount of kills, giving them the advantage in that 2v1 situation. We're going to flip over to Wolfuse Hong up on top of the building by the city of Tang here. This is an interesting section to fight because we always see lots of fights coming through here in competitive. There is that resurrection there. Not that many players in this game are going to salty revive right in the middle for everybody else to come back, as we're going to flip back over now as 5-2-1 is going to be running up onto Team BBE. They do have their ultimates, and Pampy is just going to go for it straight away here. First monk call we're going to see of the game. Looks like he's going to try and go for the grab onto Fat Milk here. Misses Slows as well. You're going to see Fat Milk has hopped into his ultimate now too, and now it's just a game of trying to keep space between these other players, because it looks like the other 2 players from BBE are just falling back as they're letting Fat Milk just hold the space between this team. Pampy just kind of holding around, making it so that Fat Milk isn't able to take any more damage from his teammates. As Akame, all with gray armor, so we're going to see again, as they did last game, we're going to see that Bane's Breath pushing Team 5-2-1 out this time, and it looks like Slows is going to chase up onto Pampy here, as we are going to see Slows trying to make something happen, but he is going to ultimate right away, as we're going to see Akame. So it's the reverse this time of the Yushan Monk ultimates, as we're going to see from a distance. Slows taking a lot of damage. Snack is going to get countered by Pampy, but Pampy is forced to dash away. Doesn't want to go into that animation and get caught out by Slows here. It's Pampy getting dangerously low. Akame almost getting grabbed here in that Yushan ult, taking a lot of damage as they're going to hop back into that Bane for a second here. We have seen one of their players go down. Fat Milk is low, has gone down. They are going to be able to get him up here, and Snack now popping that Kurumi ultimate, able to have them heal up completely. And Pampy also going for that reset as well. They're going to send some range shots off as well, as they're hiding in their Banes. They are going to be pretty well protected from these players. They do only have that Kurumi V1, so running the Transformers comp, you do want to run that V1 for the health instead of the armor, so that you're able to have your monk, while he's in ultimate, be able to benefit from that Kurumi ultimate.
Yeah, so BB was able to get that Moonbane off the first 2 minutes of starting point, and that's one of the great strategies of landing off spawn besides grabbing fireflies, is you can rush doing quests, rush grabbing money, rush grabbing boxes, and I've seen as quick as 20-second Moonbanes off spawn. A lot of the times in these very, very competitive lobbies, having that Moonbane allows you to engage correctly, and you're seeing 5v1's great team play right there, able to weather the storm even after getting Moonbane. Now we're seeing Wolfyu versus BSC, and BSC Pado just gets blown up by that Phoenix Blast. That echoes Zai coming in. Zai's ult popped out, putting in a ton of work against Mr. Romantico, but we have that zipping Zai Yushan. this weird comp coming in, Mr. Yoso. There's just so much durability that comes with this composition. Wolfyu cannot get away. They're getting juggled over and over, and this Akko's forced to pop off ult. He's going to try to prance away to create an opportunity here, but at what cost? The V1 does come out. They will be able to get Mr. Smooth almost, but the V2 from the Zippings coming in to deny the burst. Now we're seeing MVP coming in though with the third party. Viper, Yoda, Wuchen, and Viper almost gets 100-0. Only at 1 AP, trying to grapple out, get onto the castle, get some space. Multiple teams here. Mr. Romantico at 1 AP. Mr. Smooth goes down. Now MR trying to back off, stabilize, but Yoso doesn't really care. He's looking for that kill. He saw BK get really low, doesn't realize where he went, but MVP is looking to steal all of these kills on Viper. Ult's gonna be coming down, but Shinyun in the doorway going at it, sliding out with the katana. MVP with the great timing with that third party, able to clean up those kills. Easy kills picking over them. Now we're going to switch over to RD versus AS. RD already taking out AS Ming. RD gets traded out, 2v2 situation. Moonbane is down though. Yodo getting counter grappled. Great peel by the Yueshan, able to get a little bit of space here, but Quinn looking to close this out, clean up these kills, gets a great flank with the longsword, proccing that stone form, unable to parry, eating 2 big stone forms from RD, as Claire able to turn this round, turning the 2v1 into a 1v1, but AS is going to look to pop and res his team immediately, trying to CC RD. Claire jumping LBs to hold in place, forcing a Yushan ult. Yodo forced to retreat back into the Moonbane. AS actually going to just pour it up here, and RD and Claire able to fight the 2v1 perfectly, looking around for where they poured it out, unable to res his teammates. It looks like Claire's just going to back off here, play for res, but what a great play from RD.
RD's Leclerc able to come in and pick up another kill. If they would have had that revive in the Yodo ult, he would have been able to come away with that kill. And it looked like he was getting very close to it there. So we're going to see Slows here with a huge grab onto Ivan here. They're going to use that Yushan ult to be able to get a grab, but the trigger finger able to have it so that he's able to get out of that grab. Slows here now trying to fight up against Roy Hee. Roy Hee perfectly tap dodging all of these hits here. And it looks like he is going to be able to take Slows out. And this is the rivalry that we're loving to see here. BBE versus BNGC. This is a fight for the ages that we love to see, as we're going to see Tien Doan here able to get a huge parry with the silence. The riposte is going to get knocked away by his teammate here. A little bit of miscommunication, but BBE's Fat Milk is going to go down. And that's going to be it for Bamboo Esports in this game. They are only picking up 3 kills this game. A huge detriment to their kill score from last game. They aren't going to be picking up as many, as GE getting super into it. Misses the stun here, as we're going to see him trying and going off with that jabbing there. Not able to get the hit onto Roy Hee, as they were attempting to, but we are going to see the ultimate come out really fast here, as they're just focusing the Takeda. Roy Hee taking so much damage here. We're going to see the ults come in trying to help him, but we're going to see that, oh my goodness, GE able to run it back, as we're going to see BNGC's Roy Hee here. They tried to get out of the way with that teleport here from the Wuchen, but the ultimate here from Ziping Ying absolutely saving their life, as well, coupled with the ultimate from the Takeda here. Roy Hee able to use that Takeda ult to retake control of the fight here. So we're going to see the Neja's Might from the Dragon's Rush off the spear of Roy Hee, able to absolutely just decimate the health here, as Roy Hee picking up another kill onto Toby from Team RV, as RV tried to come in for the third party, but BNGC is just too ready for all of these kills, and it looks like he's so close to dying, and the one jumping LMB is going to be it for that team, as we're flipping over to the Realm of Yang.
We got PX versus 28. 28 with the zipping Yueshan Zai composition. Looks like Yushan ult is going to be popped. Zai ult is going to get popped, but this Yueshan minimizing Guitar's pressure here. But he finally comes in with the flank onto the crew, getting that charge focus attack. Now all of Zai's attack turning into gold focus, able to get these big chunky hits, but PX Mox is gonna come down, and everyone from 28. It's going to space out, trying not to get grabbed. Nag looking for the a grab here. His teammates trying to get some crowd control. Hypnos does have Yushan juggle a little bit, but Guitar Mug hiding behind the pole. Hypnos does get grabbed here, and he's going to get shredded by the crossbow. Zipping V2 trying to keep him alive. Sedate Soul is popped. That Mortal Defiance keeping Hypnos alive, but how long he does, or Hypnos doesn't get taken down. Now Quifong does get taken down as well. 2v2 situation, 2v1 situation. Momentum shifting back, and now PX getting juggled against the wall, and this zipping Yueshan Zai composition actually beating traditional Transformers. You love to see newcomers doing work. 28 with the great win in the Realm of Yang. This is what I came here to see, Seb. These compositions, these innovative strategies, and now they're going to have that Phoenix buff, and they're going to be able to come out here, look for another kill, see if they can get a little bit extra credit. Guitar does have the epic skin, and he does have the staff as well. I'm jealous, my man. I usually only go for one, and unfortunately, I did get that legendary skin. I wish I got the staff though, Seb.
Oh my goodness, me too. I spend on crates, and we love it. It's part of the game, and like you can't not open 100 treasures every single season. Like it's just so worth it. Buying
minimum 100 treasures every season.
Yeah, minimum 100 treasures. That's the bare that you can buy, because you get a bunch of free ones as well. So you got to buy a whole bunch of treasures. And the cosmetics in this game is something that's talked about a decent amount, but it is they have done such a good job here. So we're gonna flip back into the action here, ladies and gentlemen. Team 28 getting grabbed here as Shaka. Shaka able to get a grab from Team BSC here. So we're going to see the huge ultimate coming out from 28 Guitar here. Guitar able to deal a lot of damage, but is going to end up getting grabbed here. So we're going to see the Kurumi ult coming out as well. Shaka just going to go for that single slam here, knocking the Yueshan back as well. So he's trying to go for the Z-Ping, just hanging around his feet. So we're going to see Shaka de-ulted here, as well as 28's Hypnos, trying to make something happen with that Yushan, but he's taking a lot of damage here. We're going to see they're all kind of spacing out into their own areas in the fights here. So we're going to see the bells getting popped as Guitar just chasing onto KKRA with the Zai ultimate here. And look at how powerful that meter dump is. Just absolutely blitzing BSC. And Pato is going to go down, and Shaka going down as well, ending their reign of terror. And they still have the buff, the Vermilion's Birdmite buff, able to keep them into the game if they were to go down into that fight. But they said, oh, you know what? I don't need it. As PX's Nige is going to be forced to pop that Monk ultimate here. He is getting very low. They do have that ultimate as well, helping him, as Eclair taking so much damage, just getting backed into a corner here. That looks like Eclair's just not able to move. I'm a little bit confused on what was going on there, as it looks like the rest of his team, it was just holding him down there, as PX does have a couple more players left. They are trying to pop that bell to see where the other players are. RD still close in the game. And ladies and gentlemen, if you do not have a copy of NARAKA BLADEPOINT yet, if you are new to the game, they're probably already gone by now, but there are some free Steam codes on the board right here. You got to be fast. They are first come first serve, so whoever's going to get them is going to be the ones who's going to walk away with 3 free copies of the game, or you'll get 1 copy of the game per code, but please just take 1. Be respectful. You don't need to take all of them. We gotta want to have more and more players in the community, and you don't need 3 alt accounts. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. So we're gonna take a look here. Flipping back over, Mr. Romantico as well, just hopping out of the zone. We're seeing a lot of zone fights in these games. Mr. Yoso is gonna go down to Team 28. They're able to pick up these Soul Blooms, and they're coming on top. Team 28 has been doing very well this game.
Team 28 has been doing really good. And so has Amar. That composition, the Yueshan zipping Zai, I think is the strongest composition that I see Zion. But you're seeing the tried and true still coming out on top with 5 traditional transfers now with VNGC coming out. Takedo all power, Temi coming out. Your Rory Hee with the Phoenix Blast, letting those beams go. Tons of damage going out. FA mines getting juggled, and just explosions going off. FA getting deleted. You're seeing the Soul Slash coming out from the zipping on VNGC. I've been doing a ton of damage, and this is just a tried and true composition. This composition got the most points in NUPL and you're seeing it again. I was wondering how it was going to perform today, and it looks like it's doing just fine. Oh my goodness, F1 Yodo coming out, but Viper does get taken down, and now MVP Shin-Yun against the ropes. Both of them don't even get the pop. Oh, a little bit of misplay from them, but their Wu-Chen does point them out. And are they going to get a res? Ooh, this is a little bit of a mistake from VNGC. They're just looking to stabilize after their first 2 kills, loot up, grab what they got. But their Takeda is about to have their ult online, and they're just noticing MVP didn't even bother to move away from them after healing. Really questionable situation here. AS going to run into VNGC, and they're going to open up with a big parry here. Roy Hee about to have his ult online, but he is in the no ultimate zone. AS Ming trying to create some space here, and oh my goodness, Roy Hee with the jump parry, able to catch the ending frame of Ming's LMB on his nunchucks, but Yodo ult is going to come out from AS. Quinn creating a ton of space, forcing VNGC to disengage, go backwards, but what a great space out from VNGC. They almost take no damage from that Yodo ult, denying all of its value. Now AS is looking to stabilize here, but Roy Hee sees them, sees the blood in the water. He has Takeda ult up. His team is fully stacked. They're looking to get in here. Temmie looking for the F1, seeing if they can get a free kill. The port's going to come down. Coming in big. Are they going to be able to hold Ming out? And Ming gets caught from the port. He's going to try to make this port. His teammates ported away. And now the V3 getting popped by Roy Hee. He's not letting him get away. His teammates does get parried, but the shove from the Takeda able to take him down, and Ming gets picked up. What a great play from GNGC, cleaning up that one of those kills.
I don't know if you guys noticed, ladies and gentlemen, but did you see how quickly Roy Hee's Takeda ult came back in that play? As it looks like they're going to go on a little bit of a rescue mission for Ming here. They have left their portal a little bit further back, but now they've got another team coming through. They do need to go fast as Ming's body is about to die. It looks like they're going to try and get him back here, and they weren't able to, so they're going to be forced to just back out here. They are still being sharked on hard by Team MVP as well. We're going to head back into the storm as we're seeing a crazy uppercut combo coming through from MVP's BK, able to keep him up in the air really long as VNGC's Roy Hee already at 50% back on his ult, even though he just used it like 2 seconds ago. You're going to see MVP's BK might get a huge stun off here. Oh my goodness, onto 2 players of the team, and they're not going to be able to use that ultimate here for both of them. But the Wu-Chen ult, oh my goodness, the Wu-Chen sort of a detriment to them there, taking them out of there as fast as possible. Peachly using the ultimate to teleport them out of a fight that looked winnable for them. I guess they did not have very much armor in that fight, and they did not want to risk losing, but they did end up scaring that team a decent amount here. So we're going to flip over 5-2-1 in their own world on this side. They do have 10 kills up on the board, and they still have the most total points, leading the lobby with 42.2. VNGC in second place with 37.7. And Team MVP in third with 23.9 right now. Up on to the board, we've got a couple teams down below. PX, FA, INF, and GE are in our last 4 spots on the map with less than 3.8 points up on the board for each of them here. As we're going to see SE's Rethan here trying to shark down Mr. Romantico. Mr. Romantico, pretty sure he's one of the only players left on his team standing here. He is going to be forced to pop that Yushan ult, and even though SE is a team that is on the lower part of the leaderboard, they are still very scary in a 3v1 situation. Mr. Romantico is going to be running for his life, but is going to end up running into MVP's team here, which they did just get Shiyun back, buying them back, and this is probably going to be the it for Team MR.
Mr. Romantico he's getting back to Casa, and these buildings does open up a lot of great hiding paths. Now, it's not really the best place to infinite, but Mr. Romantico breaks the angles as I says that, and he's going to get to Plume Castle where he for sure will be able to live. But unfortunate for him, MVP is playing some zone defense, not letting him in, but he wisely kites back into SC, and now SC forced to fight MVP. Like, wait a second, did you see that solo? Where'd he go? Did you kill him? No, you didn't kill him. Did you kill him? No, we didn't kill him. Where did he go? But can we just go get this kill? SC actually ran this composition once. They didn't even run it like I was a warm-up. They actually ran Valda V3 Yoda Zai twice. Now we're going to see INF popping up with this Zai former Zai Yueshan Monk. Monk's going to lead with the ult here. It looks like this is Pampy's team leading with their Yueshan. able to put a ton of pressure onto the enemy Yueshun, trying to force him to get the traded out double ult, and they do. Tam Tam is forced to pop ult, and they are at 1 minute and 20 seconds for this Yang depletion. They need to grab a kill or at least eat a soul boom, and 521 is playing this perfectly. Yin does get grabbed, but realizes the monk is right at the end of his transformation, not able to get the slam. 521 does have a huge ult advantage here. They still have monk ult. They're going to play it slow, scouting out to see if there's another team coming in. Pampi's about to invest his ult in. As they engage, Kurumi ult does come down. Akame's going to be able to pop an armor pot, and now Pampi's going to work. He already has one grab lob in his hand. Better go for the slam, but it's not able to get it, actually. Some slightly mistimes it. The Zai ult does come down, and Pampi, looking for another second grab, only gets one. Akame is really, really low. 521 needs to stabilize, so there's a third party coming in. 28, it's right on the outside, and Akame does get taken down. A little bit of a misstep from 521, but Lob does get grabbed again with the third party on the edge. Now there is a bunch of meteors coming down, and since Kurumi is still alive, they can stabilize and possibly get their ultimates by hitting these meteors. These little blue spheres you're seeing, you're able to hit them and grab some more ultimate charges. Now when they do land, they do knock you down and do a little bit of damage. 28 sees 521 trying to res here. Pampi is risking a lot here. She should just let Yin res here and heal up his armor, because RD can come back and go on him, and he has nowhere near out. He's only at 22%. A little bit of mistake from Pampi, but he gets a double parry, returning the favor, and now RD like, whoa, hey, we gotta relax a little bit. Akame does get picked up, and now Pampi able to stabilize, finding the armor swap. I don't wait. Does one of them have group here or something? I don't know how Pampi just went back to like full armor heal after that sap. He was able to pick up a sap, and they're able to stabilize. What a great play from 521, and this is the benefit of this Transformer team, is that even though one of your players gets taken down, as long as it's not Kurumi, you're able to fight back and let that tether res bring you back up, use the terrain to your advantage, and get that res.
Flipping over now, we're going to take a look at the other side of the puzzle area here as VNGC's Royhihi with that Phoenix Blast. We've seen a lot of gold jades, which is something that we do see in the MBPL and the J Cup, but the use of the gold jades just to hold space. We usually see a lot more of use from jades such as Merciless Havoc and Dreadful Whale, whereas we don't usually see much of the Soul Slash and the Pride's Fall. And, sorry, the Soul Slash and the Phoenix Blast, which are two jades that we haven't seen much play of in this tournament yet, which I'd really love to see how these players are adapting and playing with these jades and trying to play around them when you're defending against them as well. Cavalry Bloom, another jade that we'd love to see come out with the dual blades, but I'm pretty sure Pampi does have equipped with him, as well as 521 backing themselves out of this area, not really wanting to take this fight too quickly, popping the bell just to see where everybody's at, as it looks like these teams have started rotating more to Plumed Castle, even though there is going to be more and more meteor rain coming towards Plumed Castle. This is going to give them their ults back faster, but it is going to be dangerous as they barely missed that meteor there running through them. As we're taking a look, there are still 16 players alive as Shadow 4 is collapsing onto Shadow 5 as we're speaking right now. Teams MVP still fully alive. Teams VNGC and 521 and 28 are all fully alive, as well as Teams Rude. So it looks like we have 3 fully alive teams for this final fight, as we're going to see Ivan taking a bit of damage here from the meteors. Royhihi hopping back into the circle, picking up a few things from the box, just grabbing some stuff before re-entering into the circle. We love it to see a little bit of last-minute shopping as Royhihi's going to get a little bit of grief there. You know, the meteors are always a fun thing to put in. It's a little passive Moonbane. It gives you a little bit of extra reward compared to a Moonbane, and it does affect every single player in the map, not only no one team is exempt from it here, as Pampi is going to get knocked back again, and I just love to see these teams struggling with these blasts, because if you get caught out, it is random, but you get caught out, you could go down really fast. You saw 2 just drop there really close to each other. Royhihi is going to get that F heal from his teammate here. As RD has gone down here. One of their players is going to be out, as we're seeing that Nunchuck Soul Jades coming out as well. Roy Hehe using a great job of just holding this body, making sure they're not getting the revive.
That zipping aromatherapy, able to give 20% damage reduction. Even though Roy Hehe wasn't a threat here, getting hit by that Temi Wisp. After you get hit by a Wisp, you're able to get a ton of damage going down. Actually, I've never actually thought about doing this. Doing the F3 into looting, you're not going to take any damage, but the F1 from the Yodo is going to do some damage, and Shinryu going to pop that Yodo while forcing Camping into all. Yin, the Kurumi, is taking a ton of damage, forcing her to... She doesn't actually ult here. She holds it back, keeps it up, but Akame does pop that Yushan on to peel from him. 5-2-1's going to have to stabilize here. If anyone catches wind that both of their ultimates are down, they can get taken down. VNGC, are we going to see the rare instance that 5-2-1 is going to get past? Yes, we are. The first time I've seen this team actually getting past in points. VNGC having a absolutely monster game with 20 kills on that. The Takeda zipping Temi. I was really wondering if this composition was going to get phased out, if Zai Yushan was going to melt through. Yushan is a very strong counter to Mulch, but Takeda on that composition is able to keep a lot of that pressure at bay, but at the same time threatening executing anyone at any point. Once Takeda is getting to these end games, most of the time they're going to have their ultimate at gold, where it's going to do a giant AoE effect, and they're going to get 4 of them instead of their usual 3 at gray. Now we're seeing 28 holding this high ground, causing a ton of pressure with their range shades. Now that flamethrower is coming out, trying to force everyone out. MVP having the poorest end of the stick with the bottom line, getting lobby now, and with VNGC coming in, they want to capitalize as much as possible now that they're in that lead. They're picking up another kill. They're up to 21. Temi does get invested, cutting off the rest of the lobby, able to pick up MVP's Yodo. Now RD is going to commit their ults in, but the Temi ults are coming in. Pure pandemonium coming out. RD does get a double parry, but Roy Hehe's able to peel for his team, and now RD's Temi is that 1 HP, and he's going to get taken down. Roy Hehe's doing a ton of work, already up to 44% with this Phoenix Blast, looking to snowball this out of control, building a snowman of points up to 23 points. VNGC is looking to create a giant lead from their rivals. 5-2-1. RD and Claire trying to survive, get some placement points, hiding on the high ground, but there's pure chaos happening on the bottom. VNGC jumping, trying to find 5-2-1, isolate this fight, but 5-2-1 not getting any pressure, probably after their ults back up. Their Kurumi burning them up. Pampy controlling some space, but these rocks giving a ton of line of sight to his opponents. Pampy gonna drop down, try to get a grab onto Iben. Akame's trying to crowd control, trying to hold someone in place. Doesn't matter. He's just going to kill him from holding him in place by hitting him so much. And now Roy Hehe is going to have to back up. Will 5-2-1 be able to turn this around, bring themselves back in the lead? They're only down by 4 points. If they get 4 kills here and the win, they will pass VNGC. But if VNGC does secure this first place, they're going to get a ginormous multiplier. It's now 28 with that Zai getting invested, putting in work, whipping everyone in submission. Guitar trying to find a kill here, but this terrain just not very good for Zai. Her whips don't really cover the vertical unless she does her single left clicks. Simpson, BNGC Simpson trying to survive here, holding the high ground, and 5-2-1 Transformers. Akame in the UA Shawnald, knocking everyone to the ground. Flamethrowers burning him alive, but it doesn't matter. He just has so much armor, so much durability. But Roy Hehe holding the top of this ground with his Temulch has something to say about this 3v2v1. Roy Hehe needs to survive here. He almost has ult up. He almost has the possibility to bring this all back. He picks up the Soul Bloom, but 5-2-1 sees it, scouts it out, denies the play, and they're able to clean them up. And 5-2-1 denies the win to VNGC, and they're able to clinch the lead. I believe 5-2-1 just took back the lead, and again, they're just gonna hold the lead.
I don't even know if 5-2-1 took back the lead. The amount of kills that VNGC had and picking up that second place multiplier is still enough for them to be able to almost have double the amount of. They had almost double the amount of kills. I think they had 23, 25 at near the end there, and then 5-2-1 had like 11, 13 kills. So they might still have just a little bit more amount of points before multipliers hit, for them just to have like a slight edge, but those 5 placement points and then the multiplier might be enough to put them past. Plus 5-2-1 did have a better game than VNGC at the very first game, so their total points could still keep them in that very first place spot.
It's gonna be really, really close, and what I think Rohihi had the opportunity to bring it back. They get a little bit greedy there. That first place multiplier is humongous, and just risking it to clean up one team ends up not being worth it, because the placement points you get from first place, it's 5 versus 3 plus a really big multiplier. And when you have over 20 kills, like most teams in NPPL slow down even around 9 kills, 10 kills, and they settle for winning the game plus the placement points plus the big multiplier and securing that last team. Because if you're the last team standing, most likely you're cleaning up at least the last 2 or 3 kills. 3 plus 5 plus the multiplier, you're netting almost 10 points there just by playing it a little bit slow, a little bit safer. And it doesn't mean that you're getting less points, you're actually getting more points. So I think there's a little bit of a misplay by VNGC having the opportunity to take a very commanding lead, but still doesn't matter. They still have a crazy game with the most kills of the day with that Takeda, Temi, zipping. And the reason why it's so powerful is it's just anti-burst. You're seeing in all the situations when things start going wrong, as long as Zipping has vision of the fight, she's able to pop that V2, that Sedate Soul that provides the ability of the Sedate Soul, and their teammates are just allowed to go crazy. A Takeda left unhinged where he's not really worried about getting 100-0. He's able to just put a massive amount of pressure, go for the parries, go for the double hold focus attacks, and the Temi coming down, able to cut off the rest of the lobby. You're seeing why these 3 characters just have so much synergy in the lobby. I would say even more than traditional Transformers. And VNGC does clinch it up with 24 kills, winning this round at 36.6. But 5-2-1, that last little bit, they just jump with 10 points and get to a 27.4, which is also just crazy amount of points with 28. Team 28 coming with 11 kills, MVP with 10, AS with 10, and actually a lower kill game for the overall of the lobby because VNGC just scoops it all up. Normally the top 8 teams have over like 7, 8 kills, but this time VNGC playing out of their mind on this nighttime Holoroth. And I believe I'm not sure what the third rounds are, but we're going back to Morris. It's going to be really tough for these teams to come back when the two or three top teams are just starting out with so much momentum. Everyone's going to be fighting for 4th, 5th, 6th place, and we're seeing interesting F1 V3 to Mulch, F1 V3 to Takeda. We're seeing a shift a little bit in the meta when it comes to Takeda. After the F3 nerf where you don't really get the slam, a lot of Takedas have moved over to F1, and I think it's mainly because anytime there's another Takeda on the other team, what ends up happening is that the Takedas have kind of a game of chicken where they roll up to each other with the ults popped and they're looking to get a shove into a blue, but if they have that F1 up, one of them's going to get slammed and the other one's going to get a ton of momentum because of it. Well, now F3 has a ton of utility where you can break parry and stuff, but it's just not as good because of that ditto
I feel
matchup.
like with Takeda nowadays, the F1 it's a more unexpected F to see because people have been so used to using F3, whereas and now I feel like F3 is only super useful if you're able to get the if you're able to use it into the V1 into a TOD combo, which is we more see in solos.
Yeah, F3 is definitely better in solos, but it was used a lot in trios because you could still slam someone, take their weapon off spawn. It was just absolutely OP. Another thing that F1 does though is the rest of the team can't really release blues, and in trios there's so many focus attacks being held, and if you make any type of misstep, you may take a blue to the back. Now, something that a lot of people don't know about Takeda's F1 is it loses to max range longsword focus attacks. It will not grab and slam longsword if you hit it at max range. And I was touching on a little bit before a fight broke out, but longsword is by far the strongest trios weapons because of this property. At max range, if you space out a longsword beam perfectly, your parry pretty much can't even be punished. So you see a lot of these teams, especially on their support character who cannot go down first, they're always running longsword. You see Kurumi running longsword, Zipping running longsword, and even you saw that Roy Hihi running longsword. He does have Phoenix Blast there, and it does do a ton of damage. He's able to do almost 30k damage, and all of it, most of it came from longsword. 15k. I'm surprised to see that he was actually using Spear on Takeda, but it makes sense with the R&B and so many monks being in the lobby. Spear does a ton of damage off its hold. R&B, its vertical attack, just does a huge lump sum. Dagger damage probably came off spawn, but another big thing in trios is this health jades. Just always health jades. You got soul release, you got desperation. You're always seeing health jades on all of the players, even if it's Takeda. Normally you traditionally saw that on Transformers, but you're seeing every single class go for health jades now. And it's because in trios, range attacks ends up being so big in endgame, and health is kind of the middle ground between range resistance and melee resistance. And it's interesting to see a lot more people run health jades now. In solos, you see health jades being run, but it's because it comes down to this heal off situation. You're not really seeing any type of heal off situations in this current meta in trios. Normally, you saw that with Transformers able to save one of their Transformers holds to win the last little bit of shadow corruption. But here, there is no waiting. All the teams are getting in there. All teams are committing to the fight. And so you're seeing a lot of action today, and I don't see it slowing down. This is the first two games where normally teams are warming up, but it already looks like a lot of these 5-2-1s coming out scorching hot, VNGC's coming scorching hot, 28, MR, FA, all these teams are just playing super fast today, and it's really exciting.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying to see it, but we did definitely see a lot of grief coming from the terrain that I wanted to talk about. That we saw the monk from 5-2-1, 5-2-1's Pampy ended up monking up in that final circle and wasn't able to get that many grabs because the rocks kept griefing his terrain. He had to go down and up and down and up, and these players were able to scale rush away a lot faster, and they weren't able to catch that many players out through that ultimate. They tried to go for a push and pick up a lot of kills, and ladies and gentlemen, they were not able to. Taking a look really quickly though, we're going to see the standings after game number 2. These are the total points. 5-2-1 still on top, like you did predict, with 57.6 points, but VNGC is catching up very quickly. They were about 10 points behind after the first game, almost exactly 10 points behind, 30.2 and 20.2. Now it is going to be 56.8 and 57.6, so they are less than an entire point away. They're 0.8 of a point away from getting tied with team 5-2-1. So they have definitely shown out what they can do in this game. Team 28 as well, with another just consistent game. They weren't popping off completely. They didn't have an incredible like 22-24 point kill game. They just were there, and they stayed till almost all the way till the end, and they picked up at least 10 points in the game. And it's a consistent thing. It's you're gonna make it into the finals. They're not, oh, we're the star of the show, we're gonna make it all the way. It's we're making it to the finals, and we're gonna play consistently throughout the entire game, and you still love to see that. We're gonna go to a short little video, and then we will be right back with some more NARAKA action. Don't go away, ladies and gentlemen. We got game 3 coming right up.
You're a Buddha now! Show me your true form!
Get lost, Wukong.
You're no fun!
I said get lost!
Are you mad?
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Asia Cup Challenge. Asia Challenge Cup, the ASC, whatever you want to call it. It's some great Asia. Very fun NARAKA going on. We have some high level, very competitive. We're loving it. We've got 2 games done so far, and they've been absolutely crazy. We're about to jump into our 3rd game of 6 today, so we still got a lot of action coming to you guys. Don't go anywhere. You might want to get a snack though, because this is some like, I'm building up some adrenaline, and I know like it's basically a workout watching these things. It's so crazy how everything's going on today. We've got 2 games. We got 4 more to go. I'm your host and caster Seb, and I'm joined alongside my main man Raven. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm happy to see 521 and VNGC go at it. They were the Worlds qualifiers representatives for their regions, and it makes sense because they're doing so well today. Now 521 or TM, I'm not sure why they renamed. They are still dominating, and it's very rare that you see a team hold the lead the entire time and never make a misstep. Literally ever. 521 is always there, and it's really easy to get assassinated by a team. At one misstep, if someone on your team is just not paying attention, you can get Viper Silence into a Yoda wall or Takeda wall, and you're just deleted instantly. But they're able to find a way to survive and always get to the 10th camp. And it's not like they're playing slow at all. They're literally playing foot all the way down on the gas pedal, no brakes at all, just barely any slowing down, always looking to take advantage of every situation, threading the needle, and they're just almost dying every step of the way, but they just keep it going. Now VNGC doing a lot better than he did last week, but it is still it's only the first 2 rounds, and there's still a ton of NARAKA to be played. We are gonna go back to Morris, and 521 opens up with 2 monk compositions. I believe last week they opened up with their monk and they ended with their monk. This time they doubled down and played monk compositions back to back. Now VNGC already has their Takeda to Mulchcom used up. I'm curious to see if both of those teams throw something new, or they go with the tried and true. Those 2 compositions are the absolute meta right now in CN. I'm happy to see that Zai is getting a lot of play today. I was really hoping that it wasn't just a fad, that it was actually very viable. We saw Team 28 and Team MR both running that Zai Yushan zipping, and I feel like if you ever run Temi Takeda zipping, that composition just hard counters you. You just can't do anything. The Yushan comes and melts through your Tumulch and starts smacking them, and even though your Takeda does pop ult, unless he puts all of his concentration onto the other Zai, you're not going to get any value. But if Zai runs at F2, he has 5 seconds of intangibility that she can press it and waste all the Takeda's time. And if he ever takes his eyes off of it, she can immediately put the team back into a huge whip AoE attack, basically crowd controlling. And now the ghost will come out and shove, but you want to get value off those shoves every single time and not just get flanked. Now, something that I was looking forward to as well is, besides Zai being changed, Justina's ultimate change came in, and we're seeing Wolfew and PX both running the Viper Justina. Now, this composition was run a little bit in the old meta. It's kind of a niche pick, but it is super effective, and it's interesting to see how the longer ultimate on Justina and her ability to cancel it. One of the big advantages of using Yodo with Viper is that if you make a mistake where Viper goes in for a silence and you pop Yodo wall, but Viper misses the silence, you're able to jump cancel. Same thing is true now with Justina. She just doesn't have to use any of her dashes, since each one of her dashes uses 20% of her ult. She's able to keep a ton of her ult charge. We're also seeing Akos Viper coming out from FA. And Takeda Viper, I still feel like is the strongest choice. We're seeing VNGC running Takeda Viper, BBE running Takeda Viper, and to date, a little bit different. 5-2-Run is actually running triple monk composition. Very interesting, getting their monk practice in, and it looks like we're going to a Dusk Morris. There are going to be fireflies on the map. Expect to see a ton of action off spawn. We have most of the lobby landing in the south with a little bit in the center. One team in the north playing low key, one Wolfew running in the top right, but most of the teams are gonna take this off spawn fight in the south. It's gonna be action packed.
Well, yeah, it is Southeast Asia that we are watching, so they're gonna love that southern side of the map here, with one team spawning by that Celestia area, and we've got a lot of gold zones towards that south side. Nobody's chosen to spawn up closer to those north zones. They might not have had the ability, but look at this cluster of players here. Everybody's scrambling for any loot they can find as they enter into this fight. Roy Hee already on that early game, trying to come and pick up a kill here. He looks like he's able to come away with the first kill of the game onto Shaka here, as we're going to see them try and shark out a couple more kills. VNGC already one up onto the board here. Looks like they're going to be trying to go for a couple more of these BSC members here, as they're finding another on to GE. VNGC is going to end up taking a lot of damage here. Roy Hee in a bit of trouble from Team GE here, as we're going to see them try and go for the plays. It looks like Roy Hee is going to be in a bit of trouble. GE is going to be able to take them out pretty early. They will have the revive here, as VNGC's Simpson is going to be able to pick up another kill, but he is going to go down. So this is going to take VNGC out very early. They're not going to be able to pick up as many kills as they usually do early game, but mid game is where they've been thriving the most. They are going to go take their resurrections, probably go to a further away spot, regroup, and rethink their planning here, as they did get sharked out pretty early. It's just exactly how these early games plan out. It is anybody's game when everyone's in a frenzy for loot. Nobody has ults yet, and there's no real method to the chaos yet. Everybody's just fighting. They don't know exactly what's going on, but their mode is stay alive and let me get some kills. The overhold here, Mine's doing a really good job at clanking off and then being able to get that one hit off with the pole sword before coming through as well. But Mines is going to go down here. Amazing play by Gon here to be able to just stagger enough in that Stormform. We're going to see Gon popping that ult, but we're going to see the V1 coming out as well. Perfect F2 being able to use here, and then the V2 is going to come out, and they're able to get the burn off onto both of them, and INF Gon able to pick up the double kill and finish the 2v1 with that ultimate here. So we're going to flip back over to GE. You're trying to get a grab. He gets the re-grab onto Hong here. Hong taking a lot of damage, but it looks like we're going to see the D-Monk off, and the Karumi ult is going to go down here, and it looks like they're going to just end up TPing out of here. GE's opponents, as they see the third party coming in, they do not want to be a part of this. GE's Tianduan needing to get a bit of health back in going into this reset, because they are very, very low. They are going to be able to get a bit of health before this team PX Meow K here trying to shark off this kill. We're going to see the Yushan creating a lot of space here. So we're going to see a huge parry coming out, but no riposte. Yushan doing a great job from Team GE at just preventing that Neja's Might off of the parry here. So we're going to see another player from Team GE go down. Last player alive is we're going to see the Dragon's Rush into the Neja's Might, but Wolfew is going to be able to stay alive, as PX is going to end up ultimating out there with the Wu Chen ult, just to be able to create some space. They don't want to over commit into a fight just yet and take too much damage. So we're going to see Pampy from Team 521 here trying to make some plays onto Team Mister here. He's going to be able to get Romantico. Isn't going to get too many slashes, but we're going to see him in the air long enough to be able to just get absolutely diced by 521 Akame here, holding some space in between these teams, able to get that soul bloom. We're going to see a Takeda, Mr. Smooth coming through, trying to deal some damage with the shove here from the ultimate. Isn't able to make too many plays here as Pampy is going to have to pop that bell. And getting a bit of Binding Prayers defense here. Going into that no ult zone, they don't want to get caught out. Akame or Yin from 521, the only one with ult left. So it's a bit of a smarter play just to head into that no ult zone as Mr. Yoso getting caught out by Team Mister here is going to get parried and is going to go down very fast to Shin Yun from Team MVP.
Now 521 at 4 kills, holding a lead. VNGC barely passed him for a couple seconds, but immediately 521 still keeping their foot on the gas, even on that Monk. Pampy gonna get pressured here. Does eat 2 focus attacks going up and then gets parried, but the F3 from the Kurumi going to save him, and as well as getting the parry bell. Now MVP had the ton of momentum on their side. They do blow up Akame though. Misstep from Akame, getting stuck in the windmill, getting absolutely blasted by the pole sword from Shinyu. And as I cursed 521, they just get blown up completely with a great Takeda Temi combo. But now MR is coming in with that third party. Mr. Romantico on that Viper, able to pop his ult down. BK nowhere to go, no ult to save him. They will have the V2 from the zipping coming out. Are they going to survive the burst? It looks like they are. Mr. Smooth now against the ropes, and MVPs are going to stabilize, and the great sword stab coming from BK, turning it around, and MR with the third party ends up just getting exploded, feeding the kills to MVP. What a great play from MVP, taking down 521 and MR.
Oh my goodness. Team MVP said, you know what? You're going to third party us, we're going to take you down. You're going to come third party us, we're going to take you down as well. Oh my goodness. Huge parries coming out as well from Team INF. Able to come through and absolutely mince AS. We're going to see Lob1 trying to go into that Monk ult. He was on such a sliver of health, wasn't able to hold. The damage reduction was not enough for Team SE to be able to come through and just absolutely destroy their health. FA Mines and INF Gone still waiting in the wings, seeing if they can get a couple revives on their teammates, but it looks like it might not happen as we're going to flip over Bamboo Esports with 3 kills up on the board right now. They were doing a lot better at the start of the day here, and now they're falling a little bit further behind. FA's Mines here as well, able to get the silence off onto 2 players and try and get out of this zone to be able to just get a bit of health back, but it looks like BBE is going to shark down the kill. Fat Milk coming through and picking up the kill with the dual blades, trying to hold blue and just hold the distance between this other team here. SE trying to come through and deal as much damage as possible, but Fat Milk can't even use his ultimate to save himself right now, as Slows is also now on the back foot. We're going to see that Takeda ultimate from Dow 20 come through, but BBE's Wuchen is going to be able to get them away very fast here, reviving both of their players, and Dow does not know where to go as Team SE is going to come here onto INF's Gone. Gone, only player left on the team. They do all have their resurrections here, so we are going to see them all go down pretty fast, but Gone trying to go for the 1v3. Oh my goodness, he's able to get all of them with the meter dump here, and this is going to be interesting if he's able to get that gold focus here, but Gone is taking just so much damage. The amount of stagger from those light attacks and those purple weapons dealing that much damage with that much stagger is not going to be able to keep them alive here, as we're going to see VNGC versus MVP, the rematch here, as we're going to see MVP is going to now be going down, as VNGC said, no, you're not getting us a second time. We don't have our revives left, so we are playing this till the end. We're getting in that final circle. We're picking up 5 kills, and now we're going to go on top of the board and see how close they are together. They have 1 more kill, and now they have 0.2 more points than Team 521. So this is just going to be a battle of the top place here in this game number 3.
Man, MVP was having such a great game, and there's that overextension. They had 6 kills. They could have slowed it down, but they just don't take their foot off the gas, and they get caught for speeding by VNGC. They're gonna get their salty run back and take them down, having the last laugh. Now MVP has to sit and watch, waiting for the rest of the lobby. The 2 top teams almost have double the points. They do have double the points the rest of the lobby. Their consistency is just unmatched. Now we're going into this first, I believe, no, first yang is coming up a little bit soon, and the lobby is gonna be slowing down a little bit. Ton of Vipers. I think over half of the lobby is these Vipers, and it looks like, what is that? BSC versus 521. Pampy does have a purple weapon. Purple staff. Akame also has a purple weapon. And it's Viper Yodo. Now, this is not the best matchup. We're going to see how this turns out. Shaka's going to be coming in looking for the focus attack with the staff. He was looking for a silence. Forces Pampy to pop all. Great walls from the Wuchen to deny all pressure from Pampy. One more wind wall. Puts it down. Pampy has no room to grab anyone. Yin with the F3 on Pampy, trying to reduce a lot of that damage. But Bado does give up the grab right here. Shaka does pop its ultimate. Pampy does get stunned. He's 1 HP. Will they be able to get him? Pampy does get taken down. A little bit of a misplay from 521. There, Yushan playing very greedy, not going for the counter right now. The Yodo wall does come down. Kurumi all trying to stop the incoming damage. Akame taking a ton of damage from the longsword and the Yodo ultimate. Shaka and BSC has 521 exactly where they want them. Akame trying his best to weather the storm, trying to find an opening here. Kurumi's gonna get dived on. F3 still taken away, doing little damage. Wuchen's gonna pour it out, stabilize a little bit. Yin's gonna be able to get one heal off, and now BSC with Yin under pressure. Can 521 find a way to win this situation? It's a long shot. Yin does get the juggle on Pato. Pato is low HP. Akame's looking to close it out. F3 on Yin. He's going to get all that reduced damage, buying time for his Yushan to come back in to do work. Akame in a 2v1 situation. Shaka trying to put Akame into stagger. Akame does get taken down. BSC with the upset versus the traditional Transformers, Yodo, Viper, Wuchen. What a great play from them. They were such underdogs going into this, skill, combo-wise, everything, and they're able to pull off the upset. What a great play by BSC.
You're just caster cursing 521 today. You're like, oh, I'm not too sure how this comp's going to go in the realm of Yang, and then they absolutely minced the health. Just the wind walls for me were the way that they were able to do this. We're going to see a huge play from the Justina coming out here, almost able to take out Tatsu, mixing that with the Viper ultimate, just causing so many problems for them here. It looks like it is only going to be AS's Quinn left, as we're going to see a huge parry come out, and it's going to be AS Camino as well, trying to get another freeze off. It looks like they're going to teleport out pretty fast, as Naiji getting incredibly low here. And it looks like they are going to try and just go for that revive from these other players here. Able to get Tatsu back up into this game, because they do need that monk ult if they are going to try and re-enter this fight as quickly as they left it here. Kai Mao, my apologies, from Team AS with that purple pole sword as well. The Cabbage Dog, always love to see that as well. A bit of BM in this game as VNGC's Ivan looks like he has Merciless Havoc. He saw the startup frames for that animation here, as VNGC's Ivan is taking a lot of damage here. He is going to go down pretty fast as 521's Pampy looks like he might try and come in on the third party here, as Ivan is going to go down to INF's Gong. And it looks like VNGC isn't having too great of a game here, as Tam Tam is going to end up going down as well in this fight, as we're going to see a Viper ultimate coming out as well from Timax from Team RV coming in on another third party, and now it is going to be 521 who's in a bit of trouble. Akame going down, and Pampy forced to hit that ultimate. Isn't going to be able to get a grab, but Pampy taking a lot of damage here in the storm, but we do have that Kurumi ultimate that is saving them a little bit of damage here. They aren't taking as much. They almost get Akame up as well. Akame does need to heal up pretty fast, because they are going to be in the circle. It's going to be very difficult for them. The Kurumi ultimate has faded. Akame forced to ult quickly here. Pampy taking so much damage, not able to get the double grab off, and he's just getting sharked so much. It looks like he might go down fast. BSC's Shaka coming in with an absolute nuke of a Viper stun in the storm. It is going to take out so many players here. Yin is going to go down, and the storm damage is just going to help him so much as well. Hive trying to go into that stone form, but it isn't going to be able to. Why is going to go down from Team RV, and BSC looks like they're coming out on top as well. Lots of these underdog teams that we haven't seen too much of in these past games are coming out on top, taking out completely VNGC, who has had a little bit of a less consistent game than we've seen from normally from them, and they're getting taken out almost before circle number 3.
Great target selection from BSC and able to close it out. 521 has that alligator blood and just doesn't go down easy, and you're seeing Akame able to get out of there, possibly getting a res for later. But now looking at Wolf U versus GE, waiting for that Realm of Yang to plop, and we're seeing that Justina, Wuchen, Viper. I'm hoping they go in to see how this fares against traditional Transformers. Seeing that Yodo, Viper, Wuchen beat Transformers kind of thinking about how it went. The Viper looked to go on Yushan first, but first, MR versus BBE. Now, BBE has an opportunity to catch up to BNGC in 5-2-1. Viper ult's going to be popped out, and MR is going to be forced to Wu Chen poured out. All ults are used. Fatmilk's going to have to heal up and reset here before the team's coming. But now, moving on to INF versus BSC. We're seeing another Viper and Yushan and a Wu Chen poured out, but the Wu Chen port is kind of short. Kara needs space to get away, but the Yushan is in hot pursuit. He does have a couple walls to work off here, make a little magic happen, but Yushan gonna deny the magic, immediately hitting him off the roof, and the Viper ult is gonna go down. Able to get a ton of value, but it's Yushan not able to get the V3 off in time, and Monk not able to iframe. Now it's up to Gon with the parry, with Zai trying to win another 2v1. We saw Gon win the 2v1 off zone. Can he do it again? He is in zone. He does get a little bit of siphon from landing these folks attacks. He opens up with the parry. Shaka now under a ton of pressure, but he still has Yodo out. Gon's gonna have to back off. Great F1 to deny part of the slash. Shaka has to be careful here. You can get bursted down. He is low health, and it looks like Gon's just going to back off, live another day, play for res, and MVP is going to come in with a server, and BSC is going to get cleaned up, fighting in zone for too long. Pato trying to run away, running through the houses, breaking some ankles. BK trying to sniff out where he might have won, spots him in the distance, and he's not going to be getting away. We're seeing some nice big grapples coming from MBB. BK Pato realizing he's not going to be able to go away. He wants to lead him to zone. If you're going to get this kill, it's going to hurt. It's going to be painful. Pato looking for any type of play to survive this situation. Zone shadow weakness is not really building up that much. The corruption's not that bad. If he has white heals, he could possibly double back, get some heals off. He has 2 more white heals left, but no grapples. It's going to limit the amount of plays he can do. He looks like he's just going to try to max this and make to this house, but MVP is still in hot pursuit, and MR finding him on the outside. Pato tries to pick up some grapples, not going to find a way, and MVP BK overextends and gets Viper kicked. Now MR spotting the opportunity, spawning a Takeda overextended. V2 does come from dipping. Sedate Soul does save BK's life, and now he's forced to pop up, trying to reverse this momentum onto them. His teammate Shiyun taking a ton of damage. Now the Viper ult is going to get invented from Mountico, looking for the stun, killing one of them just with the damage, getting the zipping as well at max range. The Takeda comes back, trying to peel from him, but it doesn't look good. MVP with the misplay, overextending and getting caught out by MR, and now all he can hope for is playing for some placement.
And oh my goodness, these teams that we've been seeing, like, oh my goodness, they start popping off and then they just fall off so fast. And it's crazy to see how quickly your dreams can end from just losing one fight, and you just start making the one wrong play that ends your entire team's career here. As we're seeing MVP with only 1 player left on the board. They do have 9 kills, so if they carry those kills pretty late into the game, they're gonna have a decent amount of placement points. And that's what I'm saying. MVP, they don't pick up more than 10 kills in a game, or they don't pick up more than 20 kills in a game, but they're still hitting that consistent number of at least positive 10. So they're going to be able to make it into that top 5 placement, and they will have a chance at the finals, which is the most that really matters. You don't need to be the top of the top in these prelims right now. It's nice. It's great to have, as we're going to see an amazing ultimate from the Wu Chen of Wolf Yu here, able to get them out just in the nick of time from that stun. They do have the Draco Storm buff as well, which is going to give them an advantage in these fights here, which we've seen a little bit more of the Draco Storm making a comeback. As Mystic Might got implemented into the game, we saw a lot more Mystic Might being played than Draco Storm. But now that Draco Storm has been put a little bit back into this meta.
Yeah, I feel like I saw Draco Storm twice, and I believe whatever team is fighting for the box on the outside, they're kind of forced into it. Just Draco Storm used to be the must pick as far as the best buff, because it gives you a ton of AoE damage and a ton of regen, so it makes you pretty much you're capable of fighting someone 2-on-1, even with them popping ultimates, as long as it's not one that stuns you and holds you in place. But you tank so much damage. The problem is they've greatly reduce the duration of it. It really doesn't last that long. So a lot of times teams just back off and hide from the realm of Yang teams. Now, the thing about Southeast Asia is no one's really hiding. Everyone's looking to get in, looking to take advantage of a third-party situation. So everyone's kind of probing for weakness. And I'm seeing a ton of teams get a ton of value off their Draco Storm, and which normally isn't the case. In MDPL, almost no one goes for a Draco Storm unless you get it from a box. I want to say that they're just finding Draco Storm from these boxes, so they don't really have a choice. When you're in the realm of Yang, you're actually able to pick between the buffs of what you want to take first, and you're only and for the second Yang, you're only able to pick the Bell buff or Draco Storm. Now, it looks like MR is gonna find MVP's Peachly, that zipping who did get away earlier, and they were able to clean him up, getting revenge for MVP's third parties earlier. And now we're already down to 16, a ton of solos and duos just trying to survive. And with 5-2-1, again, this is what I'm saying. I'm super impressed by them that they navigate all of this aggression early, mid, and transitioning to the end game. And they're just always last team surviving. And it's not like they're playing super safe. They're absolutely looking for every advantage, but they know exactly when to pump the brakes. They're not just like going full tilt, going for the move. Now, for their first 3 compositions, they did run their Monk, Kurumi, Yushan. And it's interesting to me because they ran it on 3 Firefly days. And what I mean by that is the first Morris was dusk, this Morris is dusk, and the Holoroth game was night. And usually tournaments always go 3 Firefly days and 3 daytime days, and they ran all of their Monk compositions on the Fireflies. This is actually counterintuitive to the meta. Normally, you want to choose your Rushdown compositions, your Vipers, your Teme Takedas on these Firefly days, because as long as you get one of your offensive ults up, you're able to get a ton of value when you rush down teams. Now, when you have a Monk on, we have a Yushan on, they're kind of clunky. There's a lot of positions where you can't get value. For Yushan, when there are trees around, everyone just grapple on the tree, doesn't get any value. For Monks, if there are buildings around, team disappears into the city, you don't really get any value. So the team composition isn't very, very versatile when it comes to rushing down teams. Now, when you have Viper Yodo, Yodo's all goes through all the buildings. You have Takeda, he can just run around, chase you wherever you go with the shoves. So these compositions also in the meta benefit way more from these Firefly days where you can constantly kill a team, pick up a Firefly over and over, and I can't believe the lobby is letting 5-2-1 do this. Like they're all a bunch of blueberries, and these boxes in endgame have so much loot. You get that gold armor, but you also get a ton of gold jades, and 5-2-1 wasn't as scaled because they, if you remember, they actually got upset by, I believe, BSC in the Realm of Yang. Viper Yodo did take them down, but they're able to get this gold box in this endgame, and now I really see 5-2-1 taking this. Who do you think is going to take this endgame, Seb?
Well, I mean, it looks like it is coming up almost all 5-2-1, but we have seen these other teams that have been known to be able to come out and pop off closer to that end game. Team MR is a very strong team when we see them coming through to the end game. Wolfview, we haven't seen too much of. They always end up going out pretty early, or they have one player left by the time we actually watch that final end game here. But INF, a team that we haven't seen very much of in this game, they only have 16.4 points on the day, have 9 kills in this game, which means they've been picking up the majority of the points that they have on their board from this game alone. So being able to see what they might be doing in this end game would be super cool to see, because we haven't actually gotten to see most of these players' end game strategies, which is the frustrating thing for some of these players. They train so hard to learn every single early game, mid game, end game, and they barely any of these teams actually get to make it into the end game because they're these teams are so aggressive, and they're making sure that there's only a certain amount of players in this end game so they have a better chance to come through with the victory, which is why we haven't seen some of these teams yet. And Mr. Romantico, MR, is a team as well that we haven't seen play too much endgame yet. We've seen a little bit of them come out, but they always end up going out pretty early in these first couple of games. So it's going to be nice to be able to see this, as well as Tatsu here is going to get hit by a whole bunch of range and grief from the poison as well, which is going to deal a lot of damage to him. Just dodging, stopping right before a flaming arrow there. Really great intuition. It looks like he's going to get a lot of damage dealt to him. Able to get the healing back, though. He does have that 2 Nod Jades, so even if he runs out of resources, if he finds himself a little spot to hang out, he is going to be able to give himself some free healing with that emote there and a little bit of shield back, as they're going to be sending some cannon shots off onto 521. 521 taking a lot of damage here, going to force to be burning a bit of their resources. We are seeing that umbrella getting popped from Team 521. Just it's just a little shield hiding the other players, as well as this other box has started spawning in. It looks like they're going to try and go for some of this loot, but it looks like they aren't going to be able to hold on to it for very long, as TM's Pampy with blue armor here. They have given, and it looks like they might be able to, oh my goodness, are they going to let them go for another box for free here? This is the second box in around like 2 seconds that we've seen, and TM is able to pick up the second box already, as INF Gone is going to go down here, and INF is going to get completely eliminated. They're not able to pull off with all of their kills. They are going to be able to get their stun off. They try to Wu Chen ultimate out of there, and all of these teams are just Wu Chen ult, Wu Chen ult, Wu Chen ult, heal up and reset, as there's 15 players left, 2 to 3 full teams remaining onto the board.
As
4 full teams.
Definitely questionable play by this lobby is letting the Hmong teams claim these boxes for free. Normally you need a tumult, to secure these very safely, because everyone should be just sitting back, ranging all the teams, probing for weakness. But you see, this is a little bit of overextension from the Southeast Asia region. They're just overcommitting. PX does capitalize on Wolfew. Last players getting picked apart. Now MR again, full commitment here, and 521 just lurking in the back. Now I'm guessing these teams are just trying to qualify. They need to get kills. They have a lot to make up because this is day 2. I don't know how necessarily the points are going to be combined, but we're seeing 521. They were all in blue armor. Now they're double gold armor, purple armor, probably full jades as well. And Pampy gonna pop that Monko. This is an absolute unit. Nothing's gonna stand in his way except this Temi wind wall, denying all pressure from him. AS able to create some space with that tumult. MR on the high ground, very safe, and the Wu Chen making a wind wall for PX to stay safe. But MR now trying to pressure MX, forcing the ults comes out, and Wolfew Huang has the V2. Pampy not able to slime from that AoE silence, but Mr. Romantico does get juggled. Again, Akame and Yin, just perfect teammates, able to capitalize on the slam from Pampy. Now can we see Tatsu get the grab? Oh, Pampy does get grab. Tatsu, Snake Eyes looking for a double grab. Just going to hold in place for a little, slam him into his side, but Pampy able to get down. F3 coming out to reduce the damage, barely taking the scratch. Tatsu looking for a double grab. His teammate Quinn taking a ton of range damage. No Kurumi in sight because of that tumult. He does get blown up. Tatsu trying to create some space, but 521 knows that this team has nothing left. They saw the Temi go down. Now they're diving into secure deals, capturing the Monk as he comes out of his ult. Nowhere to go. I'm surprised that he didn't pop this ult here. He wasn't really under pressure, but better used than not. 8 players alive, 2 full teams. MR 521. Actually, MR down to 2 players, while 521 does have 3. PX only has 2. It looks like 521 is just gonna clean this up easily. Everyone's just giving this to 521, they're just making it look easy. And I kind of keep saying that 521's consistency, the way they're playing this end game, they know exactly which objective to go for. Securing those 2 boxes. I even learned something myself, is that while the Monk is looting, whoever is looting, you can have him tethered, and the second you see him taking damage, just pop that F3. Takes no damage. He's able to sit there for 4 seconds, cherry pick exactly the loot that he wants, and come out super stack. Pampy does have his ult back online. He's going to be able to pop that Monk ult, and Yushan is going to be safe. Now, there are a ton of trees here, so I believe MR does have a Viper, so he can find a good position to Viper drop out of nowhere. Pampy is taking a ton of damage. He does get kicked and pushing. Oh, he doesn't get kicked. He pushed in the zone. The F3 comes out. Mr. Yoso trying to get that Dragon War going, trying to capture Yin, but Yin wise with the stone form on the Pulsar backs up, and now everyone is hiding inside the buildings. Keen Frog getting picked up on PX. He's going for a loop. Actually, doesn't go for. Oh, this is what I'm saying. Do you see that juggle from 521? They're just automatic with it, and PX does just get blown up. And the last 3 players left alive, 2 stragglers left. A 521 on the high ground, just making this look surgical. Easy pickings, no threat of losing. Mr. Smooth just MR playing for that second place, trying to get that last kill before they eventually have to go up this cliff and meet their betters. 521 again, gonna come out with another win here. Kai Mao trying to find a way to survive and get the second place. He is on this Yushan. He has half of his own to survive. MR is just gonna hide in the building. They're playing for complete heal off. They don't even want to bother with 521. 521 waiting for them to duke it out. They don't want to overcommit. Akame actually, as I say that, pokes his head in. Yin's gonna cover him with the F3 tether. AS Kame comes up. Is Akame gonna back up? Team calls back up. Play the high ground. Hold it. Let's go to heal off. Let's play it safe. MR, it's Takeda popping the F1. No one can throw some blues. Pampi holding them in the low ground. Cavalry Bloom does come down, pushing them in the zone. MR gets picked off, and they're gonna close it out. 5-2-1, showing their dominance. 1 player alive. Mr. Smooth trying to run into the zone, trying to deny the kill. 90% on his own. He sees a Soul Bloom in place. Is he gonna go for the win? He doesn't go for the Soul Bloom. It's probably his teammate, but he does get taken down, and 5-2-1's gonna clean it up against them. They're just so dominant. 13 kills, baby.
Mr. Smooth was so smooth with that last lap there. He was able to get a kill. I don't know if anybody noticed. He shot a cannon shot off, dealt enough damage for that storm tick to deal the last blow to one of those 5-2-1 players, and they were able to get a kill off at that very end. Even though 5-2-1 still came out victorious on top, they had way more kills. They did get that last man standing as well. They weren't able to finish off and get that last kill, as Mr. Smooth is doing a great job of staying far away. But that one, I'm just going to toss one cannon shot back there just to see what happens, and he picks up a kill with it. I thought that was phenomenal.
Yeah, and BNGC had a great start to this game, but they just ended up falling off. Same thing with MVP, also having a great start, having a great mid, and they just overextend. MR has a great game as well. They don't overextend. They get to this end game. You're going to see a significant point difference, even though they had around the same amount of kills, because MR is able to get to this end game. Played a little bit slow, secure those placement points, and secure that multiplier. They're going to just do a little bit better. But the name of the game in trios is consistency. And 5-2-1 is a stable of consistency. What is this, 2 games that they won? 3 games? I think,
this is the second game that they won. VNGC did win the second game per game, but overall they've been in first place the entire time.
I just see them going back to Worlds and making a name for themselves again.
Oh, they're going to be a contender at Worlds this year. They're going to be doing some crazy things. Team 5-2-1, we did see when they were still TM, they were not shining through as much as they could have in Worlds last year, especially even in the first year of the first Worlds. We didn't see them come off too strong when they were facing up against these Chinese teams, but when they're in the ASC fighting against teams that they're so familiar fighting against, they absolutely outshine the entire competition. And it's not like they're consistent, like getting average scores every single game and maybe having one pop-off game every day. They're consistently just dominating the lobby.
Consistently dominating the lobby. I would say just decimating. It's just so brutal for all these other teams out there. The second they get any type of Mungraf, they're able to capitalize it. Super clean. You're seeing the staggers, and even though Pampi doesn't need a ton of help, he's just getting layups constantly. Their team is so coordinated of choosing the priority targets and able to get those staggers off, and we're seeing it in the results. 5-2-1 with 14 kills and 24 points on this game 3. MR coming respectable second with 18.4, BSC with 15 points, INF with 11.8, MVP with 11.8. Some of these, I believe INF and MVP on the lower half finally having a good game for themselves. SC playing solid with another 10 kills, but not able to get any placement points. VNGC with 9 kills, Wolfview with 6, and just a ton of kills going across the board. And it's what I'm saying. I don't understand. The first day Rude also had 0 points. 28 had a decent game, but I haven't seen Rude do well one of these games. I'm wondering what's going on with these guys that they have to get lucky at least once. They have to run something. They need to come. I actually saw them running some weird compositions, but I feel like they just need to run the Takeda to mold zipping and just get some value out of this, because there's no way that you can goose egg this often. They have to be doing something just so fundamentally wrong for them. But looking at 521, who's doing everything fundamentally right. Monk with 3 kills, Yin with 4, Akame with 7, and that's how you normally see it. Usually Yueshan does get most of the value for the team, enforcing the position, grabbing, going into ult, dominating the location so his team can fill out, and then Monk's able to ult safely, having a great hard cover to line of sight a lot of the range damage, and they're just able to close it out. You're seeing a ton of great discipline in them, holding that high ground. And even in the replay, AS Tatsu with a double grab, MVP having a great early and mid game. Look at this explosion onto 521, able to take them out here, and that third party just very, very clean. Same thing with BBE. Great third parties in that mid game. Now we're seeing that Justina and that freeze potential is just nowhere to go when Justina pops. So I think that's the one advantage she has over Akos, Yodo, and Takeda is like you're literally not escaping a Justina no matter where you go. She has 4 dashes because it's trios. She has these extended times, so she's gonna grapple the distance, and if you do manage to somehow create some distance, she's able to dash and catch up to you. Now technically Takeda could catch you really easily too. Maybe Akos, but definitely Justina, you're for sure never getting away. And you're seeing 521 able to grab double gold armors in endgame, and that's just a huge misplay by everyone else. I'm not sure why the lobby's not focusing on getting the armor. If you have better loot, it's going to equal to a better time, more health, more damage, more jades, and there are jades in this game that just make it almost impossible to win against you in neutral. Having Dragonborn, Merciless, you're seeing Hepta on 521. Who is this? Akame? That's probably why he did so much. He had Hepta. Hepta is a gold jade for the longsword, where it adds a second focus attack after you throw a beam, but what it does is it gives a ton of healing and a ton of crowd control. You get stunned, sent in the air, and drop down where 2 teammates can just blast you for it.
The amount of hold time
in the game.
The amount of hold time that you get from Hepta being able to just land somebody in the air, and let's be honest, the animation just looks so badass as well. Being able to have that player in that hold for so long, where your teammates are able to follow up with so much focus attack that's just unparryable to that player at one time, especially if they've burned their F ability, you're able to almost pick up 3 kills if you're able to hit one of those Hepta dash plays.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't remember seeing it, but I'm sure off the camera that 521 is just going crazy with that Hepta.
Oh, 100%.
And especially, again, I can't stress how much of a misplay it is to not grab those gold armors in these endgames. Normally, what you saw in the meta is that a team, in order to grab one of the boxes, since you have to open it up, you had to have a tumult. You minimum have to have a wind wall from the Wu Chen with a Yodo F3 to guard any of the range attacks. But you just saw 521 without even an umbrella on the box just get these boxes uncontested, and these other teams just going full at it, investing ults, and just handing it to 521. Even if they all had ultimates and ulted 521 at the same time, there's still a good chance that 521 weathers the storm and still wins the game. So it's interesting to me that the teams just don't gang up on them. But we're seeing what the leaderboard looks like, and like I was saying before, this looks a lot like last time. Rouge is on the bottom. FA actually did, I think, decent on day 1. GE at 9.5, RV at 11.8, PX at 12.3, INF at 16.4, BSC at 20.5, and AS at 23.C. Now, what's interesting is 23.7, we see that as a number, and
Oh my goodness.
You think it's a lot, and then you see 5-2-1 VNGC. They literally make that in one game. Now SC is coming up. Do the top 8 go? This is group stage, week 2.
Look at that. VNGC and 5-2-1 were within less than a point last game. And VNGC had one bad game and let them get 24 points in between them. And that's just what happens. You have one inconsistent game. If VNGC starts to fall into a hole, which we see happen a lot, Roy he had that. But quickly, before we talk about that, we are going to go to a quick VCR, take a little video for you guys, and be right back.
I'm only sorry it didn't hurt more. Zai, Calamity Rising.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Asian Challenge Cup Trios. I am Raven PLZ, and I am joined by my main man, Seb. How are you doing tonight? What do you think about this half of NARAKA we've seen so far, Seb?
I am having an amazing time. I haven't seen some aggressive trios in so long, and I'm absolutely loving it. Our first 3 games have been some absolute chaos, but they've been so much fun to watch. Little bit of performance issues coming from some of these teams that we've seen. They do need to pick it up in these next 3 games, otherwise they might not be making it to the finals, because this day is going to be the cutoff. If they don't make it in today, they won't be making it in to our final days that we're going to be having next week, where you can catch us back here on the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Twitch and on the NARAKA Esports Twitch and on a whole bunch of other websites that you can get from our links that will be streaming in a whole bunch of different languages for you guys. So whatever language you speak, if you speak English, you get to come hang out with me and Raven. If you speak other languages, go hang out on the other servers, because then you can actually understand us. But yeah, as we're getting into these next 3 games, I'm so excited to see, because a lot of these players won't be able to play Monk anymore, and then the teams who haven't been using their Monk picks are going to get it. So we're going to have a little bit of a switch around in what these comps are going to be looking like with the hero selections from these teams, as we're going to see a couple of these teams, I'm pretty sure, have already used Monk twice, so they won't be able to run it again.
Yeah, and because all the Firefly days were in the first half, all these teams traditionally, when there's no Fireflies, everyone likes running Monk. You can play really slow. Now the problem with that is that it becomes really, really hard to pick up a ton of kills, and as the pressure stacks up against you, or you're trying to qualify moving forward, you want to be able to put a ton of pressure. But as I say that, like, oh my goodness, I see Justinas everywhere. There's Justinas everywhere. We're seeing the old school box comp coming out with AS, that Temi, Matari, Justina. We're seeing Justina, Temi, Yushan from 5-1. What is this composition? I'm liking it. Finally, we're seeing some new technology coming out. BBE also with some new technology. We got the Zai, Matari, Temi. Love to see it. Who else is doing some weird stuff? We're seeing Matari, Takeda, Temi. Haven't seen that one in a long time as well. Old school box comp, some new stuff from RV. Matari, Akos, Viper. Woo! So many Vipers in the lobby. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, almost 10 of the teams with a Viper coming out. This is like, someone got the memo. Like, today, this round, 4th round, out of the break, we're going all Viper. We're gonna just go fully out there. We're going all in. Anything else that I see that's strange is no, just Vipers everywhere. And what, we're getting a, this is daytime. I'm pretty sure it's daytime. What is this meta? You know, normally you see Monks coming out on this, but on a daytime Morris, we just see Vipers everywhere. It's just wild. I'm curious to see how teams are going to capitalize on the fact that there are Vipers everywhere. You're seeing that nice counter with Matari being out there and that Yushan, but I really want to see how 5-2-1 uses this new composition. It's going to be really exciting off spawn.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. We're not seeing a single Monk, and I can't remember exactly which team decided to play with this composition, but I did see I'm pretty sure it was an Akos Zai Matari comp. Should be
I missed that one.
Or sorry, a Temi Zai Matari comp, I'm pretty sure. And that comp is going to be interesting to see how it's going to play into this meta, as we're going to flip over to the winners of our last game. Team 5-2-1 as Pampy, and it looks like they are going to be getting Fireflies in this game here, picking up, already getting a decent amount of ults. And as you guys already know, ladies and gentlemen, it is myself, Seb Guy 32, and Raven. Raven, please, coming through and getting on the casting here. As we're going to flip over really quickly, we're already seeing a couple of fights breaking out. This is going to be Team Rude here, who haven't picked up too many points this game or this day at all, against Team BSC. BSC, we saw them have a stretch of adrenaline coming through, and they were able to pick up a few kills and shark down a couple of these god teams, or these stronger teams that we've seen in these games. They were able to take out a couple of these top teams, but they quickly regressed back and weren't able to make it too far into that final circle, as RD now sharking on them hard. They do not have much armor and they don't have any armor on that team except for BSC's Pato here. It looks like they're gonna run right into Team 521, and it looks like now it's gonna flip over to VNGC versus Team Rude here. Rude able to deal a lot of damage, but we're going to see VNGC's Ivan coming through with the blue katana, able to deal a decent amount of damage onto Eclair. Eclair here trying to go for the charge, ends up backing off. He's going to tap dodge away here and run back into the fight as Roy He able to hit a huge combo to Eclair. Eclair is going to go down pretty fast here, but they're getting most of their health back from these Soul Bloom Essence, but Ivan is going to get frozen up here, and then 5-2-1 is just going to come with the third parties picking up and cleaning off most of these kills here as we're flipping over. VNGC still hot on top as they do have their ultimates here as 5-2-1 with the Yushan ult already coming in, and we're seeing some Takeda ults already being popped. Pampy getting dangerously low here is going to get silenced, and Ivan is going to be able to come away with the kill here. We're going to see Akame is getting dangerously low as well, and it looks like they're going to be able to take him out, and Unique actually subbing in on the Tumult here as well. We haven't seen Unique coming in and playing. We usually see Yin coming to play, but they do have that fourth player here as Ivan is going to go down as AS Tatsu coming in on the third party here. They are going to be able to get out of there pretty fast though, but they were able to pick up an armor swap to that purple armor and leave them, one of their players, without an armor as they were able to Wu Chen out. So they did lose the armor, but they kept their lives, which is a little bit more important.
AS with a third party in that Tamiyo. Just so impressive when you don't have any counter to this. And now MR with their traditional box comp to mulch. Matari Takeda getting that kill on MVP Peachley. Getting stuck on the window, not able to move his way out of that situation with SC on the outside. Tons of teams inside Celestra looking to fight in this herd of chaos. RV willing to take up to the challenge. Matariel being popped. Now Yoso going for a ride with that staff, being just juggled until his death. The RV coming in with a third party now, trying to finish off MVP. SE trying to back off here. Viper V2 gonna get popped down. Everyone's all locked down. RV trying to find anything he can off the Viper, so not able to find much though. And SC is gonna re-engage here. Akko's ult still there. Viper gets the freeze, and now the Tiger coming out with the peel, clawing everyone off of his team. And now the Justina Rethan looking to get another dash off. Wait, he's out of dashes, just trying to get a little bit of pokes in, try to build up some ult. MR on the outside, and it doesn't look like any of these teams are able to coordinate a strong enough attack to take each other down. Their defense just too strong. But SC doesn't care, not gonna back off, immediately jumping on the RV. F3 coming out from RV from that Viper, doing a ton of damage, denying all of the heals. Now RV just coming back in, reversing this aggression. SC overextending, trying to take down RV, and now Hui getting a big parry off that grapple LB. RV looking super clean with it, now trying to clean up the rest of SC. Rethan trying to hide in the house, is gonna try to disappear into Celestial, not able to get away though. F2's gonna come out, making his way through the window. RV hot on his tail, wants to pick up this kill. They need every kill they can get if they hope to make it past the qualifying round, and the F3 comes out and clotheslines SC, and they're able to clean up SC. RV, what a great play from them, Seb.
RV just steamrolling them like that, like an RV, or like a recreational vehicle, just running them over. They were not able to handle the power, as Team GE is going to be on the front foot of this fight in a 2v1 scenario, but they're going to get absolutely blitzed for most of their health here from the repeating crossbow. They are able to get all of their teammates up, get a small amount of a reset off as they re-enter into this fight. So we're going to see the Temi ult getting popped here, and FA's Eyes is going to be the first player to go down here. We're going to see a huge parry come out as GE's Rai is going down. It is now a 2v2 situation here. One player has gone down from all of these teams, as FA's Love is getting dangerously low here, so we're going to see him try and go for the 1-2 off on the nunchucks. He does have that F1 popped, so he is going to be a little bit more dangerous for Loves here. So we're going to see a Viper ult come out as well from Mines. Mines trying to shark down, and he's going to to be able to get the stun off on both of them, and it looks like they are going to be able to come back, and the 2v2 Mines with a perfectly timed Viper ult to be able to come through, get both of the players locked on the stun. It looked like they were just going to be able to get one and then try and shark down that final kill in a 2v1 scenario, but they were able to get both of them. Great play, and back to Team RV, trying to take out Mr. Smooth, but the Temi ult coming in and saving them, as well as Mr. Yoso with the ultimate from the Takeda. He does have that blistering edge. It's a super dangerous Jade on the Bull Sword here, as we're going to see another Viper ult coming through. Mr. Yoso able to avoid it just in time, goes right back into the action, saving his teammates here, and a huge blistering edge shot coming up. He does have one more pop from that ultimate here, and it looks like he's not going to throw it. He is just going to wait here. They do need to get one of their players up. They are in a bit of a pickle here, as Mr. Yoso getting dangerously low as well is going to go down here, as RV keeps rolling on these players. The Temi, the ultimate from the ACOS, is just so much damage being dealt, and the mobility that he has, especially with the staff. A hugely favored weapon right now in combat, just able to do so much damage, especially with the new changes to the staff, with the buffs, giving that purple focus at the end of the charged RMB is something that is a just huge change to the staff there. Able to get another kill, as seeing the last player, Mr. Yoso, alive on Team MR, trying to come in for a third party here, but it looks like they're not going to be able to do anything about it, as Romantico getting very low here is almost going to go down. Able to tap dodge away here. It looks like he is going to be able to get a huge parry up. Romantico is going to go down, though, from the follow-up attack, as we are going to see him get into a full uppercut combo here. And Mr. Yoso going down again. It looks like it is a 2v1 situation. Mr. Smooth popping that material, able to get both of them in that stun, but Toby here able to come away with all of his health back from that soul bloom. Mr. Smooth in a very bad position right now, and MR is going to go down very quickly here, as Mr. Smooth taking the loss. They are going to go out with a couple kills under their belt. 9 kills in this game already, which is absolutely insane, ladies and gentlemen. 9 kills up on the board, as we're going to see 5-1 versus 28, but 28 only has 1 player. Oh, no, now the rest of them are coming through. This is going to be interesting, ladies and gentlemen, to see how these comps are going to work out here, because Akame is still playing on that Yueshon here. So we're going to see the ultimates already getting popped here into the Neja's Might, as we're going to see Hypnos already getting dangerously low. They're already forced to pop that Wuchen ultimate here. They're trying to get into that fight as fast as possible. They need to shark Hypnos as fast as possible, because they do not want that Viper stun to come out. Hypnos is going to go down here, and now they're ready to shark the rest of these players. Akame already popping the ult here, trying to get that Yodo ult next, is Unique getting dangerously low as well. PUBG trying to get away from Akame, but Akame is just so amazing on that Yueshon. Guitar here just trying to get 1 kill at least as a last hurrah, but it's just getting blocked off in the Yueshon again. 5-1, absolutely dominating.
Unique was actually able to stall the 3v1 onto him. He was at 1 HP for so long. Great peels coming from 5-1. Doesn't surprise me, though, that they're able to come out on top. This composition, Justina, Temi, Yueshon, I don't think I've really ever seen this composition, but it does have a Temi, and I feel like out of all the rushdown characters besides Cicada, Tumulch is probably one of the most oppressive characters in the game. As long as you put that sand wall down at a good position, and you know how to put wisps on players, deny lots of options, kind of shove them back and forth within it, cut teams off from their teammates, and not really just like hesitate on it. What I see a lot of teams do that aren't getting a ton of value, like the top end of the lobby, just super aggressive. And it's not just like how fast they're going, it's how quickly they get into position and get going. They don't wait for the other team to initiate on them. They initiate first. They're spacing between each other. They support each other super well, while these other teams are kind of just sitting back, waiting, praying, hoping for these parries that are never going to come, and they end up just giving so much room to the other team. And the longer you give to a smart player to sit back, analyze what composition you are, the better strategy they're going to get. They're able to see exactly which characters you are, choose exactly who they want to go on, make sure their frontline position 1 player gets in position, takes most of the aggro initially, And now we're seeing Pampy versus AS. 5-2-1. They do have the buff. I believe AS probably has Yang depletion. They're looking pretty aggressive. Tumult ults are going to go down. Pampy does pop the Justina ult. He's going to get his dashes going. Both Justinas dashing in left and right. Super Saiyan Justinas just dashing in and out, getting their resets. Pampy out of ult, so the other Justina still has dashes going down. Wait a minute, Pampy still has a couple going down. I spoke to Son Kaimo trying to stay alive. The Temi getting mashed by Akame on this Yushan. Slams coming down and he gets juggled to death, getting taken down. But INF with the third party. 5-2-1 does have the buff. It doesn't matter if they get taken down here, but it doesn't matter for Pampy. He goes in, grabs the big parry onto Lob throwing an ill-advised foes attack right into Pampy. Pampy pops the F2. V2 coming down from Gon, looking to get a stun. Eunuch, Temio 5-2-1 does get blown up. RV now has 5-2-1 against the ropes. 5-2-1 though, gonna get blown up. They do have the rest, so they're gonna come back with the Veshin, but RV doesn't matter. They've been rolling through the lobby. They've been crushing everyone in their path like an uncontrollable RV downhill, grabbing all of the kills. RV up to 16 kills already, showing the lobby that they are not to be messed with. Tatsu against the corner, gets blown up. Matari, oh, this is very interesting. RV with that Matari Akos Viper, they're actually leading with their Matari ult offensively instead of defensively. Now going on to Team 20 versus BBE. BBE started the day very, very fast, getting tons of kills. Now showing up again, 13 kills on the board. Matari, Tumult, Zai doing a ton of damage here. So much pressure coming from that Zio. 28 doesn't know what to do. What they want to do is just back off here, create some space. Fat Mill coming from this guy's couple grapple cancels, looking to get a flank in, but Hypnos with the parry on the top ropes. That nunchucks kicking Fat Milk away. Atari ult does come down. Backstabs coming in. Guitar trying to survive this Matari, staggering him over and over. R&B comes out on the spear. He's trying his best to fight it off, but it's not gonna do much. Guitar gets absolutely decimated from that spear. R&B, and now BBE up to 16 kills, dominating the line. They're trying to catch up to 5-2-1, but 91 kills. Still, 16 kills is nothing to scoff at. Great job from BBE. 5-2-1 on the outside. Pampy lurking on the outside. I believe second Yang is coming up. Mid game is going to come into this lull. But so far, Seb, what is your favorite team composition you've seen today?
I've been really enjoying the composition that we've been seeing from 5-2-1. The way that Akame is using this Yushan in a non-transformer lobby, where you've seen the majority of the lobby hasn't been using these transformer comps. And then you're seeing Akame like, you know what, I'm still going to play Yushan, and I'm going to show you guys exactly why I'm the Yushan on my team, because I'm going to pick up every single kill, and you guys are not going to be able to do a thing about it, because the amount of stun and movement that you can take away with Justina and Tumult using both of their ultimates, being able to lock players up, and then Akame just like, ha, damage, you're dead. And it's been phenomenal to see how this has been working here. So we're gonna see the ult get popped right away here, able to almost get the freeze off here. Sends most of his dashes out already. Needs to be careful when sending the rest of the dashes. We're gonna see the Viper ult get used quickly, but not too many people are gonna get stunned here. So we're seeing the freeze immunity come out. They have one more dash. Just Pampy's going to use it just to be able to get out of there as fast as possible. So we're going to see RV trying to steamroll over Pampy with the pole sword there. So we're going to see RV's Timax is going to go down to Unique already here. And Akame trying to make the play onto Toby. And we're going to see the V1 coming out from RV's Akos, jumping around, trying to avoid the Yushan as Akame already coming out of ult, but pops the Flamebringer off and is able to get both of them there as Unique is able to pick up the kill on YDSPD. They're going to be able to get that buff, get the gold katana, purple dagger, purple armor. They're going to be pretty stacked on these scales for their weapons here as they're jumping in to the rest of this game. As they're picking up that Mystic Might buff, as I was saying earlier, when you now have, before the Realm of Yang, you didn't have a choice in which buff you were getting. The box spawned, and that was the buff that you were going to get. Now that you have the choice, you see players going for buffs other than Draco Storm, because the Mystic Might just has... The Mystic Might buff did get a little bit of an increase. It's funny because the buff got a buff, but you saw how it started to be picked a lot more, and just having that bell effect every couple of seconds, it was just a super helpful thing to be able to catch players and find them, see where they're at, and see where they're hiding, just like Wolfew's choice going down there. The rest of his team unable to go for the revive as VNGC holding that outside. But like I was saying as well, look at this. VNGC had one bad game. They're still picking up the pace and playing very well this game with 11 kills on the board. They're still 15 points behind 5-2-1 because they put such a huge gap in between them and the other teams last game.
Yeah, but just look how many kills are just happening. RV has 17, INF with 11, VNGC with 11, 5-2-1 with 10, BBE with 16, just absolutely slaughtering the lobby. I just think with 16 teams, there's just so much more action, so much more opportunity. And you're talking about this bell buff. The biggest strength of getting that Mystic Might bell buff is the 20% damage reduction. If you ever fight this buff, even if you're fully scaled, you have gold weapons, and you're mashing against this team, you just have to win neutral so much more. You have to get so much value off your ultimates versus just like a normal team with a couple health jades who are just going to get their armor shredded off one focus attack. But as I say that, VNGC with his blue buff, Roy Hee coming with a gold pole sword, he's going to be doing a ton of damage, but he's going to get zoned down by RV with that V2, investing the V2 Viper with the material, trying to get some pressure onto VNGC. VNGC Viper forced to pop his ult in defense to try to slow down damage. VNGC doing a great job of avoiding the all-in from RV. RV just a little bit hasty, pulling the trigger too fast, and VNGC is able to space it out and neutralize all of their pressure, completely crushing them with those parries in neutral. VNGC showing why they're one of the top consistent teams, why they almost have double the points of everyone in the lobby. Great job from RV though, having a really strong pop-off game, jumping all the way to 33 points. Like, they were so far behind before, and now they're in contention to qualify. BBE with this Matari, Temi, Zai composition, 16 kills. Good googly mooglies. That I kind of want to try this composition. And normally with Matari and Tumult, you're going to be running Takeda or Justina. You're really not, like, with Zai in it. I feel like it's I guess Temi and Matari make it so hard to pressure her that it might be possible Takeda could get neutralized enough that Zai is able to go crazy and run around with those whips. The problem with Takeda is that you do have to scale. Your whole team has to invest in weapon bags in order to open up the rest of his ultimate to be super powerful. And with Zai, you're getting all the value straight up right away. Her ultimate comes as is. As long as you have a good weapon, it's going to scale a lot easier than Takeda. So I can see how this BBE is making this composition work, especially on this Viper Day. As long as you have Matari or these Yushans, you're going to be able to stop a lot of this V2 or V1 pressure coming from these Vipers, as long as you don't get picked off from the silence. But you were saying, Seb?
I was saying that, I mean, we were wondering if this comp's going to work, and they have 16 kills up on the board. As we're going to take a look now, as Wolfew's choice really quickly is going to get with a dreadful whale from INF's Gone. We're going to see Hong here as well, dealing a lot of damage, but we are going to see it try and come out again. He almost gets it a second time here. It looks like Wolfew's choice getting very low, has that ultimate pop, but is going to get hit. Oh my goodness, with the dreadful whale coming in again. Hong, last player alive on his team. They only do have 2 kills up onto the board, so they are going to need to check. But yeah, INF here, a team that we haven't seen very much shine shine that much in these games, has 12 kills on the board. And RV, they were going like an RV, but they weren't going camping. They were just running kids right off of the road here with 17 kills on the board. A huge pop-off game that we haven't really seen from them before. If they were able to play this mid game a little bit more passively and wait out till the end, they could have had a pretty good shot at overtaking a lot of these teams. But sadly, they did go out pretty early. It's now up to INF to try and make something happen for these underdogs here, as VNGC hopping in on a fight against 521. 521 popping their ultimates pretty early here, and it looks like Roy Hee is going to be able to pick up a kill onto Unique here, but Roy Hee is getting dangerously low. Pampy taking a lot of damage. Oh my goodness, getting sharked so low here, and it looks like Roy Hee is able to pick up another kill. 521 now only has one player left, and in the matter of 30 seconds, the top team has just lost 2 of their players. This is going to be very difficult for them to come back into this game here, as VNGC now has the front foot in this game with 16 kills up on the board and 87 points. This is the time where they want to catch up, and this is what we've been seeing. It's neck and neck with 521. 521 was able to put a whole bunch of points on the other game, but now that 2 of their players are down, it's going to be very difficult for them to try and make a comeback here. As we're going to flip over now to AS versus INF, it looks like they're going to be playing a little bit of space here, as lots of their players are getting dangerously low, as AS Camillo is going to go down to INF's low BL1. Low BL1 picking up another kill, putting INF to 14 kills onto the board. INF taking a lot of damage here, as BBE snack as well, and the other INF player, Sue, on the other side, taking a lot of damage, and it looks like BBE is going to be able to come away with another kill, putting 17 points up on the board. So their comp is working for them pretty well. Akame, last remaining player on the team here. 4, 5, 2, 1. They need a miracle to get them continuing into this game here, as Akame is going to be taking a lot of damage as well from the storm, and BBE snack catches him out right away here, and it looks like it's just going to go so fast. 5-2-1 is going to go out. Roy Hee taking a whole lot of damage, and it looks like they're going to TP out pretty fast here. The burn damage might be it for him here. He needs to pop that ult fast and get out of here quickly. Pop that pot, otherwise it is going to be it for them, and their team comp is going to be messed up. Oh my goodness, Slows almost catches him out, tries to catch him in the ultimate here, isn't going to be able to. He is forced to use another one of his abilities to push him, is BBE back, and it looks like VNGC is also going to try and get these stuns off here, but the perfect timing on the F from Fat Milk to be able to render him completely invulnerable to these attacks here, and it looks like VNGC's Roy Hee is going to go down here, and this could be the end of VNGC, and they are going to go down as well. These top 2 teams are going out so fast, not going to be able to pick up those placement points to go along with their kills. Is Bamboo Esports coming through and picking up another couple of kills here and getting another one, as we're going to see INF as well picking up another kill. Down to 5 players left. Bamboo Esports, it looks like they're just going to come through and pick up every single one of these kills here. It's the Fat Milk coming through with that ultimate, is just dealing so much damage, but it looks like they're going to get the stun off here, and it looks like Low B1 trying to make the play back over, and it looks like Low B1L is going to go down as well and gone with just a sliver of health, and it looks like it's all coming up. Bamboo Esports, ladies and gentlemen, what a crazy finish. We had 2 teams that were on the top, and they decided to drop, and they fell down pretty far. They had so many kills up on the board, and then all of a sudden, yeah, we're sharking you. You guys are dying. You're getting third party. You're getting 6v1, and it's game over for you guys. We're not letting you come away with too many points. We have a say in this fight, and that's what they did. They showed us that it is still anybody's game.
Man, BBE with the new compositions, running Zai instead of Takeda, they were getting so much value off of that, Seb. I was really surprised actually, I'm not surprised. I'm running into Zai over and over. I just feel like it's just such easy execution. And what I always say as far as tactics, simple is better. It's just way better. Simple is easy. Easy is better. Easy is effective. You don't want to do anything complex on these 10 situations. Zai is able to go in there, find situations where she's able to be effective. And something that she has over Takeda that I've been thinking about a lot more and more is she actually does have a gold F. Her F1 allows her to go intangible and break out of a lot of situations. And the problem with Takeda is that if he ever gets committed in a fight, he can get 100-0. And now we're talking about how a lot of Takedas right now are using F1. They're going blue, and they're able to pick up your weapon if you hit her. The problem with Zai is she's not hitting you with a weapon that you can take from her. She's hitting you with a gold focus at max range. Like I was saying before, the big counter to that F1 Takeda is that longsword. So I feel like BBE is onto something. Last week, the main composition I saw Zai working well with was Yushan Zai Temi. But seeing that Matari Temi Zai seems a little bit better than Justina versus Takeda Temi. And they were doing a ton of work versus all these Vipers, and in that 3v1 situation, in that 2v situation, I'd rather have a Zai than a Takeda, unless it's endgame. I can see having a Takeda having endgame is a little bit better, but I'm curious to run this composition instead. Great work from BB. What a great find from them. They're the only team I've seen so far running that composition. They came out with 19 kills, I believe. 19 in a super aggressive lobby too. Everyone's going in, investing all of their ults, and they're able to navigate themselves away with 19 kills. That means off spawn they got a ton of kills. Mid game they had a ton of kills. They went to Yang and got kills. They even got to end game and got a ton of kills. So I see this composition probably going forward, especially because it doesn't really interrupt with any of the traditional comps. Like, it doesn't mess with Takeda Viper. It doesn't mess with Yushan Monk, unlike the other Yushan Zai compositions I've been seeing. So great find by them. 521 did run an interesting composition with the Yushan Zai Justina, and they were doing decently well. But the problem with Yushan is when he doesn't have the monk covering him, and he's not really looked at as like a kind of a tempo positional character, he can take randomly a ton of damage, and without Kurumi to heal him, he ends up being a little bit of liability if he doesn't play defensively. And I saw 521 falling trapped away. It was a rare instance where I saw a misplay from 521. It's probably the first misplay I've seen them make, and we're like on what, game 10 or something, or we're more than halfway. That was game 4. Yeah, this is game 10. There, Justina and Yushan both did an ult. I was like, what? A rare mistake from 521. The biggest sin you can make in trios is not ulting. And even though 521's been the most consistent team, they are human. They don't always play perfect. They've been playing perfect pretty much the entire tournament. First misstep from them, and a ton of teams are going to capitalize on it and try to catch up to take that lead. BNGC definitely did super well, but again, what's crazy to me about this region, everyone gets more than 10 kills. It's wild to me, Seb.
It was so crazy how there were, look at how many teams had plus 10 kills. And we're seeing the top 5 teams all had over 10 kills. And they were all in the final circle. So look at the multipliers hitting. Bamboo Esports with 22 kills on the board, able to pick up 35.8 total game score in points. INF able to pick up 24 points. And it's really cool to see RV and INF up in that top of the leaderboard where we don't usually see them. Before this, I'm pretty sure INF had 24 total points for the past 3 games. And then in game 4, they pick up as many points as they had in the past 3 games, which is super cool to see. VNGC there, still neck and neck with Team 521. They were able to pick up a few more points, but 521 is still going to be a little bit higher than them in the entire standings, as we will be able to see later on. You guys know the drill with the slides. We're going to see the scoreboard. Now we're going to see the MVP team data, and then we're going to see the MVP board. So look at how many kills Snack picked up. Oh my goodness, 12 kills on his own with Matari. F2 V3. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, the V3 on Matari allows him to reset everyone's cooldowns. So he's giving Bad Milk his ability to go back to intangible, I believe, and their Temi the ability to press F and break focus again. But that, as well as that, having that backstab, the reason why he has so many killing blows is he's able to secure all these kills. And what I noticed about their team is they're leading with that Matari ult a lot of the time. It's definitely really, really unorthodox. Normally you lead with Justina or Takeda, but Matari's leading with all that. I feel like that leaves you a little bit vulnerable, but interestingly enough, same thing with RV, running a very interesting comp with Matari, Viper, Akos. and getting a ton of value off of it. When I looked at it, I was like, how is this going to deal with any of the Temis? But if there's not really Temis in the lobby, you're kind of fine. And we're seeing BB, look how much damage is there. He's just mashing AS against the wall with those whips. Nothing they can do. No risk of parrying, just having the time of his life. I mean, I kind of want to play that character. Just no fear of getting parried. Just be again, Fat Milk, just boom, burning people in the corner, whipping them into submission. Get out of here. Snack going around, cleaning up kills, able to just follow up easily while they're crowd controlled by that whip sun. It's so much damage, it's so much AoE, it's so easy to land, and all of your teammates are gonna have a great time following up on you, and you're seeing just how effective with 30k damage. It's just crazy.
Look at how crazy he did. 7k damage with the ballista. Now that is not something that you normally see. Of course, it has to do with the circle, whereas we're seeing a ballista in a closer to the final circle. So you are going to see the ballista being used a lot more. But the fact that they were able to control it for that long and that teams just let them sit on the ballista and pick up that much damage and he got a couple of kills on the ballista as well. It was crazy to see that. His Jade's also completely stacked, and I don't understand. The whips is just like whips go brr, and then everyone's just health is like burn damage as well. It's absolutely insane with 12 assists as well. And see, he only got 4 kills before the rebirth, so they were picking up most of their kills in that mid to end game. Lots of their kills were picked up, I'm pretty sure, in the Realm of Yang, and then they had a lot of kills closer to that final circle area as well. But they did only pick up 4 kills in the early game.
True, and that composition is very, very strong off spawn. If you get either Temi or Zai, their ultimate, they're just gonna create so much space for their team. And you were mentioning how much damage they did with ballistas. That was another thing I saw them do super well. That end game right there, just to the right of mine, there's just so many ballistas over there, and if you don't set up correctly, you're just gonna be in there for a bad time. And in this lobby, right, I was saying no Temi's running away. The second you start taking damage, you're not able to reduce any of the pressure. You don't have a monk to hide behind. You just have these vipers. So all these compositions are very glass cannon. And you're seeing what happens when glasses go against the cannon. That ballista just blew them all up, and BBE is able to follow up with all this damage and pick up a ton of kills in that end game. It's really great play by them, great positional hold by them, and I hope to see that. Hopefully these teams learn their lessons, that holding these towers, like you were saying before, in NBPL, you're seeing a ton of teams just kind of tower camping and such. Even in solos, towers are just so powerful in the game, and they're really, really underestimated with the ballista damage that you can possibly do, and just positional control that you can have. Not even just from being on ballista, but being able to scale rush around a ballista. That high ground gives you so much opportunity to scout out your competition, see exactly how fights are going, and as long as you have good strats to influence fights and take advantage of them, it's going to put you in the best position for success, and you're seeing BB capitalize on that. I'm hoping to see that from them again in game 5 and game 6, and I'm really excited, Seb, to see some more compositions. What is something that you want to see today that we haven't seen yet?
You know, I feel like we haven't seen, and I'm pretty sure the meta has shifted off of her, but we haven't seen a single Faria come into play, where we used to see sometimes in the NBPL, we saw the Pacific Rim comp where the monk would go into his ultimate, and then we would see them go right back into a Faria ult from Faria's V3. We haven't seen that happen yet in this era, and I'm pretty sure Faria has fallen out mostly of the meta. Like, obviously we're not seeing Faria in this game, as we're seeing a couple of these players hopping back on the monk for this Holoroth game, and then we're seeing them go back to some more of the traditional comps. As we're seeing, I like what SE and MR and them are doing with the Z-Ping, Temi, and Zai, and then the Z-Ping, Yushan, and Zai. I feel like both of those comps are going to be pretty. They're going to be pretty lethal and very hard to deal with, like being able to hold somebody down and then just having that extra heal buff that we haven't really seen coming through, because we usually see a Viper in that comp, or we'll see a Wu Chen or a yeah, Viper or Wu-Chen or Takeda coming into that comp, like we see with Snack, Slows, and Fat Milk there from BBE coming through with the Takeda, the Z-Ping, and the Temi.
And I wanted to shed some light on why Feria doesn't exist anymore. She's completely phased out after her nerf. They reduced her mech health and her damage overall. Plus, there was a vulnerability figured out against Feria. You call it Pacific Rim. I always call it Sand Mech because it's a variation on Sandformers where it's Feria Yushan Monk instead, and it replaced Sandformers that played on Holoroth all the time. Now, the reason why Tumultuous played with Monk on Holoroth so much is it's so wide open that you need to have something to cover him or else he gets absolutely fried. Now, with Feria, the problem is she is super vulnerable against Viper ult. Now, technically, everyone on the team can iframe the Viper ult. You can go into mech at the right time. You can press Temi F at the right time. You can also Monk ult at the right time. But if any of you don't have your ult, you just lose to all the Viper compositions. And I believe it was Team GG who came out and just like had like a 45-point game with their Viper comp, and everyone dropped Feria.
Yeah, I mean, that is fair enough. As we're going to see here, MVP coming through, already picking up a couple of kills. 2 kills onto BBE already. They're picking up the first 2 kills of the game here. Getting on the board early is what we love to see, as we're seeing 5-2-1 as well, already on a killing rampage. Picking up a couple kills onto VNGC, as we're going to flip over here to FA, wiping out Team SE very quickly here already at the start. And it looks like they're going to be coming up against a couple of these other players, and it looks like they've held down that area pretty well, and they're going to be able to just take the rest of that and loot to themselves. So we're going to flip over to AS versus Team PX. PX is a team that we haven't seen too much of right now, as Tatsu is going to get himself parried pretty quickly here, losing his gray pole sword, but he flips over to some blue nunchucks here, tries to go for a parry, isn't going to be able to land the parry, has to then swap over. He's able to get the charge off here. He baits out the parry and then flips around into the meter dump, and it looks like he's almost got one of them, and PX is going to be in a lot of trouble, but they are able to bring it back there from the brink of death and pick up 3 kills into the game, as we're flipping over to the absolute pandemonium that's going around in the city of Tang here. We're seeing some purple greatsword come out from INF Gone here. He's just trying to shark the kill off onto that other MR member here. So we're going to see him try and go off for the LMB here, or the RMB, sorry, but he was not able to hit it. Forced to ult here, just get that damage reduction off, and it looks like he is going to be able to get a kill onto Rai. Tries to pick up the Soul Bloom, isn't going to be able to here, or actually will get it, being able to bring himself back to almost full health. But we're going to see GE's AA able to come through, or AO1 coming through and bringing that back around with some gray dual blades, avenging his teammate, reviving his teammate, and now being on the front foot of these fights, forcing these other teams to back off of the area because they've held it down so well.
Yeah, City of Tang really benefits these brawling compositions that have very versatile abilities and ultimates. Now, even though you see Takeda replacing a ton of Yodo, this is where Yodo really shines. Her F3 just causes so much bullying inside these buildings, and that's all I can think of as I'm watching a Viper getting mashed over and over. Not having a gold F, being Viper, even though you added gold focus to her F3 and her F2, it still feels awful as you're just getting cooked in these corners. Now we're going to the outside. I call this place Grief Platform. Double ballista on both sides. SE making the cardinal sin. If you're not on a ballista, you cannot fight at this spot. Now going to the bottom, though. As long as you're at the bottom, no ballistas. We're fine. ISO fight. Rollers on the outside. It looks like Temi ult is going to come down. SE starting out with a ton of momentum. Wolfew's going to respond with their Yushan ult. Slam's coming down. And again, SE just blown up immediately. Yushan denying the pressure of this Temi ult. Great timing by Wolfew. Wolfew with the Akos now, looking to close out these kills. The roller coming into play here. We see scale rushes going around. High does jump over the roller. His teammates are trying to hold him down. I believe the team on the up top is trying realizes people are fighting. Well, yeah, VNGC comes to the lower area, does get blown up for his troubles. Ivan gets picked off now. Roy Hee on the Monk. This is not where you want to ult as Monk. He's going to try to scale rush and pick up his teammate. The other team is just gonna full run away. Interesting. Giving up the res for free. Karumi does get rolled over. Oh no. Roy Hee in a tough position. If he ults here, he does get hit by the roller again. VNGC getting destroyed by the roller and Wolf U. Roy Hee forced to pop the ult up. I don't know if Simpson's going to be able to pick up his teammate, but Roy Hee with the first grab. Is he going to get the slam off? He will get the slam off. Wolf U high does get blown up for it. SC Rethan does come in with the third party, and they see VNGC bleeding everywhere, and they're gonna scoop up these kills. SC with the great third party coming in, cleaning up the kills. Now we're back to tank BSC versus GE. GE does have their zipping taken down. It's in a tough position, but they do have BSC against the ropes. Monk at 1 HP. The Temi trying to recover this 2v2 situation, or 2v1 situation. Takeda trying to win this for his team, able to take down one. BSC Shaka gonna back off and hide, get a reset here, but it's gonna allow GE to get a res. But RV again coming off the side rope, looking to go downhill and roll over through GE, picking up the last glass kill. RV with the great third party.
Hey, Yaya able to come away with the clutch onto the 2v1, but then wasn't able to get the revive off fast enough to fight against the third party here. So we're going to see the blender coming through from Nige on Team PX is Unique getting hit with that and able to take a huge parry off here. So we're going to see a couple players starting to lose their weapons. So we're going to see Unique taking a huge slash from the longsword. The charge vertical attack there. Pampy is going to be able to parry one of them here, and we're going to see Keyfang trying to come back and play really aggressively with such little health, able to just turn around and send some overholds off, but they were able to wait for the right time to parry, and Kin Fong is going to go down. Unique picking up another kill onto the board, and they're at 9 total. And VNGC, like I said, they had one bad game. Now they're having another inconsistent game. They're already completely out with 1 kill, and this is just going to leave 5-2-1 to completely win the game. They were the only ones who would be able to come up in close contention and come away with the victory overall today, but it looks like 5-2-1 is going to be the team that's going to be coming forward, as Pampy forced to pop the ult as Sue gets parried, pops the ult and pops back here, as we're going to see Lobel 1 go down. Unique on that ultimate here, as we're going to see the V1 coming out from Sue. Sue trying to make something happen, but wasn't able to deal enough damage here, as Unique coming through with the Akos ult of his own, able to come away with the kill, as Pampy picks up another one for their team. This is putting them at 11 kills onto the board already before Circle 1 has even finished closing. Ladies and gentlemen, this is absolutely insane. They've got 7 more kills than any team in the lobby, and they are going so crazy. INF, with no resurrections left on the board, is going to try and go and revive one of their players, but it looks like they might not be able to get their entire team back, as 5-2-1 is looking to dismember this lobby piece by piece.
Every time I see the new skin for Akos, the Monkey King, I always think it's a monk, but it's always Akos, and it just trips me out every single time. Now, traditionally, with Viper Wu-Chen, you're usually seeing Yodo, but Akos is actually a great alternative to this if you're looking to spice things up, just because one thing that Akos makes up for that Yodo doesn't have is sustain. Even after that initial burst that you have with V1, you're able to stagger Transformers. So that means Yushan or Monk will just get staggered over. You're able to peel a crowd of players bullying your teammate. But after that, it's a great amount of bursts that your teammates can follow up on. You still have your claws. Now, once Yodo pops her ult, even though she gets a little bit more burst off of it, after she's done, that's it. She does have her F3, but Akos' F1 is kind of like a budget F3 Yodo. It reduces a ton of damage, but it also knocks down all of the opponents near him, and it turns him into an absolute unit. But we're going to get MVP versus RV. Can RV keep their train going? Can they keep that momentum going downhill? And it looks like they can. Peacefully deleted. No ult from him. Where's the ult from BK? There's going to be a late monk ult here. Can Shin Shiyun get this res off on their Yushan. It is worth it. She's forced to pop her ult, but she's not going to be able to tether because Peach Lee's body is guarded from that Temi ult, and Shiyun does get hit by a wisp. She's staggered, gonna get a little bit of heal, gonna pop the tether, but she gets blown up. RV just so much better, but they get double grabbed. Regrab, Toby gonna get taken down. It's gonna be a 1v1, a 3v1 possible for BK. Gets the first RMB into the uppercut. Pulse sword dash goes down for Zai. RV against the ropes. Pressure on him. BK putting more pressure with the nunnies. Uppercut goes down, forcing out the F1. Lunge comes out 1, 2, 3 with the dagger. BK down to 1 hit. They both release their 1 charge. They're both doing the chip attacks, but Zai is able to clutch it. Woo!
Oh my goodness, I almost had a heart attack there. MVP's BK almost bringing it back. So close to victory there, as we're going to see Pampy picking up another kill with the cannon onto Shaka here, as 5-2-1 started taking on Team GE. Already able to take 1 player out here, as we're going to see GE switching over to some dagger plays here, and we're going to see Pampy coming out with the huge Viper ult here. He's going to be able to stun both of these players here, and it looks like Rai is going to be able to get out of the ult. It is the V2, so there is less stun time here, but we are going to see the silence coming out. Rai here just trying to get away as fast as possible. Last remaining player on Team GE, Pampy, just running and trying to shark, while the other 2 players are, looks like they're already in another fight here, as they are going to flip over, as BSC is closing in for a third party, but they have also decided to run away here, as 2 of these teams were trying to fight 5-2-1, but 5-2-1 said, you know, we're just going to pick up a bunch of free kills here, ladies and gentlemen. 14 kills on the board, 110.7 points as Pampy picks up another kill onto KKRA, as Pato here underneath the building. Unique sharking very closely behind onto Pato, completely away from the rest of their team. Pato with only 1 player remaining on BSC. It looks like they're going to go down pretty quickly here. Stuck in the back of the building, and the 1-2 jump RMB or jump LMB is going to be taking them out. And Rai still dangerously low. Pampy still hot in pursuit, and the charge 1.0 from Pampy is going to take them out. And look at them. They're just in their solo fights having a good time, as INF is also going to go out here as Akame facing off against a V3 Takeda here, and it looks like this is going to be in a dangerous situation, but Pampy is coming in to help as fast as possible, and they're able to clean this up super quickly. Akame back in the circle with just a nick of time here, able to get a couple pots off, and then is going to have that extra shield from the F3 on Wu Chen here. We're going to see another one of these players going super low here, as RD's Mitsu 3 is going to go down to SE's Dao 20, and SE picking up a couple kills here as well. They're looking pretty scaled on their ultimates. We're going to see a parry coming out quickly here, as Dao 20 and Kodu Thidu able to hide in the bushes to avoid the Viper ult, and then coming back around, waiting out that V1 from the Akos here, as Eclair trying to deal as much damage with the ultimate as possible. Wasn't able to make too many crazy plays on the V1, as we're seeing Rethan coming back into it, and just a whole bunch of katana charge, and it's going to be the end for Team RD.
Now switching over to RV versus MVP. RV has been impressing me all day with this Matari Temi. Zai MVP against the ropes. Monk trying to back off. RV does have the buff, but only 2 seconds left. They have to be careful. If they do get killed here, they will be dead forever. MVP's Monk, it does get taken down. They're going to use this opportunity to try to res him here. Use Kurumi ult's going to come down. Peach Lee trying to create enough space, holding an RV. Big slash coming out. RV, though, going to deny this. Tons of damage coming from that Zai, but Zai also taking a ton of damage. But it's enough, though, to take down one of MVP's members. Zai with the whips, creating these opportunities for Toby and Timax to get these huge focus attacks. And now going BBE and who is this? PX. Already Yushan ult and zipping ult does come down. BBE has all 3 ults up. This is not looking good for PX. It's just a matter of time before BBE's Fat Milk's gonna pop that take it out, and they're gonna snowball out of control. They're just avoiding this Yushan damage for right now. PX knows that the second Fat Milk gets on top of them, it's gonna be spell trouble for them. They actually do have a no ultimate zone, but they're actually going to the portal and wait on the other side. And they actually send a triple short on Fat Milk. Fat Milk just goes in. V2 pop from his zipping, and the Takeda ult's coming out. Everyone from BX down to half health against the ropes. Fat Milk doing a ton of damage, but he's threading an evil. He has to be careful. He can still get killed himself. That Zai all doing a ton of work from PX. Fat Milk does get parried and he gets blown up for it. PX with this U-Shot Zai zipping comp, upsetting the traditional meta comp of BBE. Slow's gonna try to clutch it. He does take down King Fong. It's coming down to a 2v2. Fong doing a one charge. Temiol does come down. Zipping Zai versus this BBE Slows. He does just run in and gets one charge by Fong. PX with the great play goes back to the portal and traps them, making them overextend. Now we're gonna go into Yang. FA versus SC. Everyone takes to the Kai. Zipping Zai. Temiol does come down. Takeda Mines gets the slam onto Dao. V2's popped out. Zai pops her ult, but she's getting mashed against this Takeda. This was one of the weaknesses that everyone has pointed out, but that F1 creates that space, and now FA getting juggled over and over. 3 shoves are out. Does FA have enough in the tank to keep this going? They do blow up the Zai, but everyone is low on FA. Loves at half hit point, 1 hit away. Eyes also at 1 hit away. SC still fighting, has a chance to win. Is a 3v1 possible? No, it's not. Takeda holds his reign at the top, taking down Zai. FA with the clutch win in the realm of Yang. Wow, what a great play from FA, Seb.
I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. I'm pretty sure I only caught about half of the fight. I was watching the whole thing. I was paying attention the whole time. But the amount of chaos that was going on, it's like, okay, one person's throwing this, one person's throwing that, and all of a sudden everyone's dead. And it was a phenomenal play. You could totally see the tech that was coming out, but all of a sudden somebody's just getting off an entire gold focus Neja's mic combo, and then you're seeing a Zai absolutely just getting rocked. Going down to 0 HP, going back up to full, going to half, going back up to full. The way that they were able to use that Z-Ping ultimate to just gain such a huge competitive advantage, but not even come away with the kills in that fight was absolutely crazy to me. And oh my goodness, 5-2-1 coming around and turning this fight over, popping the no ult zone, so Mr. Yoso wasn't able to use the ultimate for on Zai. They had the ult pop, dragged them into the no ult zone here, and now they're flipping the fight over, and it looked like it was all going to be coming up MR, but MR is getting absolutely demolished here as the ultimate is getting popped up. And look at just as soon as the ult finally goes down, they're getting almost able to get away, and we're seeing them pop another F, trying to stay alive as fast as possible. Mr. Smooth playing this very, very well, but it looks like they are going to go down to the F. Silence from TM's Pampy. Look at how fast they were able to do that. They're just like, okay, no ult zone, no Zai ult, we're good. Let's run it.
That's true. Zai, outside of her ultimate, not as powerful. The F1 really only benefits her. She can do the lunge out of it, but it's very predictable. You can on-reaction tap dodge it. But still, 5-2-1, they're just built different. Them and VNGC is just on a tier above everyone else, and I'd still say that 5-2-1 is still on a tier above VNGC. They're at 125 points versus VNGC's 90 points, and then there's just like a huge cliff from there with BBE at 73 points, and then a full fall off of where everyone else, the Mortals, RV at 50, MVP at 50, MR at 50, INF at 44, Wolfu at 44, SC at 39. Now, like, the mid of the lobby is very, very even in skill, still very, very competitive, and we're getting a bunch of great fights because of that. I like this composition that PX is running. That's Yueshon zipping Zai. It has a little bit of trouble when multiple teams start coming in. Like, it's not very clear of what should go first, but it seems very, very durable. The problem is, like, even though your team is very durability, if it lacks bursts, there's so many ways to live now in NARAKA. Everyone's disengaged, everyone's zoning is just so much stronger than it used to be before. So you need that little bit of oomph if you want to be effective in killing people. Because if your time to kill is so long, it's just so likely that a third party is going to come in, and you're not going to even be able to scoop up all of your effort, all of your outplay. You can do everything right, except sometimes the right answer is just not to fight, because if there's another team that can possibly come in and threaten a third party, Viper, Yodo, Viper X is just going to do super well. And especially if Viper is paired with a Wu Chen, not only is it super effective against you, you're not also able to kill them because their Wu Chen is always going to be able to port them out because you don't have a silence. On Yushan, on Zai, you don't really have a silence that's going to hold any of them down. So there's no chance of 100 to 0. So even though you're super durable, you're definitely a hard counter to Temi Takeda. Every other composition kind of beats you. So I'm curious. I was hoping to see a little bit more examples of them fighting, but I am going to see an example of PX versus FA right now. They caught him in the bush, and when you show this type of body language, teams are going to jump on you in this region. Loves people in the bush. You can see it in his body language. He cares. He's going in with reckless abandonment, trying to hold down the team, and King Fong trying to go up the cliff. Big mistake by them retreating to the cliffs. There's no chance of getting away in this situation, and their Yushan is forced to ult here. Gonna create some space, but FA is going to back off so that Yushan gets no value. But this is a value that you need from this Yushan. All the time, people get confused of what Yushan's role is in trios. They try to do damage with him, but he's actually more of a support character where he enforces. He does close out kills, he does set up great combos for his teammates, but the biggest thing is that you're watching your teammates and you're making sure your teammates aren't eating big focus attacks. Or if they need to get away, you zone out the other team. Now, he is very vulnerable here, and hopefully his team's gonna peel for him. Where is the teammate, PX? RV's just coming in hot. Now they're going to turn back around and go on the Zai. Zai's juggled right now. Is she going to pop the F1? She does pop the F1. She gets out of the staggers. They're going to run for the hills. Actually, that looks like F2. 5 seconds of intangibility. Now going into this tower. There are icicles everywhere here. You can just get hit in your head and staggered forever. Hopefully no one hits their head and gets greed from an RV pressuring PX here. If there's somewhere you want to relieve pressure, this tower is where you want to do it. They did lose their zipping, but their Zai does pop ult. FA wisely backs off and claims some of the loot, but PX now losing their zipping needs to find some sort of reset here. These platforms giving Fong a ton of mobility getting around, but RV has been snowballing all day. They have 15 kills this round, and they're looking to add more to their list. Surprisingly, too, they're gonna back out too, and 5-2-1 is coming in with that third party. V2 locking out everyone. They're gonna get a stagger onto everyone. Zai's gonna get executed. Toby's gonna get executed too. 5-2-1 with the great third party. Only V2 Viper being invested here, not even needing 2 ults, just 1 ult, 2 kills. Great play. 5-2-1. They're an unstoppable juggernaut with 9 people left in the lobby. I see 5-2-1 cleaning this up, Seb.
Oh, 100%. We're gonna see Pampy here missing the F on to the opposing player here, but they don't really need to do too much now. We're gonna see Pampy get caught out by RV Zai. It looks like he is going to take a little bit of burn damage, but didn't take too much, as RV is going to just fall back, revive some of their players, and get back into the swing of things here before re-entering the fight. And I just love how FA Loves was looking at the bush all suspicious. He's like, hey, you know, listen, can you shoot that with a little bit of a burst arrow for me really quick, and absolutely minces their health with the 1 burst arrows. We're going to see FA Loves now on the back foot, forced to pop that entire Merciless Havoc, as we're seeing RV steamroll through Team FA here as they're trying to make a play, but these pole swords are just dealing so much damage, and RV getting caught out with the Soul Slash and then into the Merciless Havoc again, as we're seeing Loves trying to pop that Merciless Havoc, but he's going dangerously low here, taking a whole bunch of damage, and parry after parry is going going on. Loves is going to go down. RV is going to be able to come away with another couple of kills, getting those soul blooms and bringing themselves back up to almost full health. But now it's RV getting sharked on by 5-2-1. Akame coming through and picking up another kill. Now there's only 5 players left. It's going to be 1 player from FA, 1 player from RV, and 3 players from 5-2-1. With 24 kills on the board, this could easily be a 26 kill game for them. And it'll be the most that we've ever seen. And the fact that they're going to finish first, the burning here from Ty Max trying to run away. It looks like Unique is just 1v1ing here. They're not dealing too much group fighting here as they're actually going to group up again, as I spoke too soon a little bit here. So we're going to see the F1 get popped into the Soul Slash, taking away almost all of Timax's health. Unique still hungry to try and shark this kill off. Timax gonna try and go for a pot here, get a bit of a reset off before re-entering into this fight. Always better to have more health in these fights. Unique still trying to follow heavily around, chasing him in and around, and that's what we love about these tower fights. You have to be so quick and so agile. If you're able to get away, it's a very skilled thing to be able to do this. Move around. Unique here, able to catch up. They get the silence off. He's not able to do anything, and RV is gonna go down third. FA's AIZ is going to be the last player. They're going to send him far into the circle, so he is not going to go down. He is going to take a shot from Unique here. Is going to have to heal up. Pops that ultimate pretty fast. They are trying to chase him into the storm, but he is just going to die, and it looks like he's going to get caught out here, and it's not going to be given the kill. Oh, Unique did get the kill from that musket shot. And so they came out with a 26 kill game, and in first place, ladies and gentlemen, 5-2-1 has dismembered the entire competition. There's no debating anymore. 5-2-1 is on top of this ASC.
They're on another level. I think that TM or 5-2-1 could definitely compete in NBPL, and they're showing it today. They're just leagues above everyone in this lobby right now, and their score shows it. What I told you, everyone has great fighting ability. They do super well off spawn. They do well in mid game. But transitioning to that end game, what sticks out to me about 5-2-1 is they always secure the win, and it doesn't have to necessarily be getting first. They just always get in that top 2, top 3 spots. They're getting a ton of placement points. They're getting that minimum multiplier. They're not overextending and getting like 10 kills and just dying out of nowhere. It's a difference between 10 extra points if you're able to make it to that end game. And when they do get there, they're also getting extra credit. These other teams are overcommitting to each other, and you're seeing 5-2-1 playing the positional game perfectly. They're stalling out and coming in at the correct times. They're not doing all the heavy lifting. The second they see a team is very vulnerable, they're coming in, taking a huge bite out of it, getting those soul blooms, and resetting so they can go again right after. When teams try to commit to them, they end up kiting, falling back, not taking a ton of damage because they know that second team is going to come in immediately. 5-2-1, super impressive today. Now, the other thing that I want to point out, the Zais everywhere, showing up, doing a ton of work. Now, I like the idea of Zai with Temi, but we saw that Takeda coming in, and this is something that Tryhard was mentioning to me, King was mentioning to me, that Takeda with the teammates, because even though you go to gold focus, if you get shoved, your teammates line up focus attacks, and Zai takes up so much damage. Even though you can't get parried and she can go gold, she still takes all the damage. You eat a longsword beam, it's kind of like when you press F on Yushan. You press Yushan gold F, you broke the combo, but you still took all the damage. It doesn't matter. And I see that problem coming into the Zai. Now, when you were saying there was chaos ensuing, definitely both Zai and Takeda create so much opportunity for the team, so the teams were getting melted, and both teams kept at it, kept mashing into each other, didn't give up, but you saw Takeda come out on top.
Oh yeah, 100%. The stun from the pushback from the Takeda, being able to also just gain a little bit of siphoning health, just the entire kit taking away neutral, and Takeda paired with the pole sword is just the most lethal thing that we've been seeing for so long. Even though Zai V2 goes burr, like Takeda V3 also just goes burr even more. And being able to pair, it's all about what you can do with the hero and how your teammates can play off of your using the ultimate. So if you're able to hit every single Zai charged attack from the meter dump, Zai's amazing. But it's so much easier to hit every single stun from a Takeda push than it is hitting Zai's meter dump. You've got to be way closer. There's so many factors that come into play. But taking a look at the scoreboard here, the legendary 26 kill game with 41.4 points. 13 kills coming from their Viper, Pampy. 7 kills coming from Akame on the Wu Chen. And then Akos with unique F1v1 Akos with 6 kills on the board, all about the same amount of damage. Akos doing the most amount of damage with the least amount of kills. So that's why Pampy coming in and cleaning up and finishing most of these kills. All the same survival time. Phenomenal job from all of these players to come and get the win.
It's actually crazy how much damage Akame is doing on Wu Chen. A lot of your job on Wu Chen is you're basically a port bot, and if at any point you get caught out, you get killed, you get pressured, or you get Viper silenced, you fully trolled your team. So the fact that he's able to thread the needle, do his job, and still do a ton of damage is amazing. Most of the times you see Wu Chen's doing sub 10k, but Akame is doing a ton of work for his team in there. Now, what GE with that Takeda and the pole sword landing that triple charge, I remember this is the comeback where BK almost clutches it up in a 3v1 on big Roy Hee moment, and unable to do it though. Zai able to close it out. Now Fong with these RBs, I remember that he just releases a 0.9 that mulch goes with the overhold, just gets cooked for his troubles. And RV, when we saw RV 17 kills, like 24 points, we're like, whoa, that's crazy. That's a crazy pop-up game. And then you see 26 kills from
6
521 TM, just going absolutely crazy. And look at this katana damage. Pampy with the Akos. That makes sense. Akos and katana is kind of nuts. When he gets that lunge, it sets up into a ton of good damage.
Viper.
He did have Soul Slash, so it makes sense. Basically a giant wave where he's juggling the other players. And I was curious to see whether or not Akos Viper Wu Chen was still going to be very effective. I still think this is a very viable choice if you don't really want to play Yodo. Yodo feels very vanilla. Akos has definitely a lot more utility in his ultimate, and a lot more, or he can do a lot more for his team because of the lunge being purple and gold when he jumps a bunch, and he's basically unCCable. Like, very few characters can slow down Akos pressure once he gets the tiger going, and you're seeing it. 521 showing that Akos Viper Wu Chen still very, very viable. And if there's any question of whether or not V1 or V2 is the higher pressure Viper ultimate, V2 is just superior overall. You didn't really see F3 coming out doing a ton of work. I know a lot of people were worried about F3 because it just does a ton of damage. I feel like if NARAKA made it not cleansable, that healing debuff would be so much stronger. But the fact that Kurumi can use her F to right click and get that debuff off, or in her V1, her actual ultimate just chain cleanses it, it's just not as strong. Which makes kind of no sense to me, because on Viper, normal silence, you can't cleanse silence, so why can you cleanse this other debuff? It just makes no sense to me why that may exist. And looking at the leaderboard, any surprises for you, Seb?
Some of the surprises for me is that we're seeing teams like FA and PX who are starting to pop off a little bit in these last games, still down in these bottom leaderboards. All right, like, we've seen them start to pick up a little bit more. FA as well. Team 28 was doing really well at the start, and now they've started to drop more. And one thing that I've also noticed as well is that we're going to see the top of this leaderboard here very shortly is Bamboo Esports. Look at 20-point game, 3-point game, 7.1 game, 35-point game and then a 7-point game. They're playing super inconsistently right now. And if they have another bad game, they might drop out of that top 3 slot, which could be super detrimental for them. They'll still make it into the finals, but it's going to be a very huge detriment to their mental, as well as VNGC 1 point on the board for game number 5, whereas their rivals 5-2-1 they were so close. By the end of game 2, they were within 1 point, and now there's almost a 40-point 50-point difference between these teams for the top place. But it looks like these are the teams that are going to be qualifying into the finals of the Asia Challenge Cup, and we are going to be seeing this final game number 5 being played very shortly, and it's going to be super exciting because I mean, we're basically sure that 5-2-1 is going to come away with the victory, and we will do our predictions when we come right back from this short video, ladies and gentlemen.
Come on, you're a Buddha now. Show me your true form.
Get lost, Wukong.
You're no fun.
I said get lost!
Are you mad?
Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a great night so far. We've played 5 games of some crazy ASC NARAKA trios, and now we're going to be going into the decider. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Asia Challenge Cup. I'm your host and caster Seb, and I am joined alongside a legend in NARAKA, Raven. And casting with Raven it's so much fun because the amount of knowledge that this man has about NARAKA and the game is like, my brain is on so much. I am learning so much, even myself, about the game while casting alongside you, and it's an honor. And I really wanted to thank you for being here with me and sharing this moment with everybody in the NARAKA community. Thank you to the chat for coming to watch, coming to support, and thank you to the players for giving us this amazing entertainment. And obviously thanks to NetEase for building such a great game.
Thank you, Seb. Thank you for the kind words. I just love NARAKA. I put almost 6,000 hours into the game so far, and I don't think I really challenge that as anyone watch more top tier NARAKA as me. Something that I've always done in every game I've ever played. I've always loved being part of the very, very competitive side of the community. And it's not really about winning for me. It's just the love for competition, seeing the meta push to the absolute brink, seeing all the great minds. Oh, and there's just so many great players in Southeast Asia. There's a gold mine of information that I've learned today by watching these teams. And I probably would have watched it before, and I plan on using a lot of the things I saw today in my tournaments, trying to qualify for Worlds. And hopefully I'll get to play against TM and VNDC. My team that I coach, actually, Conquerors, played against the team crushing right now, TM, and they could not compliment their Matari more of just how good he was at playing that flank role. He was just able to shut down all of their flanking approaches, and he was able to 2v1 tryhard and king in certain situations. They had a bunch of great practice sessions. This is one of the few teams that sat down and practiced with our team at Worlds, so I cannot compliment the Southeast Asian region enough of how skilled they are. But going into this last game, this is something that I'm definitely going to take away and kind of think about, is this Zai Matari to Mulch composition. RV has had a ton of success with it. BBE has a ton of success with it. And 521 has been running Akos on Viper. It's something that our team has run as far as a composition as well. And we've all been debating, is Yodo better? Is Takeda better? Is Akos better? Is the new Zai better? Or is even Justina better? And I've seen all variations of it tonight. I really think a lot of the time it's the driver at the end of the day. Who's in that position one? Who's going to open up the fights, and whatever tools and playstyles really facilitate them. The great and beautiful thing about NARAKA is that composition does mean a lot, but it's more about the player and their playstyle and how they make that character work. There's not really one character in the game right now, unlike before, that kind of dominates everyone. There's so many different ways to express yourself in this game, and NARAKA, I think, is in a very, very good place as far as balance, and you're seeing it right now with so much variation in these compositions. Before, as I was growing up in this game, you mainly saw like two compositions all the time. In solos, there was just one character, two characters. Now we have almost a full cast, fully involved, and we're seeing this last game going out at 7 teams on one spot, Seb.
And it is going to be absolute pandemonium here at Shadow Jade Mine. And as you were talking, they are able to express with their full capabilities and not end up in correctional facilities. As we are stealing some bars from NWA here, VNGC is going to end up going down to BSC pretty quickly here. And it looks like Roy Hee is going to be taking a lot of damage. KKRA forced to pop that ult already here, as Roy Hee is going to try and make something happen here, but he's going to get parried. And that is going to be it for Roy Hee right at the start of the game. They are going to be able to come back. They have their souls, and I'm pretty sure one of their players is still alive. It looks like that Takeda still has their life here, or they are going to all go into their souls and take their L's really quickly here. Pampy, first person to be able to get a Moonbane. Tossing that off straight away is going to be a huge advantage for them in this fight here. So we're going to see a huge parry coming off already. PX's Nige is going to get sharked here with the silence coming in from Pampy. Just absolute great play to be able to come in and pick up their first kill of the game. MR over on the other side as well. Unique in a bit of trouble down below here, but Akame coming in quickly to help them out, and they're able to pick up another kill onto PX's Kin Fong here. As we said, ladies and gentlemen, this is the most amount of pandemonium you're going to see in Shadow Jade Mine. The amount of levels in Shadow Jade that you can fight in, as oh my goodness, GE is already going to be completely eliminated from the game right at the start here. Thank you for playing, but it looks like you guys are going to go out pretty quickly here, as AS and Tatsu and team, it looks like it's going to be Team MR here, is going to end up fighting pretty quickly on this fight. And it looks like Tatsu able to get a full overhead combo onto Mr. Romantico here. Romantico getting very low, is going to go down pretty quickly here to AS's Quinn. And now it looks like Mr. Smooth already gone down, and the last player, Mr. Yoso, going to get eliminated as well. They do have their souls, so they will be coming back into this fight pretty soon. But we are going to flip over now to BBE's Fat Milk, already on that Zai ultimate, trying to see if they're able to make anything happen with the V2. Looks like they're going to drop down on to SE as the Ballista is coming through from Team 28, able to try and pick up 1 kill onto SE, but is unable to get it. Looks like SE is going to be able to get away with a bit of their life here. SE's K so low there, able to get a couple pots off though quickly before, as he's just sending off a couple more shots. Only has 2 left, but does have 7 repair kits. Is going to get off the Ballista, end up trying to go down and re-engage into the fight melee style, as Fat Milk is going to be trying to fight off against Hypnos. Hypnos forced to pop that ultimate here, as they're going to take out 28's Edward, which is leaving Hypnos to be the only player left on Team 28 here. Hypnos trying to make the play with the ultimate, and it looks like they're going to try and go for the resurrection onto Snack. Fat Milk just taking a bit of a reset, while Hypnos is just attempting to slam, but is going to run out of ult pretty quickly here. So they're just going to try and revive Snack before Hypnos is going to try and go for Snack again. Gets the kill, but is going to have to go out of ult here. So this is going to be a little bit difficult for them to try and come back into this fight here, as it is going to be a 2v1 where Hypnos does not have the greatest ult scale here. As we're going to see VNGC is going to try and come in on the third party here. And it looks like they might get the kill onto Hypnos here, but it looks like Fat Milk is going to be able to come away with it, stealing the kill under Ibin's nose in that ultimate, as Roy Hee is also engaging in on the third party. Fat Milk now popping the ult as well, as we're going to see all of the V2s from Zai coming out. And it looks like Fat Milk has gone down, so VNGC coming away victorious in this fight on the third party.
VNGC running really unorthodox composition here. Zai, Yushan, Takeda. That is a bully combo if I've ever seen it. And seen it on each one of their ultimates, just gonna absolutely decimate a team, and they're just so very durable. Now BBE slows, it's hiding in plain sight, standing, even standing up, not even crouching, but Ibin's able to pick him off, and slows does get taken down. Now, something that I noticed in CN, all of them spam target lock when they're chasing you. You can't be making plays like that. Their target lock's just gonna catch you. But before we get into that 5-2-1, Pampy getting that V2 off, but the Yushan countering the stagger. Now Pampy in a tough position, tries to double tap, taps his way out. He's gonna get shredded, but Unique with the Wu Chen poured out. Is it going to be enough though? They're gonna retreat into mine. Great port by Akame. It's almost impossible to chase a team running through the tunnels over and over. It's one of the infinite kiting spots where you're able to circle over and over by scale rushing over the wall. AS knows this. They're going to back off, or they just couldn't see them in general. AS with the tried and true. I'm going to call this a Southeast Asia comp. The Yushan Zai zipping. I saw that a little bit even on NA at this point. A lot of Chinese players are using the composition. It seems to be very popular on TikTok right now. I'm not super impressed by it. I tried it out myself. Doesn't seem to be performing super well. These other variations, I think Matari Temi Zai has been doing the best as far as all the Zai composition I've seen. But FA Wolf gonna duel it out here in the Celestia Bridge Room. Kong looking for that F2 silence, not gonna be able to get it, but Choice is on that Justina. FA wants to drag this out into the open instead of his close quarters, but and loves with the parry, starting out with a ton of momentum. F2's gonna come up from Justina, but the freezers are coming out. Eyes trying to stay safe. Wu Chen under pressure. If he's not able to get away here, his team will go down. They do get the poured out Wolfew in a terrible position. All of their offensive cooldowns are used, but they are in Celestia, and it is impossible to find people here. FA, ankles broken, searching out, where did they go? Max range, opposite side, Bell doesn't even get them. Loves wasted ult here, not able to capitalize this, and we out of here. See ya.
And they gone. That's just the end of their story here. They're not going to be continuing this fight until they find each other, but the gates for the Realm of Yang are going to be spawning fairly soon, as we're seeing Shadow Corruption 1 slowly taking over, which is the second circle is about to be closed into right now. BBE now back at half strength, I'd say. They've got some blue armor and some blue weapons. They're not completely ready to re-engage into these fights yet. Fat Milk a little bit away from the rest of his team, but they do see, looks like they are going to be seeing Team 28 re-engaging onto this fight here. And we're going to see him try and go for the parry. Is not able to hit it. Forced to pop into that F ability here. We are going to see 28's Edward popping the Tianhai ult. He is the only Tianhai in the lobby. It's going to be pretty easy to target him out later on in the endgame if Team 28 is going to be able to make it out of this mid-game lull into the endgame, as it looks like they're going to back off a little bit. Fat Milk doesn't really want to engage too quickly. BBE wants to take their kills further into the end because they are a team that were performing really well and then just started performing super inconsistently. They are still in 3rd place with 7 kills up on the board right now, but they could be doing a whole lot better if they really tried. As now Team 28 running into VNGC, and VNGC is another one of those scary teams that we've been talking about. Only 4 kills up on the board right now, but they are going to be in a bit of a pickle, as we're seeing 28 has lost one of their players. PMUG has gone down quickly, and it looks like VNGC trying to get the 3rd party up, but Roy He is going to go down very fast here. You're going to see Ivan is also getting taken down pretty quickly, and Roy He already down. BNGC Snack, or BBE Snack, is going to be able to take out 2 players from BNGC, and it looks like they're going to be going down pretty quickly as well. And we're going to see Simpson on the other side. Not too great of a final game for BNGC, but it's all right. They know that they've already qualified for these finals. They're going to be okay. As Rethan here trying to make a play. We are seeing a Volda come out again here. RV's DMAX trying to make something happen as well. And we're seeing the Yushan ultimate come out. T-Max as well, trying to make the play off with the Temi, but isn't able to connect with his wisps onto anybody. And then it's now a 3v1 situation where they're all sharking Rethan here, who has the dual blades, trying to create some distance between them, but RV able to steamroll again and again in the realm of Yang.
And again, RV with this Zai, Matari, Temi getting so much value out of this composition. Unfortunately for VNGC, that composition, like I thought, when it runs into mulch, unless your Yushan anticipates its mulch ult, you're gonna have a tough time, because when mulch ult does go down, it removes all of your stamina. And it's not just that, it just puts you in an impossible position where your opponent can read your next move. You pretty much have to parry or hold blue, and technically you could just crouch cancel again, but then your opponent could just release into you. So you're put only into a 50-50, not able to deny the situation, move out of the way. You're just stuck in this really poopy gambit, and you need your Yushan to anticipate it. The problem is Yushan ult is really clunky and slow. Now 28 looks like they were fully wiped out, but the Kurumi didn't use their ult. Edward's going to try to survive here, but VNGC is not going to let him get away. Early storm, they're going to chase him across the world, and VNGC is going to try to get themselves back into it, see if they can get a res here. They do have 12k coins, so they're probably going to be able to res this here. And now MR versus SC. Wu Chen Port does get taken out. Mr. Smooth looking for the opportunity to get smooth with it. That Cicada ult is going to pop down, and he's going to try to snow bliss. But we got the V3 Volda coming down. The washing machine hitting the staggers over and over. MR just gets exploded by this. The combination of the burn on the whips and the spear CC just giving so much damage for RV. What is this composition? Now SE trying to capitalize even more with this Volda Yushan Zai composition. The 3rd party comes in, and they were all in. Nothing they can do. RV rolling through downhill, no brakes, cruise control, getting tons of kills, already up to 7, only overshadowed by the 12 kills of BBE. They're looking for some more. And again, this is the weird thing about RV. This is really unorthodox that their Matari is leading with ult. Normally your Matari is a very defensive ult, but they're using their Matari first, and they're keeping their Temi and Zai ult for later when they hit a good position where they're either getting 3rd party or they feel like they need to tempo ult. But just this one Matari ult is enough to just destroy teams. I think I'm gonna try this out for the 2 hours of practice I'm gonna be able to get in for my tournament. Might work out better than I imagined.
Oh, it really could. If you take this playstyle into an NA game space, you are going to completely disrupt the flow of the game. You're going to throw so many people off guard, and that's going to be the way that you're going to be able to come through and get some extra points. But right now, we're not talking about NA. We're talking about C. We're talking about ASC, and we're talking about the boys, Wolf U. Coming up onto Team PX here, it looks like they're going to be giving some pretty aggressive chase as they want to catch at least one of these players out and pick up a couple kills. So we're going to flip over now. VNGC fighting against what looks like it is going to be Team's RV. RV is a team that we've seen steamrolling, but it looks like they're going to get rolled over. And it looks like that old RV did just blow the transmission, and they are not going to be able to keep up any longer. As Toby trying to go for a reset, seeing if they can get away while losing one of their players, and having a man down in these fights is never going to be too great, as PX Kinfong is able to pick up a huge parry onto Wolf U, and it looks like Wolf U is going to go out really fast. Shadow 3 hasn't even started spreading onto Shadow 4 yet. It is still Shadow 2 spreading onto Shadow number 3 right now, and we only have 26 players left. BBE with 12 kills on the board. VNGC and 521 with 6 kills apiece. So we're going to flip over around back over to team number 521. We're going to see a crazy Nezha's Might coming through into the alt V1 with the Akos here. Not able to deal too much damage, getting a little bit of terrain grief here. He still has the extra mobility from his ultimate. He is going to scope around for Mr. Romantique, who he thought he saw coming over that side. Did not know exactly where they were. They're just going to keep chase and keep following Mr. Romantico. There is now getting caught out by AS here. Tatsu and Quinn putting so much damage, in the burn and the storm is going to wipe out Team MR, and teams are dropping like flies out here, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams already fully eliminated before Shadow number 3. First Realm of Yang is starting, or this is going to be the second Realm of Yang that is starting right now, as VNGC looks like they're about to get a free realm depending on who decides to join them. We've seen this sometimes, a lot more in the NBPL than in the ASC, that people don't want to risk not being able to find players and pick up kills, so they leave the Realm of Yang and just try and go for the box. Whereas here we're seeing Pampy from 521 trying and going for this box here. They've had a lot of success in the past with the box, but it looks like these players are not going to be letting them get it today. They have the wind walls. They are going to attempt to go for it. Again, Pampy here coming straight for it, but he's going to get railed with a whole bunch of shots from the side by BBE's Fat Milk, and it looks like VNGC does have a challenger here, and it looks like it's going to be Team FA. Loves with that gold longsword as well, could be very lethal here, as we're going to see him pop that F1 to be able to just knock Ivan back, and we are going to see popping the F already goes in for that slam, trying to bring everything around, but Roy he already going dangerously low here, and it has gone out. Mines is going to be able to come away with another kill. The Akos ult coming in absolutely clutch, and oh my goodness, VNGC is going to go down to FA. The Akos ultimate coming in absolutely clutch, and now this is going to be interesting. VNGC on Yang depletion is going to be very interesting to see how they're going to play. They could end up panicking, as we're going to flip over now. BBE is going to be fighting against TM. Pampy here getting caught out by the ultimate, both of them here, and he's getting juggled into the air. The amount of focus attacks going on, and Pampy is going to go down. The top team, they are going to be able to get the Eco CP up of Fat Milk, able to take off the armor from Pampy just as a little troll before the TP happens. Pampy now has no armor. They didn't need to swap into a better one. They just said, you know what, I'm taking your armor. You're not getting the armor back. And you're not going to... Now Pampy able to pick up some blue armor found from I don't know where, but now they're at a little bit of a disadvantage. No ults available on the board, whereas BBE has 2 ults available, and they are hungry for more action.
Yeah, BBE and or VNGC, even though they died there, they went into Yang with no ultimates, and I was like, huh, are they going to be able to pull this off with no ultimates? Even though you're one of the strongest teams, if you don't have ultimates, you're going to most likely die. Is 5-2-1 in a rare situation where they're not going to make endgame? No, Akame's max range getting out of here, but BBE does have the bell buff, so Akame does have his work cut out for him. He's able to max distance grapple out of there, so BBE Snag is going to just give up, doesn't want to burn his cardio. Didn't really put his Nikes on to chase 5-2-1 to close out the kill. Now SD on the ropes, so 1 HP, Rethan nowhere to go, getting juggled by this Akos. FA loves with that gold longsword, putting in a ton of work. With only 22 alive, half the lobby is already out of here. Last round of the day. Who is going to be able to get through and qualify here? RV also against Rose. PX having a great last round, able to bring back their game all the way in 13th place. Are they going to be able to climb into this top 8? Not 34 to 44. 10 points. This is doable. 10 points is not that big in trios as long as you make it all the way to the end game, where you're going to get that 5 points from placement, some multiplier, and if you make it there, you're most likely at least getting 2 more kills. So that's already 7 points right there. So 10 points, totally doable. Just play it slow, play it safe, play it smart. But they have VNGC hot on their heels. This is not where you want to be as PX if you're trying to play it safe. Already their Zai is taking so much damage. Grapple's going out, getting juggled back and forth. Zipping ult does come down. He does have Sedate Soul to save him, but at what cost? The 500 HP is just not enough, and Fong gets taken down by VNGC. The fury of VNGC when they need that Yang buff, that Yang depletion is just a buff for this team. They just take it to another level of aggression, and now AS is suffering the wrath of VNGC. Roy Hehe has his Takeda ult pop, gonna knock down that Yushan, making him look free. This is what I mean by Yushan just doesn't do good versus Takeda anymore. The Takedas just have everything figured out. They're locked in, and VNGC is going to lock it in into that unique club of 3 digits, breaking the 100 points mark, just like 5-2-1.
And they also got those Soul Bloom essences, which are now going to allow them to continue playing on in this game without the risk of Yang depletion here, as we've seen. BB Esports hot on the trail of FA. They still want to use the rest of that ult invested here, and A's here is going to take a lot of damage from the burn. And we're going to see Fat Milk able to take out A's. It looks like Loves is going to be the next one to get focused on. He is going down to that combo of both ultimates here, and FA is already going to go out. These teams are dropping like flies. We've got 13 players left. 4 teams of making up 12, and PX with 1 player left on the board, and that is going to be their Yushan. So this is going to be difficult for them to keep surviving, as MVP coming up against VNGC, and they are all just out for blood. They want to end this game, and they want to get ready to go home, as BK here sending a lot of shots off with the bow, trying to make some damage onto Simpson, but isn't able to connect with most of the bow shots. BK here is going to get hit by that Phoenix Blast really quickly from Roy Hehe. We've seen him do countless times before. BK forced to fall back, and it looks like they're going to hop on the back foot and just start running out of there. They are definitely putting their Nikes on to get out of this fight, as Iben trying to make something happen with the V2 isn't able to get the meter dump to connect onto any of these MVP players. But Peachly is going to be dangerously low. We're going to see the hit stun happen onto Peachly, and it looks like he is going to be able to go down quickly here as they're trying to come back and help in this fight. But it looks like BK isn't going to be able to do very much, as he's going to pop that F to get out of there as fast as possible. But we're going to see, oh my goodness, the Razor Swift from Iben. Is the parry coming up from Shin Yun, able to deal a lot of damage onto Iben. Iben now forced to back off as 5-2-1 coming in on the third party. We're going to see a bunch of pots come up here, as Iben does have that advanced heal, so they are going to be able to heal more per pot than other players, and it is going to be gradually over time. So if they take damage, they might be going back up while taking damage, as Pampy forced to back off now, and VNGC able to pick up a couple more kills onto the board. 5-2-1 still has that secured spot in the number 1, as they are they are exactly 50 points or 40 points ahead of the other team.
Yeah, remember 521 was they only had one person left, Akame, and he was able to res his 2 teammates. BNGC has 14 kills, BBE has 17 kills, but 521 again making it this end game. It's all about end game. They're still able to salvage the situation and possibly keep their ginormous lead. Now normally you'd see teams just like slow down here, but 521 got no chill, and unfortunately for MVP Shiyun, he's going into Team Taj, getting juggled off the cliff and musketed out of midair. 360 musket shot by 521, taking it down, already up to 150 points. 10 players alive. We're only at 7 minutes. Circle is huge, but there is no slowing down from these teams. Who is 521 going to decide to take down first? PX is going to be running into 521 down there. Probably going to get picked off right here. Roy Hehe close to his ultimate. Gonna get juggled by BBE here. It looks like BBE and VNGC were just going all in versus each other. BBE, Matari going to back off here. Look to staggers. Kata ults are going to be popped out. Temi ults popping out. VNGC already loses their Zai in a 2v3 situation. That Matari CC coming in big, slowly looking for the flank, and again that Zai whip holding him down, not letting Roy Hehe do anything with his shove, and he just gets deleted by those focus attacks. Now going into the last fights of the day, BBE 521, who's gonna take it down? BB's breaks it to the threshold of over 100 points. Pampi's gonna pop that V2. They're looking to get this 1 kill. Snack needs to survive this burst. Can he do it? He gets hit by 1 hit, 2 hits, gets blown up right now. Now they're in a 2v3 situation. Can BBE turn this around? Eunuch, Pampi, Akame, Pudding slows into the combo. Now Fat Milk releases a blue and gets parried by Pampi. 2 people alive. 521 again dominating this lobby. They were on the brink of being eliminated in this group, but they are team consistency. They will not be denied these end games. They will get here, and if they get here, they're gonna take first. VNGC Simpson has had enough. He's over it. Pampi sees him in the back, goes for the long shot. Kobe trying to find the last hit. Simpson realizes, wait a second, Pampi has figured out that I'm here. He's gonna get a last hit. No, he doesn't. Simpson goes down. His victory only to deny 521 hit their last kill, but 521 having a ginormous game. I believe they're going to be like over 50 or 60 points ahead of the rest of the lobby. Ridiculous. What do you think 521 did better than the rest of the lobby today, Seth?
The way that they were able to control the neutral in their fights, and the way that they were picking their fights, because they weren't taking fights that they knew that they couldn't win. They would come in and dominate the fight as fast as possible so that they had less of a chance to get third partied, and they would come away, get a couple of kills, and then back off. They were very good at target selection, getting out the heroes that they knew that they didn't want to deal with first. So they were taking out their Vipers, they were taking out the Z-Pings first, whereas other teams were just going at these players, just trying, we need a kill, we need a kill. They would go for the Zais, they would go for the Vipers first, and I feel like that 521 was just doing such a good job, and they were just so dominant in their individual skill that it was really difficult for these other teams to come against them in any type of situation, in every single aspect of the game. In the realm of Yang, in the end circles, in the early game, they always had every single base covered, and that is what got them to the top of the leaderboard today.
I 100% agree, Seb. Very insightful. I think that the region itself, super strong. VNGC, Roy Hehe, and crew definitely showed a ton of great play themselves. FA doing well. My personal favorite, MR, just because Mr. Smooth and Mr. Romantico, definitely my favorite names of the day.
100%.
Showing up with those Zai. They were the first teams really running the Zai, and today we saw a lobby with 9 Zais. So she's definitely being explored a lot more. I'm sure she's gonna find a composition that's undeniable, really strong. I think Matari Zai Temi definitely has a place, especially with the points going around thin, with Takeda, Viper, Wuchen being a little bit stronger than the rest of them. I think 521 definitely made a case for Akos, and I still am a big believer of Akos. It looks like F3 Viper has been completely phased out. It was kind of a big fad because it just hits for a giant focus attack, especially if you got it to gold weapon. It was hitting over 500. It's an AoE. It was gold focus, and it put a healing debuff. The cleanse definitely took it out of the meta. We still see Transformers, and I think 521 showed that as long as you have a really strong Transformers team, doesn't matter what the lobby does, doesn't matter what any new composition you have, the tried and true Yushan, Monk, Kurumi is always going to be the staple of the meta. Now there is a slight variation in today's meta. We're seeing F3 Kurumi coming out with that 90% damage reduction. Instead of being that reactionary heal for teams, you're seeing that preventative, and Kurumi just coming in big with that damage reductions where her teammates are able to take these big risks and she's able to survive them from unsurvivable situations. I'm really excited to see more of what Southeast Asia is going to be able to provide going into the finals, but I am happy to learn so much from the teams today. There's so much beautiful NARAKA being played. I'm excited to see who is going to make it and what the points look like at the end of this.
Yeah, you guys can't see it when we go back when you guys are watching the games, but all I can see is Raven just with a huge notepad writing down every single strategy that he's going to use for his next games in NA here, because you know that he is going to be coming on top. Raven, good luck to you, sir. And that's the thing, is when you get to, you have a very unique perspective from all of the other casters, because the other casters, we all aren't as good as at the game as you are, whereas you're able to understand to a deeper level why each of these players are playing what they're playing and doing exactly what they're doing. And I admire the fact that you're able to do that and be able to explain it and help keep the entire community knowledgeable about every single thing that's going on in these games.
Thank you, Seb. And now looking at the points, BBE does take first with 19 kills, 27.7. VNGC with 14 kills, 22.6. 521 still in the top 3. I don't think they ever placed outside the top 3. 521. That's crazy amounts of consistency, especially with the level of aggression in this lobby today. 12 kills, 21.8. That's just wild to me. FA also doing super well, 14 kills, 17.8, but that not getting the placement, just working harder instead of smarter. MVP with 9 kills, RB with 9 kills, BSC with 8 kills, AS with 6 kills. Just super high kill games, super fun. And even though your kind words, Seb, I remember when I first started casting, you were probably the warmest caster to me, and I cannot thank you enough. I've learned so much from you, and even though all the other casters don't really compete in the game, there's a certain level of energy and respect that I have for you guys coming into this casting role. There was definitely a lot to be learned of what it takes to be a great caster, and I just really wanted an opportunity to share all the hours and love I put into NARAKA and see what you guys think, see what the community thinks, and show you guys exactly what on the group stage, what all these players are doing. A lot of people, when we first started out in NARAKA, especially in our region, didn't believe that we could do it when we went over there to China, and we proved a lot of players wrong, especially when you see our top player Tryhards getting 4th place on the world stage. And I remember when me and Tryhard were just sitting in 3 bands with each other, coming a long way. We weren't even the top players at the time, and I just knew that we could do it. As long as you put in the work, as long as you take the game slowly and really think about what's happening, I think anyone can do this. All of us aren't just naturally gifted. All of us put a ton of work, and I think all the casters for NARAKA definitely put a ton of work, and especially all these players. I hope to give more perspective to this in the future of exactly how beautiful this play is and how much great work all these players do. Southeast Asia has definitely come a long way. From the first time I watched them, they were definitely too aggressive where they would overcommit to a lot of situations, but right now I would say it's almost that their aggression is so effective now that no amount of defense can actually allow these teams to survive. Only 3 or 4 teams defense can actually keep these teams at bay, and they find good positions. And it's not even like they're holding their defense. It's just they know when to get out of there. The timing of getting out of there. You saw 5-2-1. Even though I've been praising them for their aggression, for their effectiveness, they were being chased by like SE, I believe, sometime in the mid game, and I saw Akame getting away, and I'm like, I wonder if he's probably going to be able to get the res. And you see them come back in that end game, completely down, only one person alive, able to get double res off, able to scale back up, get the armors, and beat their rivals down again. When they're under-geared, outmatched, it doesn't matter. As long as you have a breath in your lungs, you can fight back, you can put in work, and we're seeing that. Snack doing a ton of work though today. Who was your favorite team for the day, Seb?
I really loved watching the plays from RV. RV was the team that from the start, they were just so close to the bottom. And then they said, you know what? We're going to bring it back. And I love a good underdog story. They brought it back, and they brought it back hard, ladies and gentlemen. They came through and they put so many points up. It wasn't enough points to get them really high up in the leaderboard, but they are in that top 8 now, which I think was a great play from them. They were able to come through, and every single time they took a fight, it was phenomenal. Obviously, you gotta give it to the other teams like 5-2-1, BBE, and VNGC. Those were the 3 teams that were the best, right? They played amazingly. But watching RV come through, it was amazing.
With the last game, we're seeing Team Rude. I'm wondering what went so wrong with them. They didn't do good the other day as well, only coming out with 8.7, but GE doing a little bit better, doubling Rude, and then it just jumping off massively, going to BSC at 32.5. PX, and I saw PX was also in there, getting in some tough fights, getting really close, but not able to keep up the momentum, and only at 32.6. And then in the top 8, you're seeing just this ginormous jump of skill. You see SE at 44, FA at 53, MR at 54, MVP at 64, RV at 69. All these teams relatively even, then the massive jump, just like BBE, VNGC, and then another massive jump. And you're seeing all 3 of these teams just having single games that just outrank the bottom half of the lobby.
Yeah.
Now, one of the things that I definitely think that a lot of these teams in the bottom 8 can improve on is their transformers. As long as you play safe and you slow it down and you get to those end games, I'm telling you, like, top 3 is 10 extra points. And when you're only getting 20 or 30 points, something that you can do 6 games of 10 points, playing solid, maybe playing a little bit more pouring, that's putting you at 60 points, and you're in the top 5 if you do that. It's really, really simple things that you want to start there instead of playing so fast. It's just really unrealistic to play so fast into the best teams in the game. Only half of you are going to make it, right? And the other half are going to be put in these bad positions. And if you're already not confident in winning, you're going to have to slow down. Now, something you mentioned before about in the NBPL meta, in the CN meta, that second Yang, how conservative Chinese teams take it is like, even though the best teams in the game, TE has a 75% win rate in Yang, they will a lot of the times not go into the second Yang. And you just don't see that caution at all in Southeast Asia. That's one thing I think the region has to adjust, is putting some, not just throwing caution out of the win. Now, it does make for a lot of exciting NARAKA, and I'd like to see them. I love seeing them just go at it and just immediately look for each other. No waiting in trees or anything. Just completely finding each other with a giant circle left, just completely going at it. That is amazing. But I also want to see just NARAKA improve overall, get more competitive. And for these teams to improve, they do have to just dial it down a little bit. But definitely learned a lot today from Southeast Asia. A lot of really cool, innovative stuff. I hope to see more of this in the future. I hope to see Roy Hihi again on that world stage. I wish I got to see solos with you, Seb. You told me that there was a lot of really fun things that went down. I know there was a League of Legends players, Saw FM, who played in this regional. He's a pro league player, and if you don't know this, like pro league players all make $1 million salary about. Well, a lot of the top players do, at least, if not into the hundreds of thousands. So it's very cool to see other esports getting involved in NARAKA, especially other players. I know there are a couple of top Dota players even in our region who play NARAKA for fun. So definitely really cool.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is our upcoming schedule. If you just saw it right there, it is our schedule for the solos that are going to be happening. Those are the finals. There's 9 games to be played to see who is going to be winning the ASC and who's going to be going to Worlds, because this is the Asia, Southeast Asia, and Asia region qualifier. So if you win this, then you get to go to the big leagues and you get to go to China and you get to compete against the best of the best. And that's when the tests are going to get real tight, because you can't mess up on the big stage, especially against these NBPL players in solos or trios. You make one wrong move, you parry once out of place, you send one blue attack, you are going to get punished and you are going to get finished. That is something that these players are going to have to watch out for, because you see them making mistakes here where they can fall back on because of how aggressive the playstyle is. And then it ends up just being, okay, we'll take a reset. Okay, we're going to back off here. And you see these players making the mistakes and being able to recover from them in these games. But the MVPL players, they don't forgive and they don't forget. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like it's going to be the end of the day for us. We have had such a blast. Raven, if you want to close out with any words.
I'm excited to see these worlds coming up. These guys are playing for a lot. Finally, we're going to see everyone in one arena, all the foreigners, all the best Chinese players, all the best players in the world in one spot, same ping, low ping. It's going to be the coolest piece of NARAKA that we've seen thus far, especially with this current meta. There's a lot to look forward to, and I hope to see you guys later. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you, Seb, for everything. You've been a brother in casting. Great guy, great energy, great vibes. We are closing out for